Chapter 3850. The reason why the ultimate sword principle was called ultimate was because it was the pinnacle of a sword principle. If one wanted to go further, they would have to merge many ultimate sword principles together to form the ultimate sword principle. However, for countless eras, the ultimate sword principle had never appeared. Even Supreme Master Fu Jian and Supreme Master Shuai, who were sword cultivators, had never touched the threshold of the ultimate sword principle. As for Fang Chun, he was still far from it. He had comprehended the ultimate sword principle because of his invincible sword principle. It was all thanks to the heaven-destroying sword. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he would not have been able to form the ultimate sword principle. Although his cultivation had not fully recovered to the peak of his previous life, with the heaven-destroying sword in hand, he was basically invincible against anyone below the ultimate saint level. Even if he encountered an ultimate saint, he was confident that he could fight him. The son of the wind, Wu Feng, was at most a slightly stronger saint. How dare he blackmail Fang Chun? He was courting death. Perhaps, even until his death, he did not know just how powerful an enemy he had provoked. Unfortunately, Fang Chun would never given the chance to know. Fang Chun was about to leave after killing the son of the wind, Wu Feng. But at that moment, he felt the ground shake as if there was a beast tide coming. A beast tide? Fang Chun frowned and looked into the distance. He suddenly realized that sand was rolling up in the barren desert. Boundless power surged toward him. His primordial spirit, which was close to the Tao manifestation realm, immediately saw the demonic beasts in the sand. There were about 100 demonic beasts. Each of them contained a ferocious aura. Fang Chun's eyelids twitched and his body trembled. These are ferocious beasts. The legendary primordial ferocious beasts had really appeared and were right in front of him. The primordial ferocious beasts were the legendary kings of all demons. It was said that when the chaotic void was still in an unknown state, the primordial ferocious beasts were born. The difference between them and the primordial divine beasts was that the divine beasts had a divine aura. They were born to save the world. However, ancient ferocious beasts were different. They were born to destroy and kill. Their blood contained a murderous aura. They were ferocious by nature, and wherever they went, nothing would grow. They were the natural enemies of the ancient divine beasts. Something's not right. Fang Chun realized that these ancient ferocious beasts were different from the rumors. He observed them carefully and soon realized that something was amiss. Descendant of an ancient beast? That made sense. Ancient ferocious beasts were just like ancient divine beasts. They were extremely rare. It was said that there were only 9 ancient ferocious beasts in the world. As time passed, almost all of the ancient ferocious beasts died in battle during the dark turmoil. Now, more than 100 ancient ferocious beasts had appeared at the same time. Clearly, they were not the original 9 great ferocious beasts, but their descendants. Even if he was a descendant of a dire beast, it was enough to make Fang Chun take him seriously. Rumble. More than 100 descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts roared angrily and rushed toward Fang Chun. Everywhere they passed, yellow sand billowed. Seeing this, Fang Chun held the sky-destroying sword in his hand and dared not be careless. Could it be that when I killed Wu Feng, I alarmed the descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts? Fang Chun could not understand why more than 100 ferocious beasts suddenly appeared. Roar! When the first ancient ferocious beast rushed toward Fang Chun, the sky-destroying sword in his hand had already finished accumulating power. He swung the sword, and the terrifying sky-destroying sword directly pierced through the head of the descendant of the ancient ferocious beast. Its body exploded and instantly turned into ashes. Roar! This scene made the other descendants of the ancient ferocious beast completely furious. They went into a frenzy and rushed over crazily. At this moment, Fang Chun vaguely saw a figure standing on the head of the last descendant of the ancient ferocious beasts. That is, Fang Chun was shocked and his eyes darted around. He guessed that the hundreds of descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts were controlled by the figure. When he thought of this, his heart throbbed. A martial artist could actually control more than 100 descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts. Could he be a beast tamer? Let's go. Fang Chun had no other choice. His body flashed, and he immediately retreated. He was ready to escape from this place. If they were ordinary descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts, he would have a chance to fight them. However, there was a mysterious beast tamer controlling more than 100 descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts to attack him. This meant that he was in danger. Therefore, he had to escape as quickly as possible. Kill. The figure on the head of the descendant of the ancient ferocious beasts opened his mouth and softly uttered a word. Immediately, more than 100 descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts rushed toward Fang Chun in a frenzy. Swoosh! As he retreated, he activated his ultimate sword principle. The sky-crushing sword in his hand carried an indestructible sword chi as it continuously attacked the descendant of the ancient ferocious beasts. Although there was no danger for the time being, Fang Chun knew that continuously activating the ultimate sword principle at such a high intensity would consume his energy quickly. If this dragged on, he would definitely be exhausted. I can't drag this out. Fang Chunhai's mind raced. When he sensed danger approaching, the vermilion bird bloodline hidden in his body instantly erupted. This was the repelling effect that came from the natural enemy. The vermilion bird bloodline came from the ancient divine beast, the vermilion bird. Although the bloodline in Fang Chen's body was extremely thin, it was still the genuine vermilion bird bloodline. Boom! The vermilion bird bloodline activated and a layer of bloody light enveloped Fang Chen's body. In an instant, an unparalleled pressure was generated. This pressure swept through the heavens and the earth like a supersonic wave that attacked the descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts. Roar! Angry roars came from the mouths of the descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts. The blood in their bodies was greatly restricted, causing them to be unable to fully activate their power. Moreover, they felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. This was a throbbing that came from the depths of their bloodline. Seeing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He just remembered that he had the vermilion bird bloodline. He fully immersed himself in releasing the vermilion bird bloodline, forcing the hundreds of descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts to stop in their tracks. They fell into a state of panic. The mysterious beast tamer on the head of the leader of the ancient ferocious beasts exclaimed, "The vermilion bird bloodline? This is the vermilion bird bloodline?" Obviously, even he did not expect to meet a martial artist with the vermilion bird bloodline here. Moreover, he could clearly feel that this person's vermilion bird bloodline was very concentrated. The vermilion bird bloodline he released forced the hundreds of descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts to not move. This was the suppression that came from the deepest part of their bloodline. From this point, it could be seen that the concentration of the vermilion bird bloodline in Fang Chen's body was much higher than that of the hundreds of descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts. Otherwise, there would not be such a suppression. The mysterious beast tamer licked his dry lips and smiled eerily. The vermilion bird bloodline? Perfect for an experiment. Chapter 38:51. Although the blood concentration of the descendants of ancient beasts was thin, they were not to be underestimated. After all, it was a legendary bloodline of ancient beasts. It was comparable to the bloodline of ancient divine beasts. At this moment, Fang Chun activated the bloodline of the vermilion bird, which attracted the attention of the mysterious beast tamer. His eyes shone with a shocking light. As a beast tamer who controlled hundreds of descendants of ancient beasts, he naturally knew better than anyone how powerful the bloodline of ancient beasts was. If he could obtain the bloodline of the vermilion bird and merge the two bloodlines, it would transform into an even more terrifying bloodline. It might even give birth to the primal chaos bloodline. Of course, this was just a guess. Even he was not sure. But even if there was only a slight possibility, he still had to pursue it. Huff, huff, huff. The mysterious beast tamer took out a bamboo flute from his sleeve and placed it next to his mouth. A melodious sound came from the bamboo flute. Suddenly, over 100 ferocious beasts charged at Fang Chun as if they had gone crazy. Not good. Fang Chun knew that things were not good. He jumped and escaped. In terms of speed, Almost no one in the same realm could compare. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. You can't escape. The mysterious beast tamer sneered. He controlled hundreds of descendants of ancient beasts and chased after Fong Chun. Fong Chen's speed was getting faster and faster, constantly shuttling through the void. As time passed, he felt that the descendants of ancient beasts were getting closer and closer to him. He knew very well that once he was caught, he would definitely die. Moreover, in addition to the hundreds of ancient beasts, there was also the mysterious beast tamer. He could control so many descendants of ancient beasts. He was definitely not an ordinary person. He turned his head to take a look, only to see a black mass rushing toward him. Then he increased his speed. After passing through a mountain range, he sensed a sinister and terrifying aura rushing toward him. In an instant, he felt that his primordial spirit was about to be frozen. He shivered, and his body was on the verge of collapse. But soon, his primordial spirit that was close to the Tao manifestation level emitted a weak light, waking him up. Then, he controlled his body and continued to move forward. After passing through the mountain range, he saw a river that stretched as far as the eye could see. So cold. When he approached the river, even his essence spirit, which was close to the Tao manifestation realm, felt like it was about to be frozen. He looked at the river in fear. What kind of river was this? Why was it emitting such a terrifying ice-cold force? Roar! The descendants of the ancient mythological beasts let out angry roars as they chased after him. They seemed to have also sensed the terrifying power of the river and instantly stopped in their tracks, opening up a path for him. The leader of the descendants of the murderers carried the mysterious beast tamer to the front of the river and stared at Fong Chun. "Who are you?" The mysterious beast tamer was the first to speak. His voice was extremely heavy, as if he was born with a sense of superiority. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a faint smile. "And who are you?" asked Fong Chun. They had never met before, but as soon as they did, the man wanted his life. Fong Chun didn't have a good impression of him. "You're a human, but you have the bloodline of the ancient mythological beast vermilion bird, and it's very concentrated. I'm very curious as to how you did it," said the mysterious beast tamer indifferently. Fong Chun was silent as he stared at the mysterious beast tamer. The latter seemed to have seen through his thoughts and sneered. "Don't think about running away. Ever since I was born, I've never failed to get anything I've set my eyes on. I'm very interested in the vermilion bird bloodline in you. If you're willing, you can become my servant and let me strip the vermilion bird bloodline from your bloodline. This way, you can still follow me and continue to live. You should know that this is your only chance to live." The mysterious beast tamer looked coldly at Fong Chun, as if everything was under his control. "Strip my bloodline and make me your servant?" Fong Chun sneered. He shouldered the heavy responsibility of saving the chaotic world. How could he be willing to become someone else's lackey? He seemed to feel that although the mysterious beast tamer was powerful, he seemed to be wary of the river. "You can take it as your glory," said the mysterious beast tamer. The mysterious beast tamer said, "Throughout the long years, only this mount of mine was fortunate enough to become my servant. As for you, you are the second. Even the other hundreds of descendants of the ancient beasts weren't qualified to be his servant. He only had one servant, the leader of the descendants of the ancient beasts. It was as if being his servant was a very impressive thing. Glory." Fong Chun looked calm. At this point, there was no use in being anxious. He could only take one step at a time. If there was no other way, he would jump into the river. He bet that the mysterious beast tamer wouldn't dare to enter. However, he felt a little bitter. It wasn't easy for him to grow up in the broken space and obtain the Sky Destroyer sword. He swept through the broken space and recovered his strength. He didn't expect to meet such a mysterious beast tamer as soon as he came out. However, looking back at his life, from his humble beginnings until now, he had never had a smooth journey. His path had always been bumpy. What kind of storm had he not seen before? Could mere beast tamer do anything to him? He shrugged and said, "I don't want your so-called glory." Boom! The mysterious beast tamer clenched his fists and his bones cracked. The hundreds of descendants of the ancient beasts behind him roared in anger. You know nothing about my strength. In the heavy atmosphere, the mysterious beast tamer suddenly loosened his fists and said, I don't blame you. After all, you don't know how destructive a top expert can be. In this world, the strong are respected. Whoever has the biggest fist has the last word. Since you don't want to be my servant, I will use my fist to do the talking. The mysterious beast tamer said, However, when my fist defeats you, you are no longer qualified to be my servant. He pointed at the descendants of the ancient beasts behind him and said coldly, At that time, you will lose your mind like them and become a walking corpse. I will personally extract your primordial spirit and refine it. Killing intent surged from Feng Chen's body. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. Kill! The mysterious beast tamer roared furiously. Over 100 descendants of ancient ferocious beasts instantly went berserk. He personally made a move, wanting to suppress Feng Chen. However, the latter was already prepared. Facing the terrifying power that covered the sky and earth, he did not even turn his head. He directly took a step forward and jumped into the river. You're courting death. The mysterious beast tamer's face was ferocious. He didn't expect Feng Chen to really jump into the Soul River. That was the Soul River, a place that even he didn't dare to set foot in. Chapter 3852. Soul River. In the long river of time, no one dared enter the Soul River, and no one dared to explore the Soul River. Since ancient times, countless people had died in the Soul River. As time passed, the Soul River became a taboo. Even the demon devourer race, the strongest race in the world, didn't dare to step into the Soul River. The mysterious beast tamer stood with his hands behind his back, sitting on the back of the leader of the ancient beasts. His black eyes stared at the Soul River in silence. That was the Soul River. He still wanted to live, so he didn't dare to approach it. However, Feng Chen, who had the bloodline of the vermilion bird, jumped in directly. Damn it! The mysterious beast tamer clenched his fists. He would rather die than hand over the bloodline of the vermilion bird. His plan had failed, and he was furious. Oomph! After a long time, he snorted and led the army away from the Soul River. Inside the Soul River, an extremely cold energy swept through his body. The moment Feng Chen jumped in, he felt his heart trembling. The energy left in his heart by the sky dragon, Supreme, suddenly erupted and shrouded his body. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely be shocked. The water of the Soul River couldn't get close to his body. At this moment, at the bottom of the Soul River, there were two beautiful figures. After Feng Chen stabilized his body, he felt the bloodline of the vermilion bird flowing into his heart, fusing with the power of the Sky Dragon Supreme and protecting him. What is this place? Even if his Yuan spirit was close to the Dao manifestation realm, he could still feel fear. If it wasn't for the power of the Sky Dragon Supreme and the protection of the bloodline of the ancient vermilion bird, he would have exploded and died. Splash! Because of his arrival, the calm Soul River started to ripple. He was pushed to the bottom of the Soul River by the huge wave, and he saw a trace of light. Is there something shining? Feng Chen moved forward slowly. After a while, he went around the huge reef and saw a shocking scene. That was a cold figure was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the Soul River, motionless. Her eyelashes were drooping, and her eyes were closed. She wasn't even breathing. She just sat there quietly, and it was incomparably alluring. Senior Lung Xian. Feng Chen cried out in alarm. Why was Lung Xian here? He quickly flew towards Lung Xian's direction. However, the closer he got to Lung Xian, the more he was shocked to discover that there was a terrifying, repulsive force preventing him from moving forward. What's going on? Feng Chen could not figure out. However, just as he was feeling extremely anxious, he discovered that Lung Xian's fair fingers were trembling slightly. Senior Lung Xian is not dead. He sensed Lung Xian's abnormality. Although he couldn't sense any aura, as if she was a living dead, he saw Lung Xian's fingers trembling, as if she was giving him directions. At this moment, he no longer had the time to ponder why Lung Xian would be in such a terrifying place. Instead, He followed Lung Xian's finger and continued to advance in a certain direction. That is, after taking a few steps, he was stunned. A familiar face appeared before his eyes. It was Princess Phoenix, who had once fought alongside him. Why is she here? Fang Chun was completely stunned. If Senior Lung Xian was here, it could be explained that she was cultivating and transforming. But what about Princess Wang? Princess Wang, Fang Chun called out loudly. Princess Wang had her eyes closed and her breathing was even, as though she didn't hear Fang Chun's call. After that, he took a large step forward and came before Princess Wang. He stretched out his hand and pushed lightly. A moment later, Princess Wang's eyelashes twitched as she opened her eyes. Who are you? Sensing the approach of a stranger, Princess Wang's expression instantly turned gloomy. The energy in her body directly erupted forth as she glared at Fang Chun in anger. You don't recognize me? Fang Chun was astonished. Could it be that Princess Huang had lost her memories? Princess Huang shook her head. Her attitude towards Fang Chun was extremely cold. She hated it when strange men got close to her. In fact, she even felt a trace of killing intent towards Fang Chun. Where is this place? Fang Chun asked. He suspected that it was this place that caused Princess Huang to temporarily lose her memories. Hence, he had to figure out where this place was before he could plan his next step. Also, he recalled that Senior Lung Xian gave him directions earlier. She clearly wanted him to find Princess Huang. What was going on exactly? Soul River. Princess Huang said coldly. What? Fang Chun's jaw almost dropped. This was actually the legendary Soul River? In his mind, before he reincarnated, at the end of the Primal Chaos World's reincarnation path, the words of his sovereign appeared. He once said that the most dangerous place in the origin world was the Soul River. Once he encountered it, he had to leave as far as possible. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome if he got involved with the Soul River. Soul River? Fang Chun was shocked as he stared at Princess Huang. Since this was the Soul River, then how did Princess Huang survive? Could it be because of Senior Lung Xian's protection? Or was it because of the powerful methods of the primitive races? He shook his head forcefully. He felt like he was dreaming. Not only did he enter the Soul River, he even reached the bottom of the Soul River. If people in the outside world were to know about this, they would definitely think that he was crazy. Right now, Fang Chun was very glad that he actually made it through. It was all thanks to the power of the Sky Dragon Sovereign's heart and the heaven-defying bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the Vermilion Bird, that he was able to come here unscathed. Who? Fang Chun took a deep breath and suppressed the calmness in his heart. His gaze once again fell on Princess Huang. In the Soul River, Princess Huang's peerless appearance was reflected. Her fair cheeks carried some coldness. She wore a white dress that perfectly outlined her impressive figure. At the very least, Fang Chun had seen countless beautiful women in his 2 lives. Princess Huang's appearance could be ranked in the top 3. Her coldness was very special. Why did you come here? Fang Chun couldn't help but ask. This was the question he was most puzzled about. Back then, he was chased by the Ghost Manor Lord and fell into a spatial storm. He almost died. By chance, he came to the Death Cliff. Then, he met Senior Lung Xian and was thrown into a shattered space to temper himself. He didn't expect that not long after he came out, he would be chased by a mysterious beast tamer. Helpless, he jumped into the Soul River. Who would have thought that Princess Huang actually came to the Soul River before him? Could it be that Princess Huang was also chased and had no choice but to jump into the Soul River? Or could it be that the primitive races had long expected that he would enter the Soul River and let Princess Huang come here first to wait for him? However, this was only his guess. He turned his head and looked at Lung Xian, who was like a living corpse. His heart was filled with doubts. First, he could confirm that Senior Lung Xian wasn't dead. Although she wasn't breathing, she was surviving in the Soul River in a special way. As for what kind of method, Fang Chun couldn't understand it. Secondly, Senior Lung Xian guided him to find Princess Huang. What was the meaning of this? Chapter 3853. Princess Huang had temporarily lost her memory, forgetting everything that happened in the past. She didn't even recognize herself. She treated herself as an enemy, and her eyes were filled with vigilance. At the same time, a layer of grayish ripples surrounded her body. It was these ripples that blocked the corrosion of the Soul River. "You don't remember me?" Fong Chen asked. He was puzzled. Why was Senior Lung Xian in the Soul River and Princess Huang here? One must know. This was the Soul River. Even a half-step chaotic supreme wouldn't dare to step into this place. If he wasn't forced by the mysterious beast tamer, he wouldn't have jumped into the Soul River. Buzz. Hearing Fong Chen's words, a trace of doubt appeared on Princess Huang's calm face. Her red lips parted slightly as she asked, "Should I know you?" Fong Chen shrugged his shoulders. Soon after, he briefly explained the matter between him and Princess Huang. However, to his surprise, the latter didn't reveal any expression. Instead, she shook her head gently. "Gotcha." At this moment, Fong Chen suddenly heard a crisp sound. Following that, he discovered that there seemed to be a whirlpool beneath Princess Huang's feet. The terrifying whirlpool released a terrifying power. "Not good," Fong Chen exclaimed in his heart. However, it was too late. Princess Huang had already been drawn into the whirlpool. In the blink of an eye, she was swallowed by the whirlpool. After that, the whirlpool disappeared and the Soul River returned to its calm state. What's going on? Fong Chen was filled with worry. Where did the whirlpool in the Soul River bring Princess Huang to? He tried his best to calm his heart and turned to look at Lung Xian. The current Lung Xian wasn't breathing, but Fong Chen could sense that she wasn't dead. She was just living in another way. Buzz. On Lung Xian's forehead, there was a dazzling radiance. Layers of ripples spread out from her forehead, passing through the Soul River and covering Fong Chen's body. The latter's body jolted. Only then did he realize that it was a layer of protection. He was touched. Even if Senior Lung Xian had become a zombie, she was still protecting him. "Senior Lung Xian, don't worry. I will definitely think of a way to save you." He was now deep in the Soul River, and it was difficult to find a way out. He believed that Senior Lung Xian must have been suppressed by some kind of power in the Soul River, which was why he was acting like a living dead. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt an immense pressure on his body. He looked down and realized that he had reached the deepest part of the Soul River in the blink of an eye. What happened? He realized that all of this was because of the protective layer on his body. It was forcefully pulling him to a deeper place. Where is Senior Lung Xian sending me? He realized that this should be the work of Senior Lung Xian. He simply stopped struggling and allowed the protective layer on his body to pull at him. After a while, he felt as if he was passing through a realm wall. When he felt a ray of light, he suddenly opened his eyes. This was an underwater palace, and the entire palace was made of luminous pearls. The surroundings were protected by a great formation, and the mixed water couldn't get close. Senior Lung Xian sent me here. What is the meaning of this? Fong Chen was stunned. The Soul River was a place that made countless experts tremble in fear. However, there was a palace under the Soul River. What kind of palace was this? Or rather, who built this palace? Suddenly, a bold idea surfaced in Fong Chen's mind. Could this palace be related to the primitive tribes? Otherwise, when Princess Huang was swallowed by the whirlpool, Senior Lung Xian didn't stop her. Moreover, when Princess Huang just disappeared, Senior Lung Xian used his last bit of strength to send him here. If there was anyone in this world who wasn't afraid of the Soul River, then the primitive tribes would definitely be the first. After all, they were a tribe born from nature. Their strength was unimaginable. Building a palace under the Soul River was something that the primitive tribes could do. Phew! Fong Chen's breathing was a little hurried. If his guess was true, then the question was, why would the primitive tribes build a palace under the Soul River? And why would they send Princess Huang here? He tiptoed to the entrance of the palace. He stretched out his palm and gently pressed on the door. With a creak, the door opened automatically. This made him a little stunned. He took a step forward and stepped into the palace. The scene that entered his eyes completely stunned him. Princess Huang, who was swallowed by the whirlpool in the Soul River, was actually sitting in the center of the palace. No, to be precise, it should be a statue. The white jade statue sat perfectly in the center of the palace. Moreover, its appearance was exactly the same as Princess Huang. "What's going on?" Fang Chun cried out involuntarily. Why would there be a statue of Princess Huang in the palace under the Soul River? His first reaction was that the owner of this white jade statue shouldn't be Princess Huang. It might be someone related to Princess Huang. Once, he had asked Princess Huang before. Although the latter was related to the primitive tribes, she wasn't a member of the primitive tribes. It was only because her master was a member of the primitive tribes. But now, Fang Chun was more and more certain that Princess Huang definitely had a deeper relationship with the primitive tribes. Maybe this palace under the Soul River was where the mystery of Princess Huang's origins lay. Could it be that the owner of this white jade statue is Princess Huang's mother or ancestor? Fang Chen's eyes turned as he pondered in his mind. He walked step by step towards Bai Yu's statue. Suddenly, he felt a strong resistance. The perfect bloodline in his body suddenly erupted, enveloping his entire body, resisting the terrifying, repulsive force from Bai Yu's statue. At the same time, the vermilion bird bloodline was also released. It engulfed the entire palace, forcefully suppressing the powerful, corrosive force in the air. Bai Yu's statue is rejecting me. Fang Chen was even more puzzled. What was going on? What was the purpose of Senior Long Xian sending him here? Where did Princess Huang go? Was she also sent into the palace by the whirlpool? Or was she in the palace, accepting the inheritance of the primitive tribes? Hence, Bai Yu's statue stopped him, afraid that he would destroy her inheritance? Of course, all of this was his own guess. If he wanted to verify it, he had to investigate everything. And all of these doubts started from Bai Yu's statue. Buzz. He felt that the perfect bloodline had a great suppressive effect on the repulsive force of Bai Yu's statue. He borrowed the power of his bloodline and gradually approached Bai Yu's statue, wanting to find out the truth. Boom! His heart was beating faster, and all the meridians in his body were starting to stiffen. His eyes were bloodshot, as if his emotions were greatly affected. His entire body's movements became sluggish. This was Fang Chen's current state. Chapter 38:54. Under the Soul River, in the center of the palace. The white jade statue stood there for a long time. The carvings were exquisite and lifelike. At that moment, Fang Chun was walking towards the white jade statue in a state that bordered on insanity. With every step he took, he felt extremely troubled. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to move forward. His breathing was rapid, and his heart was beating faster. The meridians in his body were extremely stiff, and his eyes were red. He seemed to have fallen into a state of madness and gradually lost his mind. He staggered forward like a walking corpse. Buzz! Around the white jade statue, layers of gray halos suddenly appeared. As soon as these gray halos appeared, they immediately suppressed Fang Chen's perfect bloodline and tried to absorb his vermilion bird bloodline. Dong! Fang Chun was stunned, and in the next moment, he completely lost consciousness. In the next instant, Fang Chun looked around and realized that he had appeared in an empty space. His surroundings were completely sealed, and he couldn't leave at all. He attacked the seal frantically, but it was useless. The seal was too strong, and he couldn't do anything. Phew! After 3 days and 3 nights of continuous bombardment, the energy in his body was finally exhausted. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat as he sat down on the ground. He raised his head and stared at the empty space. He did not understand why he was sealed here. Could it be, in his body, the perfect bloodline suddenly fluctuated? Fang Chun instantly understood that he had fallen into a dream. Dong! At this moment, a puppet fighter suddenly appeared in the void space. As soon as the puppet fighter appeared, it launched a fierce and overbearing attack on Fang Chun. Every attack was aimed at Fang Chen's Achilles heel. It used the most fatal force to attack Fang Chun. Bang! After a few minutes, Fang Chun was defeated. The puppet fighter glanced at him and found a place to sit down. It seemed that Fang Chun had to defeat it to leave this void space. Is this a training in a dream? Fang Chun muttered to himself. He had experienced this many times, but he couldn't understand what was hidden in the white jade statue. Why did he fall into a dream? Could it be that all of this was related to Princess Huang? His heart was filled with countless doubts. From the information he had obtained, Princess Huang's identity was very mysterious. She was definitely not as simple as she seemed on the surface. In fact, Fang Chun even suspected that Princess Phoenix was a member of one of the primordial races. The blood of the primordial races flowed through her veins. Otherwise, why would the primordial races send her to look for him and explore the location of the heavenly dragon sovereign's heart? After that, they even fought side by side, going through life and death situations, almost dying in the Ghost Manor's territory. The past was vivid in his mind, but Fang Chun shook his head forcefully. He knew that the most important thing now was to solve the problem in front of him. If he was trapped in a dream, his real body would be in danger. After all, no one knew exactly what sort of dangers existed in that palace. That was a palace under the Soul River. To be able to build a palace in such a dangerous place, one could imagine how powerful the owner of the palace was. Whoosh! Thinking of this, Fang Chun quickly adjusted his mentality, stood up again, and walked to the front of the war puppet. Boom! Seeing this, the war puppet stood up and tangled with Fang Chun again. With the previous experience, Fang Chun threw himself into the battle. Soon, he found the war puppet's fatal weakness and defeated it in one fell swoop. Boom! The war puppet exploded and dissipated into the void. Seeing this, Fang Chun grinned. Since the war puppet had been defeated, it was time for him to go back, right? However, the next scene almost drove him crazy. This was because a new war puppet had appeared in front of him. The strength of this war puppet was much stronger than the previous one. Fang Chun curled his lips. He felt helpless, but there was no better way at the moment. He could only continue to fight the enemy. What he did not expect was that the war puppet seemed to be endless. After defeating one, a new war puppet would appear immediately. In this way, he had been fighting with the war puppet for more than 3 months. Bang! This was already the 10th war puppet that he had defeated. In the later stages, every new war puppet was very powerful. It was too difficult to deal with them, so his speed was greatly reduced. However, the smile on his face gradually froze. This was because a new war puppet had appeared again. When will it end? Fang Chun was confused. Was he going to be trapped in the dream realm for the rest of his life? In the core of the forbidden zone of life in the origin world, in front of a lush mountain stream, White Ape suddenly appeared. He bowed deeply to the stream, his face full of respect. How is it? A deep voice suddenly came from the empty mountain stream. White Ape was startled, and then he quickly reported, according to the information we received, Fang Chun and Phoenix seemed to have entered the Cliff of Death. Some time ago, we were still able to grasp Phoenix's specific location, but there was an accident halfway. Phoenix was being hunted down, so she had no choice but to jump into the Soul River. When White Ape heard the words Soul River, he could clearly feel that the pressure around the mountain stream suddenly increased. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and the mountain stream gradually calmed down. The deep voice came again. Phoenix entered the Soul River? There was a trace of seriousness in the voice. What about Fang Chun? Fang Chun met Lung Xian, who sent him into the shattered space to train. Not long ago, his combat strength increased, and he unified the shattered space. Unfortunately, after he came out, he encountered the Beast Tamer, and then he fled into the Soul River. The two people that the primitive clans were concerned about had entered the Soul River. Suddenly, the atmosphere in front of the mountain stream froze. That person did not speak, and White Ape did not dare to speak either. He bowed and waited for the person's order. After a long time, the Soul River is very special. Ordinary people will definitely die if they enter, but Phoenix should be fine, and there will be a great opportunity. I just don't know if she can grasp it. If she could grasp it, then she would soar to the sky. If she cannot grasp it, then only death would await her. Continue to pay attention to every movement of the Soul River and the whereabouts of the Beast Tamer. After that, the mountain stream calmed down again. White Ape bowed deeply, then got up and left the core of the Forbidden Zone. He had a complicated expression. That was the Soul River. How could Fong Chun resist it? Just because of the perfect bloodline in his body. Sigh, I don't know what that person is thinking. White Ape shook his head. He could not figure out what that person was thinking, nor did he dare to guess. The entire White Ape clan was a subsidiary clan of the primitive clans. If he offended the primitive clans because of him, then the White Ape clan would be completely destroyed. He would be the eternal sinner of the White Ape clan. Chapter 3855. If the 100 reincarnations that Fong Chun had experienced in the past were kind of blissful cultivation, then being trapped in the dream realm this time was a painful memory. At this moment, Fong Chun was about to go crazy in the sealed void battlefield. It hadn't been long since he came out of the broken space, and he was already trapped in the dream. In the past, he would laugh every time he defeated a puppet fighter, but now he was numb. You would never know how many puppet fighters there were in the void battlefield. In short, Fong Chun couldn't remember clearly. He was now like a walking corpse, fighting with the puppet fighters. As time passed, the strength of the puppet fighters became stronger and stronger. In the end, Fong Chun couldn't handle it anymore. It took him more than 3 months to defeat a puppet fighter. Phew! Sitting on the ground, Fong Chun was sweating profusely. He had been trapped in the dream for 10 years. Although the battle with the puppet fighters had greatly increased his combat experience, it was too boring to be in the same place and repeat the same thing. When can I get out? Fong Chun couldn't help but curse. He seriously recalled what he had experienced before. First of all the doubts were related to Senior Lung Xian. Why did she enter the Soul River? Why did she become a living corpse? Logically speaking, there were only 2 situations when one entered the Soul River. The first was complete death. The second was to rely on a secret technique to resist the invasion of the Soul River and survive. However, Senior Lung Xian became a living corpse and guided him to Princess Huang. For some reason, the latter also entered the Soul River and lost her memory. This drove Fong Chun crazy. Who built the palace under the Soul River? Could it be a primitive tribe? Fong Chun shook his head and rejected this idea. If it was built by a primitive tribe, then what was the statue in the middle of the palace? With the status of a primitive tribe, it was impossible for them to build a white jade statue for no reason. Unless the owner of this white jade statue was a leader of the primitive tribe. However, this white jade statue looked exactly the same as Princess Huang. Moreover, Princess Huang was sucked away by the whirlpool under the Soul River. As for himself, he was also sucked into the palace. What he was sure of was that Princess Huang was definitely in the palace. Maybe the white jade statue in the center of the palace was her mother or her ancestor. She came here to accept the inheritance? Dong! At this moment, a new puppet fighter gradually took shape. Fong Chun heaved a sigh and got up to continue fighting. Again and again, his understanding of the ultimate sword Dao had reached a whole new level, and the strength of the puppet fighters had also become stronger. Time passed. 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chun had been trapped in the dream for 100 years. Of course, this amount of time was nothing more than a snap of the fingers for cultivators. But for Fong Chun, it was simply torture. In these 100 years, the Death Cliff had undergone great changes. Many members of the demon-devouring tribe had also quietly invaded, as though they were searching for something. The appearance of the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon, which had caused a huge uproar, had also quieted down. The Death Cliff was filled with endless danger. However, the Soul River was still silent. Apart from that, a great commotion had occurred in the Origin world as well. According to the news from the 4 sacred grounds, the patriarch of the demon-devouring clan had reached a critical point in his seclusion. He needed all the cultivation resources in the entire Origin world to help him overcome this crisis. Therefore, in these 100 years, the 4 sacred lands had issued orders for all the manors under their command to begin searching for rare treasures. Anything that could be used would be sent to the 4 sacred lands, and finally brought back by the demon-devouring tribe's patriarch's emissaries. In the Ghost Manor territory, the Ghost Manor Lord was surrounded by black mist. His face was gloomy, and his fists were clenched tightly. He was extremely angry. Oomph! When the Ghost Manor was in dire straits, the four sacred lands did not help. After so many years, I have led the Ghost Manor to rise again. Yet, the four sacred lands want me to offer up all the rare treasures? Clearly, the Ghost Manor Lord was very angry. Beside him, a blue-robed middle-aged man said, "Brother, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Last time, you attacked 2 juniors and drew out the primitive tribes. If you offend the 4 sacred lands this time, you will definitely be condemned by the 4 sacred lands. At that time, the Ghost Manor will not be able to resist." The Ghost Manor Lord fell into silence, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. The Ghost Manor was different from the other manors. The other manors were absolutely loyal to the 4 sacred lands, but the Ghost Manor was an independent faction. This was because there was a path under the Ghost Manor that led to the underworld. The souls of all the dead demon-devouring tribe members would enter the underworld. As for the Ghost Mansion Master, he controlled a path that led to the underworld. This was also his escape route. If he was truly forced into a corner and started a war with the 4 great sacred lands, he would immediately enter the underworld if he was defeated. The 4 sacred lands would not dare to attack the underworld, even if they had 100 times the courage. Once they destroyed the underworld, hundreds of millions of vengeful souls would appear, and the entire origin world would be completely destroyed. This was something that the demon-devouring tribe patriarch did not want to see, and the 4 sacred lands did not dare to do it. Whoosh! Suppressing the anger in his heart, the Ghost Manor Lord loosened his fists. At this time, a voice came from outside. "The emissary of the sacred lands has arrived." The Ghost Manor Lord walked out of his room and saw the arrogant emissary. He walked over with a gloomy expression. "The sacred lands have ordered the Ghost Manor Lord to receive the order." "Speak," the Ghost Manor Lord said coldly. The emissary's expression changed. "Ghost Manor Lord, what is the meaning of this?" Whoosh! The Ghost Manor Lord grabbed him by the collar and glared at him. "This is the Ghost Manor. You better not make me angry." Slap! The emissary was thrown to the ground, his heart filled with fear and anger. "I am the emissary of the sacred lands. I represent the will of the sacred lands. You dare touch me? Are you not afraid of the Sacred Lands Crusade?" The 4 sacred lands were the core of the demon-devouring tribe, and also the 4 top forces under the demon-devouring tribe patriarch. As the emissary of the sacred lands, and this time he was working for the legendary demon-devouring tribe patriarch, he naturally had his own pride, and being humiliated by the Ghost Manor Lord in public made him furious. Boom! The Ghost Manor Lord stepped on the emissary's body and said coldly, "It is because you are the emissary of the sacred lands that you are able to keep your life. Otherwise, do you think you would still be able to speak?" The emissary's body trembled. Feeling the cold and terrifying gaze, he stuttered a little. Oh. The emissary was afraid. He was really afraid. He had long heard that the Ghost Manor Lord was strange and did not stick to one pattern. Today, he finally experienced it for himself. He even suspected that if he continued to act arrogantly with his identity as the emissary of the sacred lands, the Ghost Manor Lord would definitely kill him. Chapter 3856. The will of the sacred lands was equivalent to one of the highest orders of the devouring demon clan. If the devouring demon clan's patriarch did not appear, then the will of the sacred lands was the strongest. The 4 sacred lands were the claws and fangs of the devouring demon clan's patriarch, as well as his confidants. In order to pursue the legendary realm of primal chaos controller, he threw away all distracting thoughts and spent most of his time in seclusion. Therefore, the vast origin realm was under the control of the 4 sacred lands. Once any race had reached the peak of reproduction, all kinds of problems would inevitably occur. The devouring demon clan was no exception. If the devouring demon clan's patriarch was present, no one would dare to have any other thoughts. But now, the devouring demon clan's patriarch had yet to come out of seclusion. The forces under the 4 sacred lands gradually began to evolve. Each of them wanted to fight for more resources. However, no matter what, the four sacred lands were the targets of the various prefectures. They had to obey the orders of the sacred lands. That was why the sacred lands envoy was so arrogant. In their eyes, a mere lord of a prefecture was nothing in front of the sacred lands. However, he encountered the Ghost Palace's lord. Although the latter was also from the devouring demon clan, he had betrayed them a long time ago. Moreover, he had obtained a trace of the underworld's inheritance and established the underworld above the underworld's passageway. He had his own plans and plans. A mere sacred lands envoy dared to show off in front of him. He was simply courting death. Crack! He exerted force with his foot. Immediately, the envoy's chest seemed to collapse. The sound of bones shattering could be heard. The envoy screamed and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Lord," the Ghost Palace's lord removed his foot and said coldly, "Speak." This time, the envoy had learned his lesson. He did not dare to act presumptuously in front of the Ghost Palace's lord. After standing up, he said in a low voice, "Lord, the sacred lands sent me to the Ghost Palace territory with a mission for the Ghost Palace to complete." Then, he reported the details of the mission to the Ghost Palace's lord. The latter's expression was calm, but a trace of cold, killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. "You want me to hand over the cultivation resources the Ghost Palace has collected over the years?" he said coldly. The blue-robed, middle-aged man beside him could see the Ghost Palace's lord's anger. He secretly tugged on the Ghost Palace's lord's clothes, indicating him to calm down. After all, this envoy represented the sacred land's will. If they really killed him, the Holy Land would be humiliated, and they would definitely stop at nothing to deal with the Ghost Manor. At that time, they would have no choice but to escape into the Netherworld. After all, the entire Origin World belonged to the devil-devouring clan. The Ghost Manor Lord glanced at the emissary and said, "My Ghost Manor has encountered countless difficulties and sought help from the Sacred Land, but the Sacred Land turned a blind eye to it. Over the years, the Ghost Manor has finally developed under my leadership, but the Sacred Land wants me to hand over all the cultivation resources we've gathered over the years." "Palace Lord, the four great holy lands are all doing the same thing. I'm sure you've heard some rumors. The cultivation resources that we're collecting are not for the Holy Lands to use, but for the old ancestor." The Holy Land emissary was filled with respect when he mentioned the old ancestor. No one in the devouring demon clan would be disrespectful to the great ancestor. "Patriarch?" The Ghost Manor Lord's eyes flickered. To be honest, he was also afraid of the legendary ancestor. After all, he was a peak existence that had created an origin world. No one in the entire primal chaos void was a match for him. A single word from him could control the lives of hundreds of millions of clansmen. "Phew." The Ghost Manor Lord took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, "Go back first. I'll sort out the cultivation resources and send them to the Sacred Land soon." "All right, then I'll take my leave first." With that, the Holy Land emissary quickly left the City Lord Manor. Bang! The Ghost Manor Lord smashed the wooden table beside him with a ferocious expression. This is too much. The Ghost Manor's accumulation over the years was to prepare for opening the forbidden land of the underworld. If they were to hand it all over to the Sacred Land, his plans over the years would be completely ruined. "Don't be rash," the blue-robed middle-aged man dissuaded. "You should be aware of the old ancestor's strength. The four great holy lands are currently collecting cultivation resources for him. Perhaps he's reached the most critical moment of his seclusion and is making the final push. Perhaps something went wrong with his seclusion." The blue-robed middle-aged man leaned towards the second possibility. After all, at their level, it was extremely difficult to advance any further. The slightest carelessness could lead to danger. No matter what, the four great holy lands are collecting cultivation resources for the old ancestor. At this juncture, you'll be condemned by everyone if you resist, the blue-robed middle-aged man said. The Ghost Manor Lord nodded. Whoosh! At this moment, a blue light flashed between his eyebrows. His expression changed as his figure flashed and disappeared into the ground. He knew that the blue light was a signal from the underworld. After passing through layers of seals, the Ghost Manor Lord arrived at a depth of 10 billion miles. Normally speaking, even a limit saint would not be able to dive so deep. However, the Ghost Manor Lord was not an ordinary saint. He had the mark of the underworld. Whoosh! The deeper he went, the more the blue light on his forehead flickered. Soon, he arrived at the boundary. Looking at the boundary, the Ghost Manor Lord became even more determined. Buzz! He opened his palm and gently pinched the blue jade pendant. His figure instantly disappeared. In the origin world, orders from the sacred lands were everywhere. All the cultivation resources of the manors were being counted and prepared to be handed over. However, the Cliff of Death gradually quieted down. Some guessed that the powerful existences in the Cliff of Death might have heard the news about the old ancestor and thus calmed down, not daring to act rashly. Some said that the powerful existences in the Cliff of Death had fallen into a deep sleep and were making their final push. Of course, some said that this was the rhythm of the dark storm before dawn. In short, everyone was anxious, and the atmosphere in the Cliff of Death was unprecedentedly tense. As for Fang Chun, he was still trapped in the dreamland. He had been trapped in it for over 30 years. The speed at which the puppet fighters are condensing is slowing down. He discovered that after defeating one puppet fighter, the speed at which another puppet fighter was condensing had greatly decreased. In the past, it would condense in an instant. Now, it would take more than a month to condense. Sometimes, it would even take half a year or even a year to condense. He guessed that the condensing of puppet fighters would consume the energy of the Void Battleground. In the past 30 years, he had defeated countless puppet fighters, and the Void Battleground's energy had been greatly depleted. This caused the speed at which the puppet fighters were condensing to greatly decrease. If the puppet fighters in the Void Battleground are completely consumed and I am unable to condense another puppet fighter, will I be able to leave the dream realm and return to reality? Fang Chun thought to himself. When he thought of this, a trace of excitement rose in his heart. It seemed that escaping the dream realm was no longer out of reach. Chapter 38:57. Just as Fang Chun had guessed, the reason why so many puppet fighters could be condensed in the void battlefield in the dreamland was due to a special energy. Every time a puppet collapsed, a part of the energy would be consumed. Over time, once the energy was exhausted, the seal of the void battleground would break, and Fang Chun would be able to easily leave the dream world and return to reality. At this moment, he was no longer in the mood to think about how he had entered the dreamland and what the white jade statue meant. He wanted nothing more than to leave this place. Rumble. The ultimate sword Dao grew sharper and sharper. Every streak of sword light was imbued with immense power. It was as if they possessed the power to split the heavens and earth apart. They struck the war puppet viciously, leaving behind obvious sword marks. Whoosh! Fang Chun took a deep breath and stomped his foot, unleashing the power of the vermilion bird bloodline. The puppet fighter's movements slowed down significantly. At this moment, he seized the opportunity and pierced the puppet fighter's head with his sword, destroying its core. Crack! The war puppet gradually shattered and scattered with the wind. Fang Chun held the heaven-destroying sword in his hand and smiled faintly. After being trapped in the dream for dozens of years, he had finally grasped the puppet fighter's fatal weakness. They were not afraid of any kind of attack, but they were repelled by the bloodline of ancient divine beasts. After countless experiments, Fang Chun understood that as long as he released the vermilion bird bloodline, he could slow down the puppet fighter's movements. Although it was only for a few seconds, it was enough for a powerhouse like him. The heaven-destroying sword could pierce through the core of a puppet fighter at the fastest speed. This way, he would be much more relaxed. 10 years later, Fang Chun's cultivation had finally recovered to the peak of his previous life. He had stepped into the great circle of the 9th stage. If he used his full strength, coupled with the heaven-destroying sword and the ultimate sword art, he could easily kill an invincible saint. He could even fight against an ultimate saint. Whoosh! He heaved a sigh of relief and gazed at the void battleground. It took him 5 years to condense a puppet fighter. Fang Chun could clearly feel that after the puppet fighter was condensed, The power in the void battleground seemed to have been drained in an instant. He realized that this puppet fighter should be the last one. As long as he defeated it, he would be able to break the seal of the void battleground and leave the dreamland. Success or failure hinged on this one move. Kill. Fang Chen bellowed. He didn't give the puppet fighter a chance to retaliate. He made the first move and performed the ultimate sword principle. The terrifying ultimate sword technique was continuously released onto the sky-crushing sword. Countless sword lights crisscrossed and trapped the puppet fighter. Roar. Suddenly, the war puppet looked up to the sky and roared, as if it was about to launch a devastating attack. Having been trapped in the void battleground for decades, Fang Chun had experienced battles all the time. He was well aware of the puppet fighter's movements. Naturally, he would not let the puppet fighter attack. Otherwise, it would be difficult to resist. Buzz. The Vermilion Bird bloodline and the Perfect bloodline were released at the same time. The two powerful bloodlines crisscrossed and surrounded the puppet fighter, slowing down its movements. At this moment, Fang Chun slashed with his sword. Crack! To his surprise, the sky-crushing sword did not split the puppet fighter's head open. He cried out in surprise, but he quickly recovered. The binding power of the Vermilion Bird bloodline was weakening. In a few seconds, the puppet fighter would return to normal. At that time, it would be difficult for him to defeat it. Whoosh! In a flash, he made a shocking decision. He took a deep breath and controlled the vast Perfect bloodline, injecting it into the puppet fighter's head. Due to the uniqueness of the Perfect bloodline, the puppet fighter could not resist it. Even though the Perfect bloodline could not destroy the center of its head, it could cooperate with the Vermilion Bird bloodline. Boom! The sky-crushing sword accumulated power and struck the puppet fighter again. The Perfect bloodline instantly exploded and clashed with the Vermilion Bird bloodline. A powerful magnetic field formed and shattered the puppet fighter. Dong! Fang Chen's body was sent flying by the terrifying force. He fell to the ground for a long time before he recovered. His chest heaved and his face was slightly pale. Fortunately, the puppet fighter had been destroyed. His guess was right. The puppet fighter had consumed the last bit of energy in the void battleground. The void battleground became silent. No more puppet fighters were formed. This meant that Fang Chun had succeeded. Crack! A soft sound entered his ears. Fang Chun released his primordial spirit and discovered the changes in the void battleground. The seal was being lifted. Am I finally going out? An excited smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He used this period of time to recover as much energy as he could. After a while, the sound of a bell suddenly rang in his mind. Following that, a white light flashed, and he returned to reality. Whoosh! Fang Chen opened his eyes and found himself in front of the white jade statue. The square was silent. The white jade statue was also very quiet. There was nothing unusual. I'm finally out, Fang Chen muttered to himself. He lifted his head again and looked at the white jade statue. This lifelike, beautiful woman was exactly the same as Princess Huang. He even guessed that the owner of the white jade statue might be the ancestor of Princess Huang's bloodline. Maybe she was also a member of the primitive tribe? Otherwise, which force would be able to build such a huge palace under the Soul River? Wang. Just as he was thinking, the white jade statue's palm suddenly broke off and a line of small words appeared in front of his eyes. Fang Chen looked at these small words seriously. After reading them, he had a strange expression. It turned out that this so-called dream realm was just a test from the white jade statue. If he could break out of the dream realm within 100 years, he would pass. Otherwise, he would be trapped in the dream realm forever until the end of his life. Whoosh! Fang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. That was really dangerous. He almost couldn't get out. However, he still didn't understand why the white jade statue was testing him. Wang. The white jade statue emitted a gentle white light, illuminating the entire palace. Suddenly, walls appeared around the square, sealing it completely. On the walls, countless scenes appeared. Each scene was a beautiful figure fighting. Fang Chen discovered that the beautiful figure fighting was the owner of the white jade statue. What does this mean? Fang Chen was dumbfounded. These battle scenes were shown to him. Could it be that they wanted him to comprehend the secret arts in the scenes? In the scenes, it was a weak woman at the beginning. Then, she grew up step by step. This could be seen as the growth history of the owner of the white jade statue. However, in the process of her growth, a sentence appeared on one of the walls. Good and evil can be decided with a single thought. Fong Chen's eyes flickered as he muttered this sentence. Why were there no words in the other scenes except for this one? Unknowingly, Fong Chen's eyes turned blurry as though he was immersed in it. Chapter 38:58. Good and evil were separated by a single thought. This sentence was easy to understand, but difficult to understand. It was almost incomprehensible. Because this sentence itself had a certain ambiguity. Everyone's definition of good and evil was different. How could they reach a consensus? Obviously, it was impossible. However, Fong Chen knew that since the white jade statue had sent him into the dream, he had been trapped for decades to hone his combat skills. Now that he had just come out, there had been a series of changes, showing him her previous fighting style. He thought that this sentence should be the core. In the past, he thought that good was not killing and robbing, not doing any shady business, and cultivating openly, caring for the world, and being righteous. As long as he was firm in his dream, one day the world would be unified. However, later, after he came into contact with more of the cultivation world, he found that his so-called not killing and robbing and not doing heartless things were not good at all. Good was relative. Not killing did not mean that one was good. Not killing did not mean that one was evil. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. Where there were Jianghu, there would be disputes. And where there were disputes, there would naturally be good and evil. For example, if you killed an evil person, you might save hundreds of lives. Would you kill him or not? If you didn't kill him, hundreds of lives would be lost because of your wrong decision. What would they do? They were innocent. Good and evil. Fong Chen was confused. Since ancient times, good and evil were incompatible, and good and evil were opposite. Throughout his life, he had started cultivating from the ancient sword continent's divine wind nation. Along the way, he had stumbled and countless cultivators had died in his hands. However, he could pat his chest proudly and say that he had never killed the innocent. The people he had killed were all heinous people. Different camps represent different good and evil. Fong Chen muttered to himself, and the line of words kept echoing in his mind. All of a sudden, he looked at the pictures on the surrounding walls. At first, he thought that it was just the growth process of the owner of the white jade statue. But now, after thinking about it, he found that each picture on the wall represented the good and evil of the owner of the white jade statue at a stage. For example, on the first wall, she pursued martial arts wholeheartedly. As long as someone blocked her path, she would kill them without mercy, regardless of good or evil. At this stage, he was a selfish martial artist. But in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, she was not wrong. On the ninth wall, she had a faint aura of a leader. At this time, she was no longer blindly pursuing the peak of martial arts. Instead, she was seeking a balance between justice and evil. She wanted to work hard to change the world so that good and evil could coexist. At this stage, her thoughts had already transformed, and she had become a true leader. The 35th wall, the 96th wall, his gaze shifted to the 188th wall. At this time, the owner of the white jade statue's temperament had undergone another transformation. She seemed to stand at the highest peak, without any desires, as if all other mountains were small and insignificant beneath her. The 366th wall. She had comprehended an ultimate Tao and stepped into the half-step primal chaos supremacy level. However, for the sake of her race, she had fallen into dire straits. At this moment, although she was in despair, her heart was very clear. The good and evil that she had pursued in her life was to protect her race and defend against foreign enemies. Boom! Fong Chen was greatly impacted by the scenes on the wall. His primordial spirit was frantically revolving, and his aura was constantly rising. He could clearly sense the growth experience of the owner of the white jade statue from the many scenes on the wall, as well as the path of transformation to pursue good and evil. What is good and evil? Fang Chun muttered to himself. At the same time, in the Soul River above the palace, Lung Xian's eyelashes trembled slightly. Her red lips were gradually turning purple, and the white dress on her body was gradually corroding due to being soaked in the Soul River for a long time. However, there was a layer of gray halo on the surface of her skin, which completely covered her snow-white skin. Good and evil, what is it? A soft voice resounded in the Soul River. A teardrop rolled down Lung Xian's white cheeks. Rumble. On this day, the quiet Soul River suddenly surged. The water of the Soul River constantly swept up towering waves, and an extremely terrifying corrosive force swept across the world. Even the nearby mountain ranges were affected by it. The news spread quickly, and everyone in the Death Cliff was shocked. There were rumors that a fallen, peerless expert was about to revive in the Death Cliff, and that had angered the Soul River. There were also rumors that there was a treasure under the Soul River, but no one dared to go close to the Soul River. Even the mysterious beast tamer who had witnessed Fang Chun jumping into the Soul River had a change of expression when he talked about it. The rebellion of the Soul River had attracted the attention of the Death Cliff. Everyone was guessing why the Soul River was rebelling and whether the water of the Soul River would flow out and spread to every corner of the Death Cliff. This was related to everyone's life and death, and they had to pay attention to it. Finally, on the 7th day of the rumor, a powerful ancient tribe in the Death Cliff spoke. The Death Cliff is the place where the martyrs fell. You have barged into the Death Cliff and angered the martyrs, causing the Soul River to rebel. The ancient tribe's expert shouted across the sky, "Quickly retreat from the Death Cliff and return the Death Cliff to its peaceful state. Otherwise, the Soul River will flood the Death Cliff and wash the Death Cliff with blood." When this news came out, the entire Death Cliff was in an uproar. Some timid martial artists were already looking for a way to leave, and some thought that it was a trick of the ancient tribes in the Death Cliff to scare them and make them withdraw from the battle for the Ghost Emperor's weapon. Of course, there were also some who wanted to get close to the Soul River to investigate. But before they could get close to the Soul River, they were corroded by the Soul River and died. For a moment, the Death Cliff was filled with confusion. On a mountaintop, "How is it?" Sword Lunatic asked. The old ancestor of the beast shook his head with a gloomy face. The forces in the Death Cliff are complicated. Now that the Soul River is rebelling, it has caused everyone to feel uneasy. Once the Ghost Emperor's weapon appears, it will definitely lead to a fierce battle. They thought that they could easily get the weapon and report back. Who would have thought that it would lead to such a huge commotion? Sword Lunatic clenched his fist, and sword light flickered on his body. If Princess Wang was here, they wouldn't be in such a passive situation, right? Don't think about it. He jumped into the Soul River and will definitely die. The old ancestor of the beast shook his head. He didn't believe that anyone could survive in the Soul River. What should we do next? Sword Lunatic asked. Be careful. I have a feeling that the Soul River rebelling is related to the appearance of the Ghost Emperor's weapon. Chapter 38:59. Good and evil were separated by a single thought. What one thought of as good might be evil in the eyes of others, and what one thought of as evil might just be a desire to survive in the eyes of others. Good and evil were not differentiated by right or wrong, nor by race. As long as there was good in one's heart, it was good. Buzz. When Fang Chun muttered those words, his entire temperament underwent a drastic change. Golden light flowed on the surface of his skin, and his primordial spirit trembled as he attempted to reach the Tao manifestation realm again and again. Of course, there were very few people who wanted to reach the Tao manifestation realm since ancient times. Even some outstanding supremes were unable to do so, let alone a small cultivator like Fang Chun. He had no intention of reaching the Tao manifestation realm, but only wanted to raise his cultivation level and transform his perfect bloodline completely. Only then would he have a chance to resist the attack of the demon-devouring clan leader and save the entire Chaos Realm. Buzz. Rings of light appeared around his primordial spirit. Fang Chen's expression was calm as his primordial spirit continued to change. With each additional ring of light, the resistance against his primordial spirit would become stronger. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, 9 years had passed. During this period, the number of rings of light around his primordial spirit gradually increased. In 9 years, the number of rings of light had reached 100,000. At this moment, Fang Chen's primordial spirit had reached its limit and could no longer withstand the pressure of the rings of light. Condense. There was a hysterical roar in the depths of his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit trembled violently as it forcefully absorbed the 100,000 rings of light in an attempt to reach the Tao manifestation realm. However, in the end, it failed. After absorbing the 100,000 rings of light, Fang Chen's primordial spirit reached a completely new realm, but it was still a step away from the Tao manifestation realm. Although he had not reached the Tao manifestation realm, he still benefited greatly. Under the powerful effect of his primordial spirit, the perfect bloodline in his body gradually transformed, and it had completely absorbed the vermilion bird bloodline. After all, it was the bloodline of the ancient divine beast vermilion bird, which was rare in the world. Dong. The perfect bloodline continued to flow through Fang Chen's body. A faint golden color gradually appeared in his bright red blood. This was the greatest change to the perfect bloodline. Fang Chen even had a bold guess. If he absorbed all the bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts, would the perfect bloodline transform into the strongest bloodline in the world, surpassing the primordial bloodline? Of course, this was an almost impossible task. In the age of chaos, cultivation was even more difficult. The ancient divine beasts had long since gone extinct. Even the descendants of the ancient divine beasts were nearly extinct. He had only managed to obtain the vermilion bird bloodline from the people of the soaring Phoenix Manor by chance. The vermilion bird bloodline he had obtained back then was a little impure. However, after refining and purifying it with his perfect bloodline, the vermilion bird bloodline was able to unleash its greatest might, and its density had also increased greatly. That was how he had achieved what he had today. It was extremely difficult to obtain the azure dragon bloodline, the white tiger bloodline, and the black tortoise bloodline. Whoosh! After a long while, Fang Chen suddenly woke up. He instantly felt the changes in his body, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Has the perfect bloodline transformed? After absorbing the vermilion bird bloodline, the transformation of the perfect bloodline seemed to have opened up a new direction for Fang Chen. He had a premonition that it would not be long before his perfect bloodline would undergo the ultimate transformation. After comprehending the truth of good and evil, Fang Chen suddenly felt enlightened. His essence, qi, and spirit had all become stronger. He raised his head to look at the white jade statue and bowed deeply. Thinking about it carefully, the tests set by the owner of the white jade statue were all linked. First, he was trapped in the void battleground in the dreamland. Then, he used the uniqueness of the void battleground to form a puppet fighter, hone his fighting skills, and improve his actual combat strength. After successfully breaking out of the void battleground and escaping from the dreamland, he fell into a deeper level of enlightenment. What exactly was good and evil? This was probably the source of confusion for countless cultivators since ancient times after reaching a certain level. What was good? What was evil? There was no clear distinction between good and evil. The test set by the owner of the white jade statue was also to test the purity of Fang Chen's heart. If one harbored evil intentions, they would not be able to fully comprehend the truth of good and evil. After comprehending the truth of good and evil, the white jade statue helped Fang Chen complete the transformation of his primordial spirit. It also improved his strength again. Most importantly, his perfect bloodline had evolved again, and this time it had transformed after absorbing the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the vermilion bird. It was no exaggeration to say that. The transformation this time had given Fang Chen the qualifications to compete with the top powerhouses. At least, there were few people in the Saint realm who could threaten his life. However, he was still stuck at the threshold of the Supreme realm. Combining the cultivation experience of 2 lifetimes, Feng Chun was filled with emotions. No wonder so many experts from ancient times wanted to reincarnate and cultivate after standing at the peak. It was a pity that many people failed. After all, not everyone could reincarnate and cultivate again through the path of reincarnation. It was said that, back then, in order to prevent the experts of the Chaos Realm from reincarnating, the patriarch of the devouring demon clan led an army to attack the path of reincarnation. According to historical records, the path of reincarnation was severely damaged and disappeared from the world. If he had not met the great sage, Feng Chun would not have believed that the path of reincarnation really existed in the Chaos Realm. Whoosh! The more he cultivated, the more he felt that the great sage was unfathomable. Feng Chun even guessed that the great sage was the driving force behind all of this. Or was he the controller of the path of reincarnation? Of course, all of this was just speculation. There was no substantial evidence, and he did not need to prove anything. He reincarnated into the origin world with the help of the great sage. No matter what his identity was, he was thinking for the people of the Chaos Realm. This was enough. Feng Chun shook his head and looked at the white jade statue again. At this time, he was surprised to find that there were a few drops of tears flowing from one of the eyes of the white jade statue. This discovery made him turn pale with fright. How could there be tears on the statue? What was going on? He quickly walked in front of the statue. His powerful divine sense spread out and enveloped the white jade statue. He carefully examined it, trying to find clues. Crack! The arm of the white jade statue shattered, and 2 words gradually formed. Good and evil. These 2 words again. Feng Chun was puzzled. Why did the owner of the white jade statue keep emphasizing good and evil? What was her intention? Everyone had a different understanding of good and evil. Take Feng Chun, for example. The good in his heart was to save the Chaos Realm and prevent his family and friends from being implicated. Of course, the most important thing was that he did not want to see his hometown torn apart. This was his good. As for evil, in his understanding, the actions of the devouring demon clan were evil. They were natural enemies. Good and evil were naturally opposite. Chapter 3860. Kacha! A crisp sound echoed in the square. Feng Chun raised his head and stared at the white jade statue. At this moment, the statue was gradually shattering, its fragments scattered all over the ground. Feng Chun exclaimed. Why would the white jade statue shatter without any warning? What was going on? Could it be because of him? The white jade statue had always emphasized the distinction between good and evil. Not long ago, he had passed many tests and comprehended his inner understanding of good and evil. The white jade statue began to fall off. In the blink of an eye, the white jade statue had changed beyond recognition. At this moment, a violent tremor came from the depths of the palace. A beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. The moment she appeared, the heavens and the earth dimmed. There was a faint coldness on her white cheeks. Her eyes were clear as she looked forward. Her body was surrounded by a thick halo. In her mind, memories gradually emerged. Boom! When the white jade statue completely shattered and fell to the ground, her mind trembled. All her memories were restored. At the same time, there were some additional memories. Whoosh! She rushed to the square as fast as she could and ran to the front of the collapsed white jade statue. However, she was still one step too slow. Looking at the shattered white jade statue, she was instantly stunned. The memories in her mind flashed repeatedly. Tears welled up in her eyes. Soon, her face was covered in tears. She was crying silently. At this moment, she had forgotten about time and everything. She squatted on the ground, her body twitching. She reached out her small white hand and picked up a piece of white jade on the ground. She held it in her palm. Why did this happen? She let out a painful cry. Ever since she could remember, she had been an orphan. If not for her master taking her in, she would have died in the wilderness. However, after she was forced into the Soul River, she received the help and guidance of a mysterious expert. From there, she entered the palace and received a powerful inheritance. The moment she received the inheritance, the powerful bloodline hidden in the depths of her body was completely activated. Her memories were restored, and there were many additional memories of the inheritance. These memories came from her family. Why did this happen? Although her long hair covered her face, one could still vaguely see that her face was covered in tears and looked like she was in great pain. Fang Chen seemed to have guessed something. He stood quietly behind Princess Huang and waited. At this time, silent support was the best consolation. After Princess Huang's emotions stabilized, it wouldn't be too late for him to communicate with her. Just like this, they waited for 3 days and 3 nights before Princess Huang's emotions finally stabilized. Fang Chen walked behind her and lightly patted her shoulder. Only then did Princess Huang realize that there was someone behind her. She abruptly turned around, and a familiar face entered her eyes. "You." Princess Huang wanted to say something, but when the words were about to leave her mouth, sorrow instantly overwhelmed her. Although she was a strong woman, her heart was weak. When she saw Fang Chen, she rushed into his arms and burst into tears. Fang Chen patted her shoulder and comforted her. "It's okay. Everything will be fine." After a long time, Princess Huang's emotions stabilized again. She struggled for a moment and broke away from Fang Chen's arms. She lowered her head, and her face was flushed red. She didn't dare to look at Fang Chen directly. "When did you come to the cliff of death?" Fang Chen broke the silence and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Princess Huang said, "After you fell into the spatial storm, Master told me that this is your calamity. If you can survive it, you will definitely grow. It was at that time that Master sent me to the cliff of death." "Why are you here?" Princess Huang asked. Back then, she saw Fang Chen falling into the spatial storm with her own eyes. Moreover, he was killed by the Ghost Manor's Manor Lord. Even if he was an extreme sage, he might not be able to survive it. She had always thought that Fang Chen was dead. She didn't expect to meet him here. Fang Chen gave a simple explanation of how he had fallen into the cliff of death by chance. Furthermore, he also told Princess Huang about his experiences in the past few decades. After the latter heard this, she sighed. She didn't expect Fang Chen to have experienced so much. "What about you? Why did you enter the Soul River?" Princess Huang's expression changed slightly. She thought of the ancestor of the demonic beast race and sword lunatic. Her voice carried a trace of cold, killing intent as she said, "I was suppressed by the ancestor of the demonic beast race and sword lunatic. They wanted to force me to lead the way for them. I found an opportunity to escape and was forced into the Soul River in the end." Princess Huang's actions had already expressed her attitude. She would rather die than submit. "It's all thanks to that senior. If it wasn't for her help and the method that Master left on me, I wouldn't have been able to survive in the Soul River," Princess Huang said. Fang Chen was even more puzzled. Why would Lung Xian help Princess Huang? Could it be because of the white jade statue in the palace? He looked at Princess Huang. The latter continued, "The white jade statue that shattered just now was my mother." When she said this, tears welled up in Princess Huang's eyes. However, she resisted the urge to cry out loud. "After I received the inheritance left behind by my mother, the inheritance memories were also activated and I learned many secrets." It turned out that her mother's lineage also belonged to the primitive race. However, it was the lineage with the thinnest bloodline. However, her mother was very monstrous. Relying on her thin bloodline, she created a world for herself. Unfortunately, she eventually fell at the cliff of death. For this reason, her master used the methods of the primitive race to build a palace and a statue for her mother in the Soul River. Before the last wisp of my mother's primordial spirit shattered, she engraved all the secret techniques that she had cultivated throughout her life in the deepest part of the palace. Moreover, she also set up layers of tests in the white jade statue. If I were to come here, my bloodline will definitely send me to the place of inheritance. Princess Huang said, "If an outsider comes, they will be forced to accept the test of the white jade statue. If they pass the test," speaking of this, a faint blush appeared on Princess Huang's cheeks. "What will happen if I pass the test?" Fang Chen asked. Princess Huang seemed to be a little shy. The inheritance memories in her mind clearly told her that if a male cultivator passed the test, the white jade statue would shatter. And the shattering of the white jade statue meant that Princess Huang's mother had chosen Fangchun. It's nothing. Princess Huang's eyes evaded. She walked to the side and tried her best to calm her heart. Fangchun was stunned and full of doubts. Of course, Princess Huang wouldn't tell him that the test set by her mother was to choose a husband for her. However, Fangchun didn't dwell on this matter. He looked at Princess Huang seriously. The latter's identity was already clear. She was a member of the primitive race. Perhaps the primitive race wanted to borrow Princess Huang's hand to help the Chaos Realm. Chapter 3861. After Princess Huang received the inheritance, her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. She already had the combat strength of an invincible sage. However, after experiencing the dangers of the Cliff of Death, even an invincible sage still had some fear towards the Cliff of Death. Fortunately, she met Fangchun. Let's go out first. Princess Huang regained her composure after a brief moment of absent-mindedness and said with a faint smile. Fangchun nodded. Although this was a palace built by a primitive race, it was still under the Soul River. If they were careless, they would be invaded by the Soul River. At that time, it would be hard to say whether they would live or die. Princess Huang pulled Fangchun's hand. Suddenly, the latter felt the softness and warmth in his palm. He subconsciously held her hand tightly. Princess Huang's face was flushed red. She lowered her head and chanted a chant in her heart. Soon, the white jade fragments in the square spun wildly and turned into a whirlpool channel. Princess Huang took Fangchun and stepped into the whirlpool channel. Boom! When the two of them left the whirlpool channel, the entire palace collapsed. The Soul River invaded and completely submerged the collapsed palace. A white light flashed. Princess Huang and Fangchun came to the place where Senior Lung Xian was. At this moment, the latter was still like a living corpse, frozen in the Soul River. Senior Lung Xian. Fangchun tried to wake Lung Xian up, but the latter didn't move. He tried to get closer, but found that the closer he got to Senior Lung Xian, the greater the resistance. In the end, he couldn't take another step forward. He finally gave up. Huff! Fangchun gasped for breath. His forehead was full of sweat. His eyes were filled with grief as he looked at Senior Lung Xian. If it wasn't for Senior Lung Xian, his cultivation wouldn't have recovered so quickly. He didn't expect that when he came out of the broken space, Senior Lung Xian would be frozen in the Soul River. What was going on? Could it be that Senior Lung Xian encountered danger and was forced into the Soul River like him? Thinking of this, Fangchun clenched his fists. He was furious. He bowed deeply to Senior Lung Xian and promised, Senior Lung Xian, don't worry. One day, I will save you. I won't let anyone who has hurt you go. After saying that, he and Princess Huang quietly left the Soul River. However, no one noticed that at this moment, a teardrop hung from the corner of Lung Xian's eyes. Voila! Above the raging Soul River, a whirlpool suddenly appeared. Fangchun and Princess Huang walked out from it. They leaped up and arrived at the shore of the Soul River. Whoosh! Fangchun heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Ever since he entered the Soul River, he had been tense. Now that he was finally out, he could finally relax. According to Master's prediction, the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact should be born soon. Princess Phoenix spoke in a gentle voice. This time, the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact has attracted many peerless experts. Even those old monsters who had experienced the divine battle at the Death Horizon have come out of seclusion. Fangchun nodded. Although there were many experts, it would be difficult to obtain the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. However, the more chaotic the situation was, the better it was for them. The distance between the Soul River and the core of the Death Cliff is at least 3 years. We need to hurry, Princess Huang said. Not long after, the two of them left the Soul River. The Soul River raged. Monstrous waves soared into the sky, as if wanting to corrode the entire Death Cliff. On this day, some people followed from afar and saw a man and a woman in the sky above the raging Soul River. They stepped on the monstrous waves and fled into the sky. For a time, rumors spread everywhere. Some people said that the peerless expert in the Soul River had awakened. He sent 2 of his disciples to take action, wanting to seize the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. Some people said, during the divine battle back then, there was a sword and saber duo who fell into the Soul River. After countless years, they were resurrected. Now that they came out, they vowed to flatten the Death Cliff. In short, rumors about the Soul River swept through the entire Death Cliff like a tide. Of course, they would never dream that the man and woman they were talking about were Fang Chun and Princess Huang. With Fang Chun and Princess Huang's current strength, as long as they didn't take the initiative to provoke some peerless experts, they basically had no problem protecting themselves. They didn't linger along the way and headed to the core of the Death Cliff with their fastest speed. 3 years later, they finally arrived at the edge of the core of the Death Cliff. One day, they met unexpected acquaintances, the old ancestor of the monster race and Sword Lunatic. These 2 had always been enemies in the life Forbidden Zone. They didn't expect to meet again after a few decades. Moreover, the most important thing was that Princess Huang was forced into the Soul River by these 2 people. It's you guys. When Sword Lunatic saw Fang Chun and Princess Huang, he was incomparably shocked and slashed out with his sword. Gotcha! Fang Chun raised his palm and gently grasped the sword that was as fast as lightning. He exerted force and crushed it. Then, side by side with Princess Huang, they came in front of Sword Lunatic and the old ancestor of the monster race. You're actually alive? The old ancestor of the monster race's eyelids twitched. His heart was filled with raging waves. He had never seen anyone come out of the Soul River alive. Could it be he seemed to have thought of something as his eyes were filled with greed? It must be someone from the primitive race who gave you a treasure to save your life. Thinking of this, he and Sword Lunatic looked at each other and directly attacked. You go and deal with that eyesore. I'll deal with her, the old ancestor of the monster race said. Swoosh! After all these years, Sword Lunatic had already cultivated the drunken sword skill to perfection. His sword was terrifying. At this moment, facing Fang Chun, he did not hesitate to use his full strength. The drunken sword skill was dazzling. In the blink of an eye, he was close to Fang Chun. However, in the face of this dazzling drunken sword skill, Fang Chun shook his head and sneered. How can an ant compete with the bright moon? Boom! He activated the ultimate sword Dao and displayed the ultimate sword skill. The Sky Destroyer's sword was gently swung out. With just one stroke, Sword Lunatic felt immense pressure. Gotcha! Sword Lunatic's long sword shattered on the spot. The Sky Destroyer's sword carried an indestructible sword chi and went straight for Sword Lunatic. This is the ultimate sword Dao. Finally, at the last moment, Sword Lunatic saw through it. He was terrified. He burned his blood essence and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. With the Sky Destroyer's sword combined with the ultimate sword Dao and Fang Chen's current cultivation realm, Sword Lunatic was completely suppressed. He had almost no strength to resist. Bang! The sword pierced through Sword Lunatic's head, and he died instantly. At the side, the old ancestor of the monster race who was fighting with Princess Phoenix was stunned. How is this possible? Although he did not believe it, the truth was right in front of him. Fang Chun had used absolute strength to suppress Sword Lunatic and kill him. Then, Fang Chun looked coldly at the old ancestor of the monster race. The old ancestor was terrified and wanted to retreat. How can he be so strong? Even from so far away, he could feel the great threat from the cold sword light. Let's go. Chapter 3862. Without any hesitation, the ancestor of the monster race turned and left. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear. His only thought was to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would lose his life here today. His heart was very complicated. He couldn't imagine that Fang Chen's strength had reached such a level after not seeing him for a few decades. Damn it! He clenched his fists tightly. His heart was filled with anger, but he didn't have time to think about anything else. He just wanted to escape. Burning his blood essence caused his strength to decrease rapidly. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He gritted his teeth and fled frantically. He knew Sword Lunatic's strength better than anyone else. In these few decades, the two of them had been searching for the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon while exchanging pointers with each other. In the beginning, Sword Lunatic's strength was definitely inferior to his and was often suppressed by him. But as time passed, Sword Lunatic's understanding of the sword became deeper and deeper. Moreover, he seemed to be born for the Drunken Sword. In his hands, the Drunken Sword inheritance was perfectly unleashed. In just 30 years, he had completely comprehended the Drunken Sword inheritance. After that, he spent another 30 years to cultivate the Drunken Sword technique to perfection. Just a few days ago, he had exchanged pointers with Sword Lunatic. The latter was a true Sword Lunatic who was obsessed with the sword. As long as it could help him improve his sword Tao, he would do anything. This sparring session lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. From the start till the end, he had been suppressing Sword Lunatic. But at the very last moment, Sword Lunatic unleashed his strongest sword move. That sword move was simply too shocking. When he saw that sword move, he didn't even have the courage to block it and was directly defeated. If it wasn't for Sword Lunatic's control, he would have already died in Sword Lunatic's hands. From that moment on, he believed that Sword Lunatic had the strength of an invincible sage and was no weaker than him. He was very happy. If the two of them joined forces, even if they met an ultimate sage, they would be able to hold their own. The danger in the Cliff of Death would be greatly reduced, and the chances of obtaining the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon would increase. But in just a few days, they had fallen to such a state. One sword, just a single strike, had killed Jian Fengzi. Moreover, it had pierced through his head and destroyed his soul, leaving him no chance to escape. Just how powerful was Feng Chun to be able to crush Jian Fengzi in such a manner? The patriarch of the demonic beast race did not dare to imagine. At this moment, he was burning his essence blood crazily. The essence blood in his body was about to run out. However, he could vaguely sense a terrifying aura behind him. "You can't escape," Feng Chun coldly sneered. The old ancestor of the monster race and the Sword Lunatic were both working for the Ghost Emperor. Moreover, they had even forced Princess Phoenix to fall into the Soul River. If it wasn't for her identity and the methods of the primitive races, Princess Phoenix would have already perished. With all kinds of hatred added up, there was no way he would let the demonic beast clan's patriarch go. "Kill!" Feng Chun held the heaven-standing sword in his hand and swung it across the air. Tens of thousands of sword light descended from the sky with unparalleled power. It pierced through the heavens and the earth at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye and directly shot towards the ancestor of the monsters. When the latter saw this, he turned pale with fright and cried out in alarm. "Kacha!" Although the ancestor of the demonic beast race tried his best to dodge, due to the excessive consumption of essence blood in the process of escaping, his combat strength was greatly reduced. He desperately twisted his body, wanting to dodge, but in the end he was still mercilessly pierced by the sword light. Boom! The sword light instantly pierced through the chest of the ancestor of the demonic beast race. Blood spurted out from his body, and he was on the verge of collapsing. "No, I can't die." He was the only one left in the demonic beast race. If he died, the demonic beast race would be considered to be completely annihilated. He would never allow such a thing to happen to him. His eyes were scarlet red, and he was extremely deranged. He gritted his teeth and slammed his palm, forcefully shattering the sword light that pierced through his chest. Although there were still remnants of essence blood in his chest, he could no longer care so much. He forcefully burned the last of his essence blood and rushed into the mountain range in front of him. Dong! Like a meteor falling, a sudden clap of thunder rang out in the lush mountain range. Flames spread out, engulfing the entire mountain range. In the blink of an eye, the mountain range was set ablaze. At this moment, Feng Chun and Princess Huang chased after him. They floated in the air and stared at the mountain range that was set ablaze. "Is he dead?" Princess Huang asked. Feng Chun shook his head. "I'm not sure." The ancestor of the demonic beast race was extremely powerful. Moreover, he had lived for too long. His methods were unpredictable. Before seeing the corpse, Fangchen wouldn't jump to a conclusion. "Let's go down and take a look." Princess Huang nodded. Her fair palm waved downwards. Instantly, it started to drizzle. The raindrops covered the entire mountain range, unceasingly dripping onto the fire. Not long later, the fire was under control. At this moment, Princess Huang increased the number of raindrops. Very soon, the fire in the mountain range was completely extinguished. What entered their eyes was a messy mountain range. Many towering trees were burned to ashes. The weeds on the ground had also lost their vitality. If someone passed by, they would definitely think that a world-shaking battle had occurred here. Fangchen's powerful divine sense enveloped the entire mountain range as he began to search. The ancestor of the demonic beast race was a hidden danger. He had to be dealt with. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable, especially when he was controlled by the Ghost Emperor. Perhaps the latter could control the ghost artifact through him. Once he obtained the ghost artifact, it would be troublesome. Therefore, no matter what, the ancestor of the demonic beast race had to die. "Can't find him." Fangchen frowned. After searching the entire mountain range, he actually couldn't find the corpse of the ancestor of the demonic beast race. He couldn't even find his aura. Logically speaking, even if he wasn't dead, he should have left a trace of his aura in the air. But now, he couldn't find anything. A cicada shedding its carapace? Princess Huang frowned. The strength of the ancestor of the demonic beast race was on par with Sword Lunatic. Naturally, it was impossible for him to hide from Fangchen. What method did he use to escape from under their noses? After a long time, the corner of Fangchen's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister and terrifying smile. Interesting, really interesting. Even I was deceived. At this moment, Fangchen's dark eyes were focused on a towering tree that had turned into ashes. There was a tree root there that wasn't burned. In that situation, just now, the tree root was actually intact. What did this mean? Princess Huang also noticed it and instantly raised her vigilance. She exchanged a glance with Fangchen and quietly came to the tree root. The surroundings of the tree roots were surrounded by ashes, and he was almost deceived. Primordial Sword Lord. Chapter 3863. The tribe that the ancestor of the demonic beast tribe belonged to was an extremely special tribe. Although it was slightly inferior to the top tribes, it was still an ancient tribe after all. It had many means, and it was unimaginable. Sword Maniac was killed by Fangchen with a single slash. This caused the ancestor of the demonic beast tribe to lose all courage to fight against Fangchen. Therefore, he started to escape immediately. However, the mountain range that was burned by the flames had turned into ruins. Some burnt tree roots that were buried in the ruins were not discovered by Fangchen and Princess Huang at first. However, after careful observation, they finally discovered that something was amiss. In a certain part of the mountain range, the towering tree that had turned into ruins had not completely collapsed. Instead, it stubbornly left behind some tree roots. It was the tree roots in the ashes that attracted the attention of Fangchen and Princess Huang. The powerful sea of fire just now had burned the heavens and earth. Even the void was distorted. Fangchen did not believe that an ordinary towering tree could withstand the burning of the sea of fire. "There's a problem." Princess Huang also felt that something was amiss. The two of them looked at each other and then quickly came to the sky above the tree roots that were covered in ashes. At this moment, Princess Huang was surrounded by a cold aura. She opened her fair hands and waved them gently. Suddenly, the temperature in the void dropped. Then, snowflakes drifted down and sealed the void around the tree roots. Seeing this, Fangchen raised his palm. The tip of the sky-destroying sword carried an indestructible sword chi and gently pushed away the ashes around the tree roots. After a while, the tree roots were clearly seen. In the blink of an eye, there was no problem with the tree roots. There were also signs of burning around the tree roots. However, after careful observation, one would discover that the tree roots were not dead. There was still vitality inside. What did this mean? It meant that the tree roots would regenerate soon. All the towering trees in the mountain range had turned into ashes. Only the tree roots of this towering tree had survived. There was only one explanation. The ancestor of the demonic beast tribe was hiding in the tree roots. The space within the tree roots. Princess Phoenix had already sealed the surroundings of the tree roots in ice. She carefully inspected the area and didn't discover any aura of the old ancestor of the demonic beast race. She frowned and turned to look at Feng Chen. The power in Feng Chen's body burst forth, and the heaven-destroying sword let out a cry. Terrifying ultimate sword chi poured into the heaven-destroying sword. Under Feng Chen's control, the ultimate sword chi gathered at the tip of the sword. Wong. Around the tip of the sword, there was a vast amount of energy. Feng Chen controlled the heaven-destroying sword, allowing the tip of the sword to gently touch the root. He realized that the roots of the tree were rather tough. The heaven-destroying sword did not manage to cut them. This made Feng Chen even more convinced that there was something wrong with the tree root. Immediately, he activated his strength and shook his wrist. The heaven-destroying sword drew a strange trajectory and cut the tree root with its sharpness. Voila! Feng Chen reacted quickly and grabbed the cut root. The area around the root was smooth, and there was a faint warm aura. Feng Chen exerted force in his palm and directly crushed the root. Beep, beep, beep. However, a shocking scene appeared. The vitality in the root dissipated in an instant, and drops of blood dripped from the broken root. "This is," Feng Chen exclaimed. This was not the blood of the root, but the blood of the patriarch of the demonic beasts. "Where is he?" Princess Huang looked around. Her void seal did not have any abnormalities. Feng Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he exerted force in his palm and completely crushed the remaining tree root. The blood of the patriarch of the demonic beasts dripped into the ashes. Golden cicada, shell shedding. Feng Chen laughed bitterly and mocked himself. I did not expect him to make such a choice. Princess Huang did not understand and looked at Feng Chen in confusion. The latter explained, I once read about a tribe in the Lawn Book. They had a very mysterious, innate superpower. This innate superpower was to burn one's own blood in exchange for energy with wood-based plants. Then, one could use the roots of the wood-based plants to escape. Of course, under normal circumstances, this tribe would not use their innate superpower, because whenever they used their innate superpower, it meant that they had encountered a life and death crisis. Once they used their innate superpower, it meant that the blood in their body would be completely dried up. Even if they could use the roots of the plants to escape, their cultivation path would be interrupted. To put it simply, the consequence of doing so was to cut off all hope. In the future, they could only struggle at death's door and live in this cruel world. I did not expect to encounter it. Feng Chen curled his lips. This was something he had seen in the history books of the human race's sacred land in his previous life. He did not expect to encounter it in the origin world. Moreover, it was the patriarch of the demonic beasts. Then what should we do now? Princess Huang asked. It was a pity that they did not eliminate the root of the problem. He burned his blood essence and used his innate superpower. He has almost become a cripple. In this death cliff, he will not be able to survive. Feng Chen said. He was no longer qualified to fight for the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. Hiss! A cool breeze blew past, drying the blood in the ashes. Feng Chen and Princess Huang left the mountain range that had turned into ashes together. However, no one noticed that there was a sudden movement at the spot where the cool breeze had blown away the blood. The surrounding ashes quickly gathered together and formed a small sealed space. Then, a drop of blood that was hidden in the ashes suddenly appeared. After this drop of blood appeared, it fled in a panic with the help of the ashes. Soon, it disappeared into the horizon. The place where the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact appeared was getting closer and closer. Feng Chen and Princess Huang also felt more and more suppressed. Along the way, they could often feel extremely powerful auras. They carefully circled around. Fortunately, these powerful existences seemed to have just awakened. Some of them were still in a half-awakened state and did not have the time to attack them. This allowed them to avoid danger. It's so depressing. On a towering mountain peak, Princess Huang stopped and looked into the distance with her beautiful eyes. It's normal. A divine war broke out in the Death Cliff back then, and there were heavy casualties. Some almighty figures didn't die, but fell into a deep sleep. The appearance of the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact is a node that will ignite the entire Death Cliff. Feng Chen said. He had long realized this point. The harsh environment made him even more determined to seize the ghost artifact. How evil was the ghost artifact that could cause the Death Cliff to tremble? If it was obtained by someone with ulterior motives, how much bloodshed would it cause? Especially if it was obtained by the Ghost Emperor, it would definitely be a huge disaster for Feng Chen. It might even bring a devastating disaster to the Chaos Realm. This was definitely not what Feng Chen wanted to see. Fortunately, not only had his current cultivation recovered, but it had also risen to another level. It was difficult to find a match among the invincible saints. Even if he were to face an ultimate saint, he still had the strength to fight. Cooperating with Princess Huang, the chances of seizing the ghost artifact were still very high. For the latest updates and error-free reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest. Chapter 3864. They were getting closer and closer to the core of the Death Cliff. However, Feng Chen and Princess Huang could feel an immense pressure. After all, that was the place where the legendary Battle of Gods broke out. Back then, it was unknown how many experts had died there. It was said that the Ghost Emperor had lost his halberd there and lost his weapon. Eventually, he was trapped in the dragon-slaying cave. Who? Feng Chen took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his heart. At the same time, he turned his head and glanced at Princess Huang. The latter's identity was already known. She was a true member of the primitive race. However, because of her mother, her primitive race bloodline hadn't been fully activated. Moreover, since her master had accepted her as a disciple, she must have realized something. In such a dangerous place, the primitive race should have a way to deal with it, right? Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Princess Huang was a little shy after being stared at by Feng Chen. Her face instantly blushed. She turned her head and didn't dare to look him in the eye as she pouted. Feng Chen shrugged. You are a member of the primitive race. Could it be that your master didn't give you any information about the Death Cliff? Hearing this, the blush on Princess Huang's face gradually dissipated. She returned to normal and solemnly said, Master gave me a map. She took out the map and unfolded it. Her fair finger pointed at a red dot on the map. This map is very vague. Master has only marked out a few dangerous places. This red dot is the location of the Soul River. As for this red dot, it is the core area of the Death Cliff. Feng Chen seriously looked at the map and discovered that there were a total of 9 red dots. Each red dot had a special mark. Among them, the core of the Death Cliff was marked the most clearly. MHM. Feng Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that in the Death Cliff, other than the Soul River, there were other dangerous places that were comparable to the Soul River. Master once warned me that the core of the Death Cliff is very special. After entering, something bad will happen. For so many years, even if an extreme saint entered, it would be difficult for anyone to come out. Master even felt that there was a layer of seal that isolated the core of the Death Cliff from the outside world. It formed a world of its own. Princess Huang told her the exact words that her master had told her. Feng Chen was stunned, and his pupils shrunk. A world of its own, isolated from the outside world? Could it be that even the primitive clans were unable to detect the situation inside? Back then, how big of a war of the gods had erupted in the Death Cliff? Could it be more intense than the God-Perish battle? The Battle of the Gods was known as the Battle of the Fallen Gods. Every time it broke out, almost all the top experts in the chaotic realm would fall. This was also the reason why the battlefield of the fallen gods was so broken. As a result, countless years passed, and the primal chaos realm became weaker and weaker. Later on, Feng Chen came to know that this was a scheme of the devouring demon clan leader. He wanted to steal the fate of the chaos realm. Therefore, every once in a while, he would launch the Battle of Gods to reduce the number of top experts in the chaos realm. thus weakening the fate of the Chaos realm. This method was very cruel. However, in a war of the races, it was either you die or I die. If the Chaos world could resist the invasion of the Devouring Demon Clan, then the Chaos world would rise and the Devouring Demon Clan would disappear from history. Fang Chun had a deep understanding of the God's Fall battle. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but wonder if the God's Fall battle or the Battle of Gods at the Death Cliff was more intense. Could it be that the top experts of the Chaos world were unwilling to be destroyed by the Devouring Demon Clan and forced their way into the Origin world? In the end, they were destroyed by the Devouring Demon Clan's patriarch? Of course, this was just his guess. Let's go. Fang Chun shook his head. Even if it was a world of its own and was incomparably dangerous, he still had to go in. After all, he shouldered a heavy responsibility and couldn't shrink back. Princess Phoenix nodded. Just when she was about to leave, the mountain suddenly collapsed. A beam of light shot out from the mountain, and a sinister voice echoed through the air. You are the one who is going to die. Kiki, after 19 chaos eras, Miayu have finally awakened. The shocking voice spread out. Fang Chun and Princess Huang's body swayed and stabilized themselves with great difficulty. They suddenly discovered that there was a black-robed figure on the ruins of the mountain. His body was shrouded in an extremely cold and sinister aura. 19 chaos level Yuans? Hearing this person's words, Fang Chun exclaimed in his heart. Since he was born, he didn't have a single chaos level Yuan. But the person in front of him had been sleeping for 19 chaos level Yuans and had now awakened. 2 ants? The black-robed expert who called himself Miayu discovered Fang Chun and Princess Huang. However, he didn't make a move. Instead, he asked, "Which force are you from?" "Primitive tribe," Princess Huang said. Sure enough, when the black-robed Miayu heard the words primitive tribe, his pupils shrank. But soon he sneered and said, "You do have the bloodline of the primitive tribe in your body, but it hasn't been activated. I guess you must be an outer member, right?" After that, he exerted a suction force with his palm and pulled Princess Phoenix to his side. He grabbed her neck and spoke in a sinister voice. "I, the great Emperor Miayu, was once invincible in the primal chaos. Even if the old monsters from the primitive races came here, I wouldn't fear them." Crash! After saying that, he threw Princess Huang to the ground. "But today I, great Emperor Miayu, have awakened. I don't want to kill. You can leave." Princess Huang was stunned and quickly got up to leave. "Did I allow you to leave?" Seeing that Fang Chun was about to leave, Great Emperor Miayu said coldly. "Senior." Princess Huang wanted to plead, but Great Emperor Miayu was unhappy. "I, Great Emperor Miayu, won't allow you to leave. You can't leave. You can leave first." Fang Chun cast a glance at Princess Huang, indicating for her to leave first. As for himself, he calmly looked at the Great Emperor Miayu. After Princess Huang disappeared, Fang Chun spoke. "I wonder what Senior wants me to stay behind for. You're from the primal chaos world?" Great Emperor Miayu asked. Fang Chun nodded and looked at Great Emperor Miayu in surprise. The latter was unfathomable, and he couldn't sense his aura at all. "Which faction do you belong to?" Great Emperor Miayu continued to ask. Fang Chun thought for a while and finally answered, "Supreme Fujian." His hometown was created by Supreme Fujian. Therefore, he should be part of Supreme Fujian's faction. Supreme Fujian? Great Emperor Miayu's expression softened. He waved his sleeve and said, "Humph, you're lucky. I owed Supreme Fujian a favor back then. Therefore, I won't kill you today. However, I don't wish to see anyone from the primal chaos world. Otherwise, I'll kill without mercy." From Great Emperor Miayu's words, Fang Chun deduced that he had a grudge with the others from the primal chaos world. His heart was filled with hope, and he left without looking back. Chapter 3865. Great Emperor Miayu was very strong. At least, Fang Chun did not have the courage to fight him. Some people did not even need to fight to dominate an era. Great Emperor Miayu was such a peak expert. Great Emperor Miayu was once a powerful existence in the chaotic realm. However, because of the war of deities in the Death Cliff, he had fallen into a deep sleep for 19 chaos eras. Although he had woken up now, his cultivation had fallen back to the five-element sacred realm. Just now, Fang Chun even felt that he was about to die. Fortunately, Great Emperor Miayu had let him go in the end. Supreme Fujian. The word Supreme Fujian appeared in Fang Chen's mind again. Ever since his hometown, Paragon Fujian had been guiding him, especially the copper bowl he had obtained in the North Sea, and the altar he had used to worship Paragon Fujian. Later, when he met the great sovereigns in the Reincarnation Road, they were not willing to say much when they talked about Supreme Fujian. Fang Chun felt that Supreme Fujian was getting more and more mysterious, especially the ancient experts he met after entering the Death Cliff. Each of them was related to Supreme Fujian. From Lung Xian to Great Emperor Miayu, he wondered who he would meet later. Whoosh! Fang Chun adjusted his state of mind and calmed himself down. After that, he inclined his head and stared into the distance as he sped forward. Not long later, he saw a black dot in the distance. When he walked closer, he discovered that it was Princess Huang who was waiting for him. At this moment, Princess Huang was constantly looking behind her. She had an anxious expression on her face, as though she was worried about Fang Chen's safety. However, she knew that Great Emperor Miayu was simply too strong. Even if she returned, she would only be courting death. She might as well stay alive. If Fang Chun died in the hands of Great Emperor Miayu, she swore that she would definitely avenge Fang Chun and kill Great Emperor Miayu. Even if she died, she would not be afraid. At this moment, she suddenly saw a black figure coming from afar. She was stunned when she took a closer look. A gentle smile appeared on her anxious face. "Are you okay?" Whoosh! Fang Chun came closer and came to Princess Huang's side. He looked at her and said, "I'm fine. Where's Great Emperor Miayu?" Princess Huang was very curious as to why Great Emperor Miayu did not attack Fang Chun. From the looks of it, Fang Chun did not suffer any injuries. Clearly, Great Emperor Miayu had taken the initiative to let him go. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he have escaped from Great Emperor Miayu? Emperor Miayu is related to a human expert from the Chaos Realm. "So he let me go," Fang Chun explained briefly. He was unwilling to mention Sovereign Fujian in the Origin World. After all, the heavenly Tao of the Origin World represented the devouring demon race. If the patriarch of the devouring demon race learned about Supreme Fujian through the heavenly Tao, it would cause unnecessary trouble. "Let's go. We need to hurry and enter the core area of the Death Cliff." Princess Huang was also a little afraid. If another ancient expert like Great Emperor Miayu appeared, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Not every ancient expert was afraid of the primitive tribes. Hoo. The two of them quickly disappeared into the darkness. Voila! The space where they were just a moment ago distorted, and Great Emperor Miayu appeared out of thin air. A complicated expression appeared on his cold face. "Supreme Fujian's successor?" He muttered to himself, his voice filled with melancholy and sadness. After watching for a long time and making sure that Fang Chun and Princess Huang were far away, he came back to his senses. He shook his head hard and muttered to himself, "After sleeping for 19 chaos eras, I wonder if those old fellows are still alive?" The first person he thought of was Lung Xian. "Lung Xian, are you still alive?" Back then, he did not hesitate to pay any price for Lung Xian. He even started a great war that destroyed the world and killed countless living beings. He was called the Demon Emperor. Lung Xian was the only one who did not look at him strangely. He loved Lung Xian deeply, but her heart belonged to someone else. In the end, he let go of everything and blessed Lung Xian. Earlier, he had sensed the aura of the Chaos Realm on Fang Chun, so he asked who Supreme Fujian was to him. After learning about their relationship, he let Fang Chun go. This was also an explanation for Lung Xian. Great Emperor Miayu would never touch the person he liked, even if it was that person's descendant. Hoo. On this day, Great Emperor Miayu crossed the Cliff of Death and used a powerful tracking technique to find Lung Xian. Half a month later, he sensed a trace of Lung Xian's aura. Great Emperor Miayu stood on the ground and looked around. Lung Xian has been here before. He sensed a familiar aura, but it was very faint. This proved that Lung Xian had stayed here for a short while. He followed the aura and began to search for Lung Xian. Soon, he came to the edge of the Soul River and saw the living dead in the Soul River. Lung Xian, Great Emperor Miayu screamed at the top of his lungs. He jumped into the Soul River, wanting to save Lung Xian, but he was repelled the moment he touched the Soul River. Hiss, hiss, hiss. His robe was corroded by the Soul River. Damn it! Great Emperor Miayu was furious when he saw Lung Xian being helpless. Who is it? Great Emperor Miayu was burning with anger. He wanted to know who forced Lung Xian into the Soul River. He closed his eyes and carefully approached the Soul River with his powerful consciousness. Finally, he came into contact with Lung Xian's aura. Even though the Soul River's repelling force was strong, he was once a chaotic realm existence. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After a while, he retracted his consciousness. His face was ferocious as he sensed another aura from Lung Xian. I don't care who you are. How dare you hurt Lung Xian? I want you dead. Great Emperor Miayu's eyes were filled with determination as he turned and left. He tracked the culprit from Lung Xian's aura. On this day, someone saw a terrifying demon in the Cliff of Death. He brought along billions of demonic qi and invaded a canyon. His formation was so powerful that it caused the heavens to crumble and the earth to crack. There were also people who saw two peak experts fighting fiercely. They could destroy the heavens and the earth with a raise of their hands. All in all, there were different opinions about this battle. Many people listed the place of the battle as an extremely dangerous place and did not dare to go near it. The news quickly spread. Some powers were also secretly assessing the identity of the person who had attacked the canyon. In the end, through various clues, powerful factions, and ancient experts, they found out that the person who attacked the canyon was Great Emperor Miayu. He was a chaotic realm expert known as the Demon Emperor. What? Great Emperor Miayu has awakened? Heavens! Is he going to bathe the Cliff of Death in blood? Not necessarily. The ancient experts have been suppressed by the heavenly Tao, causing their realms to drop. Great Emperor Miayu was once a chaotic realm expert, but now he's a 5 elements sacred realm expert like us. A sacred realm expert wants to bathe the Cliff of Death in blood? He's dreaming. Chapter 3866. The expert who had ambushed Lung Xian was powerful, but he couldn't fight back against Great Emperor Miayu, who used to be a true chaos realm existence. Great Emperor Miayu had invaded his territory with billions of demonic qi, and he had been killed in the end. Why did you attack me? That person knelt on the ground, blood spurting out. He was dying. He didn't understand why Great Emperor Miayu would attack a weakling like him. I have no grudge against you. Great Emperor Miayu sneered. No grudge? From the moment you attacked Lung Xian, we'll never rest until one of us is dead. When these words were spoken, that person's body trembled, and he was filled with despair. Lung Xian was the cause of everything. I hate you. He hated himself, hated the heavens, and hated fate for playing tricks on him. He attacked Lung Xian for 2 reasons. The first was revenge, and the second was to get some information about Supreme Fu Jian from her. Who would have thought that he'd end up provoking a demon like Great Emperor Miayu? He closed his eyes in pain. Today was a dead end. Die. Great Emperor Miayu didn't hesitate. He raised his hand, and a vast power rushed out like a flood, destroying that person's body. Crack. He clenched his hand and grabbed a ball of Yuan's spirit light. Trying to escape? Great Emperor Miayu sneered. It'd be a joke if he let someone escape right under his nose. He squeezed his hand and crushed the ball of Yuan's spirit light. At this point, this ancient expert was completely wiped out. Dong, dong, dong. The entire territory was destroyed by demonic qi, turning into ruins. In the distance, the experts of the various factions were watching. Some of the ancient experts who'd awakened sighed. Great Emperor Miayu is too strong. So what if he's fallen from the Saint Realm? He's still the arrogant demon emperor. Let's go. If Great Emperor Miayu finds us, we'll die. Some of the weaker cultivators started to leave the place. Great Emperor Miayu stood on the ruins and sensed many familiar auras. Miayu, you've awakened too? An old voice came from a void. I didn't expect you to wake up after being asleep for 19 Chaos Realms. You've just woken up, and you've already caused such a huge commotion. Voices came from all directions. These were the ancient experts who knew Great Emperor Mieyu. They had awakened before Great Emperor Mieyu and had been hiding near the core of the Death Cliff all this while. Now that Great Emperor Mieyu had made such a big commotion, it naturally alerted them. Mieyu. Great Emperor Mieyu looked around and asked, Long Xian has fallen into the Soul River. Do you have any ideas? He wanted to save Long Xian. However, as long as one got close to the Soul River, one would be corroded by the water of the Soul River. Not even billions of demonic chi could withstand it. Countless sighs came from a void. There's nothing we can do about it. The deterrence of the Soul River is too strong, especially towards old guys like us. That's right. As long as we enter the Soul River, we will definitely die. We've been asleep for countless years and finally woke up. The world has changed. Don't act rashly. Everyone tried to persuade Great Emperor Mieyu. After all, the world was no longer their era. The Soul River had changed, and they couldn't get close. Sigh. It's a pity for Long Xian. She was so stunning that even Supreme Fu Jian wanted to take a look at her, but she ended up like this. Yeah, she had so many suitors back then, but she was infatuated with Supreme Fu Jian. Mieyu, there are some things you should let go of. Everyone sighed. Let go. Great Emperor Mieyu shook his head. This wasn't his character. Plus, it was Long Xian, the person he'd once loved deeply. He'd even reconciled with Supreme Fu Jian for the person he loved, and gave Long Xian to him wholeheartedly. Now that he'd been asleep for 19 Chaos Realms, he saw Long Xian falling into the Soul River as soon as he woke up. He was furious. Listening to the advice and pity of the ancient experts who'd just woken up, he clenched his fists. Billions of demonic chi stirred, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Mieyu, don't be rash. Although Devouring Demon Clan's leader was injured in the battle back then, he absorbed 2/3 of the fate of the Primal Chaos Realm. He's only one step away from becoming a Primal Chaos Realm controller. If you go too far and anger him, we'll all die. Someone advised. That's right. Be careful. The Death Cliff hasn't been peaceful recently. Let's go. Soon, the auras in the void all retreated. Only Great Emperor Mieyu stood on the ruins. No one knew what he was thinking. No one knew what he was going to do. After going through so many hardships, they'd finally arrived at the core of the Death Cliff. One more step, and they'd officially enter the core. Who? Princess Huang panted heavily. Ever since they'd met Great Emperor Mieyu, they'd been running all the way here. They were afraid that they'd meet some ancient awakened experts. Those ancient awakened experts seemed to be afraid of the core of the Death Cliff. Princess Huang was a little puzzled. Could it be that there's an even stronger existence here? Fang Chun stared ahead. A layer of gray aura connected the entire heaven and earth. Outsiders couldn't see the scene inside. It formed a world of its own. Fang Chun thought of this term. The core of the Death Cliff formed a world of its own. It was extraordinary. Perhaps this was the reason why those ancient awakened experts were afraid of the core. What do you mean? Princess Huang asked. Ever since she'd experienced the situation in the palace under the Soul River, she developed a special feeling for Fang Chun. In her mind, the words from the inherited memories echoed. This was her mother's choice. It was also her own choice. Let's check it out first before entering. Fang Chun said cautiously. After all, no one knew what was in the core. They had to be cautious. He didn't want to meet another ancient expert like Great Emperor Mieyu. All right, we'll rest here for a month. Princess Huang nodded. A faint smile appeared on her fair face. She didn't know when, but she felt that Fang Chun had become the perfect image in her heart. A month later, we'll officially step into the core of the Death Cliff. At that time, regardless of life or death, she'd accompany him. Of course, this was just her wishful thinking. Fang Chun hadn't forgotten his mission. His only purpose in coming to the Origin World was to evolve his perfect bloodline and step into the chaotic supreme realm to fight against the devouring devil race. He still remembered. His wife and daughter were waiting for his triumphant return in the chaotic world. Chapter 3867. Great Emperor Mieyu's anger could not be extinguished for a long time. Even though the enemy was annihilated, Lung Xian remained in the Soul River forever. The most painful thing in the world was not being able to get close to you, even though you're right in front of me. Roar. An earth-shattering roar spread out continuously. The vegetation within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly annihilated and turned into ruins. Even the martial artists who were training in these areas were killed instantly. They did not even know what had happened before they died. Many ancient experts remained silent. They knew Great Emperor Mieyu better than anyone else. Lung Xian had fallen into the Soul River, and her life was uncertain. This was a huge blow to Great Emperor Mieyu. Especially, Great Emperor Mieyu was helpless in this regard. No one knew how long this went on for before the area became completely quiet. Great Emperor Mieyu had disappeared. Some said that he was not afraid of death and had entered the Soul River. Some said that he wanted to return to the chaotic sovereign realm and had entered the core of the Death Cliff. Of course, these rumors had not been verified. Time flew by. It has already been 100 years since they arrived at the Cliff of Death. During this period of time, Fang Chun has experienced many things. Princess Huang has also experienced many things. No matter how difficult the path before this was, at the very least, they have now arrived at the core of the Cliff of Death. Phew! After resting for a month, both of their bodies were adjusted to their best condition. When the sky turned bright, Princess Huang opened her eyes and stood up slowly. Her face was solemn as she said softly, "Let's go. Let's go in." Standing in the wilderness, they could feel the boundless aura coming from the core. It was as though they were in the ancient river of time. It was extremely shocking. Fang Chun stood up and stood beside Princess Huang. He took out the Sky Destroyer sword and entered a state of battle readiness. The two of them entered the core of the Death Cliff one after another. Wong. A white light flashed before Fang Chen's eyes, and he was shocked to find himself and Princess Huang in an unfamiliar space. This space was extremely strange and gave off an oppressive feeling. "Is this the core of the Death Cliff?" Fang Chen mumbled. Princess Phoenix, who was behind him, gradually regained her composure. She took out a resplendent pearl from her robes and channeled her gentle energy into it. A moment later, the pearl emitted a strand of multicolored light. Fang Chun was somewhat astonished. Princess Phoenix explained, "This is a gift from my master. He once warned me that this pearl can only be used after entering the core of the Death Cliff." Wong. The surroundings of this pearl radiated layers of light, completely enveloping Fang Chun and Princess Huang. The two of them raised their heads and glanced over. What entered their eyes was a desolate killing intent. Dong dong dong. At this moment, Fang Chun heard the sound of fighting in the distance. Someone is fighting. He was startled, and his figure flashed as he brought Princess Huang along. Not long later, they arrived in front of a hill and saw the battle scene. At this moment, on the other side of the hill, two people were fighting. Whoosh! One of them held a saber in his hand. He was a saber principal cultivator. According to Fang Chen's knowledge, his realm should belong to the invincible sage realm. As for the other person, he was rather peculiar. He did not have any weapons and was barehanded, yet he was able to resist the saber in the hands of a cultivator of the Way of the Blade. After watching the battle for a while, Fang Chun let out a soft cry of surprise. The barehanded cultivator did not have a strong aura, but he gave off an incomparably heavy feeling. Strictly speaking, his realm was even suppressed by the saber principal cultivator. However, he was able to resist the saber principal cultivator with ease. "What's going on?" Fang Chun was very surprised. Princess Huang frowned as though she had thought of something. Suddenly, she held her head with both hands and let out a painful cry. "What's wrong with you?" Fang Chun asked anxiously. His palm was placed on Princess Huang's shoulder. Majestic power was injected into her body. Gradually, Princess Huang's body stabilized. A shocked expression appeared on her fair face. "Jialuo clan?" she muttered to herself. "Jialuo clan?" Fang Chun was even more puzzled. He had never heard of such a clan in the world. In my inherited memories, there is a description of the Jaluo clan. Princess Huang suppressed the shock in her heart and said slowly, "The so-called Jaluo clan was one of the most powerful clans in the world. It was a top clan that was on par with the primitive clans. However, this clan was very strange and rarely appeared. Many people said that the Jaluo clan did not exist in the world. They were just the result of some powerful cultivators' evolution. Some people also said that the Jaluo clan controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation and were the true gods of the world. Some people also said that the Jaluo clan was a cursed clan. In short, there were different opinions about the Jaluo clan. Even the primitive clans had a limited understanding of the Jaluo clan. In Princess Huang's inherited memories, the Jaluo clan cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation. When cultivated to the extreme, they could evolve the path of reincarnation on their own body. At this moment, seeing the secret technique that the bare-handed cultivator used, Princess Huang was greatly shocked. This was because she could vaguely see a gray circle on this person's body. This was the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation. Controlling the 6 paths of reincarnation? Fang Chen exclaimed. If the Jaluo clan controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation, then what did the great sage at the end of the path of reincarnation have to do with them? After Princess Huang's explanation, he looked at the bare-handed cultivator seriously. Sure enough, every time the bare-handed cultivator used a secret technique, there would be a faint gray circle on his body. This meant that he only cultivated one of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Princess Huang nodded. This would explain why he could easily block the opponent's attack, even though he was bare-handed and his realm was lower than his opponent's. Because he was from the Jaluo clan. Gotcha. While the two were discussing, the Jaluo clan cultivator suddenly found an opportunity to attack. He controlled the gray circle and defeated his opponent in one fell swoop. Hiss! The aura of reincarnation instantly spread. After sensing this familiar aura, Fang Chen almost cried out in surprise. Reincarnation, it is indeed the aura of reincarnation. Fang Chen was shocked. The saber cultivator was drowned by the aura of reincarnation and died instantly. The Jaluo clan cultivator restrained his aura and turned his head to look at Fang Chen and Princess Huang. Since the two of you are here, why don't you show yourself? Hearing this, Princess Huang was shocked. Had they been discovered? Fang Chen patted her gently and then showed himself. Unexpectedly, the Jaluo clan cultivator grinned when he saw Fang Chen and said, "So you are from the same clan. Which branch are you from?" Fang Chen was stunned. Chapter 3868. A member of the same clan? Fang Chen was stunned. What was going on? This person was obviously a member of the Jaluo clan. So why did he say that he was also a member of the same clan? He kept thinking in his mind, but on the surface he nodded and grinned. I am from the lineage of the great sovereign. Although he had read about the Jaluo clan in the ancient records before, this was the first time he had seen this clan. He knew almost nothing about the Jaluo clan and didn't know how many branches there were. Being questioned by the Jaluo clan cultivator, he could only brace himself and make up a story. Of course, he wasn't just making things up when he said that he was from the lineage of the great sovereign. After careful consideration, he guessed that since the Jaluo clan thought that he was also a member of the same clan, then it was very likely that it was because he had once been tainted by the aura of reincarnation. He thought of the great sovereign at the end of the samsara road in the chaos realm. He had only come into contact with the sea of bitterness when he met the great sovereign, and he had only reincarnated with the great sovereign's help to come to the origin world. He suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. Could it be that the great sovereign at the end of the samsara road was a member of the Jaluo clan? Thinking of this, he straightened his back, smiled at the Jaluo clan cultivator, and said the great sovereign's name. The Jaluo clan cultivator's expression changed dramatically. His dark eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen. The latter's heart tightened. Had the other party seen through his lie? Fang Chen secretly activated the power of his ultimate sword Dao, ready to fight at any time. Beside him, Princess Huang also looked like she was about to face a great enemy. However, just as the atmosphere gradually froze, The Jalua clan cultivator suddenly laughed loudly. He walked over and patted Fong Chun on the shoulder. "You are from the great sovereign's lineage." This time, it was Fong Chen's turn to be stunned. What was going on? Did the Jalua clan really have a great sovereign's lineage? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had just said it casually, but he had accidentally hit the nail on the head. Seeing the attitude of the Jalua clansmen towards him, he could clearly feel that they truly treated him as one of their own. He heaved a sigh of relief. The Great Venerate's bloodline used to be one of the top bloodlines in the Jalua race. What a pity! The Jalua race martialist frowned as he spoke. At this time, Fong Chun could only pretend to be silent. This was because he didn't know anything about the Jalua race. He only knew that this race controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. In fact, he didn't even know who the Grand Monarch was. It's all because of the Devouring Demon clan. If that old monster hadn't been so ambitious and wanted to become the controller of primal chaos and completely control primal chaos, our Jalua clan wouldn't have been forced to participate in the war. The Jalua clan members were somewhat depressed. In the chaos of the darkness, the old monsters of the devouring demons were forced to join the battle. Fong Chun caught onto a few key points. From this, he deduced that the Jialuo clan controlled the 6 paths reincarnation. They should be above the mortal realm. However, the clan master of the demon-devouring clan was too ambitious. He wanted to drain the fate of the chaos world and step into the level of the chaos controller. This was something that the Jalua clan wouldn't allow to happen. Given the clan master's ambition, once he became the controller of primal chaos, he would definitely destroy the chaos world. Therefore, the Jalua clan had joined the war. The Grand Monarch's bloodline had probably been completely destroyed in the chaos of the darkness. Only the Grand Monarch had hidden at the end of the path of reincarnation. He seemed to be guarding the path of reincarnation, but he was actually plotting the bigger picture. When he thought of this, Fong Chun felt very conflicted. However, he didn't reveal his identity just because the Grand Monarch was a member of the Jalua clan. After all, things had changed with the passage of time. No one knew what the Jalua clan's attitude was now. Or rather, the Grand Monarch's bloodline had been destroyed. The Grand Monarch had no right to speak in the Jalua clan. If the Jalua clan knew that he was from the Chaos world, how would they react? In short, Fong Chun remembered the mission on his shoulders. He would do everything he could to evolve his perfect bloodline and step into the primal chaos realm at the same time. This was the most important thing. As for the Jalua clan member in front of him, since he thought of him as a member of the same clan, then he would beat him at his own game. "Brother, my clan is guarding the 6 paths of reincarnation. Why are you here?" Fong Chun returned to normal and asked in confusion. The Jalua clan member raised his head and glanced at Princess Huang. A trace of vigilance appeared in his eyes. Fong Chun hurriedly explained, "Brother, don't misunderstand. Although she's not a member of my clan, she's still my Dao companion." Dao companion? A trace of displeasure appeared between the Jalua clan members' brows. The Jalua clan has a special bloodline. Marriage with other clans is forbidden. Fong Chun chuckled and explained, "Previously, I didn't know that I was a member of the Jalua clan. I met her in the mortal world. Later, I learned of the clan situation from the Great Sovereign." Fong Chun made up a random explanation. As expected, the Jalua clan member nodded, and his expression eased a lot. That's true. The Great Sovereign's bloodline was completely destroyed. Back then, only the Great Sovereign managed to escape and hit at the end of the path of reincarnation in the primal chaos realm. He couldn't even enter the 6 paths of reincarnation of our clan. What a pity. It wasn't easy for the Great Sovereign's bloodline to produce a disciple. The Great Sovereign probably wants you to continue producing this generation. The Jalua clan member didn't linger on this topic and returned to the main topic. A war of gods once broke out at the Death Cliff. Countless experts died here. Our clan guards the 6 paths of reincarnation, so we need to filter the vengeful spirits that died. Some people aren't qualified to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Fong Chun couldn't help but take a deep breath when he heard this. Filter vengeful spirits? Some people aren't qualified to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Did this mean that if one wanted to enter the reincarnation cycle, they would have to depend on the Jalawa clan? As expected, the Jalawa clan member continued. You should know that the core of the Death Cliff is a world of its own, right? Fong Chen nodded. The Jalawa clan member continued. Because this is a base of our clan. You can call it a mini reincarnation cycle. The weapon that the world wants to steal is suppressed in this mini reincarnation cycle. I see. Fong Chen nodded. Let's go. Since you're a member of the great sovereign's bloodline, I'll take you back to see our clansmen. The Jalawa clan member said, although this is a base of our Jalawa clan, it doesn't mean it's safe. Recently, in order to train our clansmen, our clan specially opened a gap to allow outsiders to enter. You saw the battle just now, didn't you? Fong Chen's heart trembled slightly. It turned out that those people who fought over the Ghost Emperor's weapon were just blindly rushing over. The Jalawa clan was guarding this place. Did they have the right to act so atrociously? As expected, nothing was as simple as it seemed on the surface. Especially the core of the Death Cliff. It actually involved the Jalawa clan. Most importantly, the great sovereign guarding the reincarnation road was also from the Jalawa clan. This simply stunned Fong Chen. Chapter 3869. After chatting for a while, they found out that this Jalawa clansman was called Jiajio. They were siblings, and he was the 9th in the family, so he called it by his name. What about you? Jiajio asked. Fong Chen. The two of them chatted happily. Jiajio didn't doubt that Fong Chen was a fake because he came from the lineage of the great sage in the Chaos Realm, and he had the unique reincarnation aura of the Jalawa clan. Therefore, he believed that Fong Chen was from the same clan. Let's go back first. Jiajio hugged Fong Chen's shoulder and said with a smile. Fong Chen nodded and walked side by side with Jiajio. He turned back and looked at Princess Huang apologetically. After all, this was the core area of the Death Cliff, and it was a world of its own. In order not to be exposed, he had to trouble Princess Huang. However, there was a smile on Princess Huang's fair face. When Fong Chen looked at her, she blushed and lowered her head. Her hair covered her face. When Fong Chen passed the test left by her mother, she had already made her decision. However, since Fong Chen didn't say anything, she couldn't say anything. To be honest, Princess Huang was very happy when Fong Chen said that she was his cultivation companion. Boom! 3 days later, Jiajio led Fong Chen and Princess Huang into a dense forest. Jiajio warned, "There's a beast king in this forest. Be careful and don't provoke it." Fong Chen nodded. However, when he was about to move forward, an angry beast roar came from the depths of the forest. Jiajio's expression changed. He sensed carefully and soon found the situation in the depths of the forest. It's an outsider. Jiajio's face darkened. Then, he rushed into the depths of the forest. Fong Chen and Princess Huang looked at each other and followed. In the depths of the forest, in front of a mountain stream, an expert from the Devouring Demon clan was fighting fiercely with the Beast King. Roar! The Beast King was furious. Its body was too big, so its agility was greatly reduced, and it couldn't move freely. This damned enemy took advantage of this weakness and kept attacking. As a result, in just a short while, many wounds appeared on the Beast King's body. Idiot! The origin world was created by our ancestor. The fact that you're able to survive on this land is our favor. How dare you attack us? Clearly, the devouring demons were very proud and believed that the origin world belonged to them. However, his strength wasn't too strong. He was only a 9th level saint. If it wasn't for his incredible speed, the Beast King would have torn him apart. Damn you, I'm going to kill you. The Beast King roared in anger. Hot flames spewed out of his nostrils. In an instant, the entire mountain was set ablaze. The sea of fire spread, intending to burn the Devouring Demon's clan. Not good. The Devouring Demon clan member's expression changed drastically. He leaped up and split into countless illusions. His original body fled out of the forest. This idiot is too strong. The men of the Devouring Demon tribe thought to themselves as they fled. He had entered the core area to search for the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. Before that, he could not afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would die. Bang! However, just as he was fleeing, there was a loud bang. He felt a powerful force coming from the front. It sent him flying, and he crashed onto the ground. He was in so much pain that he stomped his feet. However, when he felt the scorching power behind him, he couldn't care less. He wanted to escape as fast as he could. Trying to escape, Jiao sent the devouring demon's clan member flying with a palm strike. Then, Fang Chun blocked the devouring demon's clan member's escape route from another direction. Seeing this, the devouring demon's clan member gritted his teeth and burned his blood essence. He wanted to fight for his life. He charged towards Fang Chun as fast as lightning. Jiao shouted to warn Fang Chun. However, it was too late. The devouring demon's clan member burned his blood essence. His aura and strength increased exponentially. Jiao was extremely worried about Fang Chun. Even Princess Huang was rushing towards Fang Chun. However, in the face of this sudden change, Fang Chun wasn't afraid at all. His lips curled into a terrifying smile as he waved the sky-crushing sword in his hand. Crack! When the devouring demon's clan member reached him, he stopped in his tracks. In shock, he felt blood flowing out from his neck. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch it, but he couldn't. His head had rolled to the ground, and his headless body fell to the ground. Jiao was stunned. He didn't expect his clan member to be so powerful. Not bad, brother. You're much stronger than I thought. After being stunned for a while, Jiao walked up to Fang Chun and punched him on the shoulder with a smile. He thought that after the great sage's bloodline suffered the most serious injury in history, even if there was a new successor, he wouldn't be that strong. He didn't expect Fang Chun to kill the devouring demon's clan member who burned his blood essence so easily. Jiao had a whole new level of respect for him. Roar! The deafening roar of a beast was heard. The three of them instantly felt the earth tremble and the mountains shake. Soon after, they discovered that the raging fire in front of the mountain stream had been extinguished. The forest returned to normal, and a huge monster slowly walked over. Beast King, long time no see, Jiao greeted him. What are you doing here? The Beast King asked coldly. Jiao shrugged. Aren't you a little too cold? If it weren't for my brother, your enemy would have escaped. You should thank him. As he spoke, Jiao pulled Fang Chun over and smiled. The Beast King looked at Fang Chun, and his expression softened. Indeed, although he was strong, that guy just now had a profound movement skill and was extremely fast. If Fang Chun and Jiao had not appeared, the enemy would have fled long ago. If there's nothing else, you can leave. The Beast King turned and asked them to leave. Jiao knew the Beast King well. Although he didn't say anything, he was grateful to Fang Chun. He thought of something and stopped the Beast King. Beast King, you're the descendant of a divine beast. Why are you so stingy? The Beast King stopped and glared at Jiao. You come with me. The Beast King glanced at Fang Chun and walked back to the mountain stream. Fang Chun was confused. What was going on? Jiao nudged him and said, Brother, hurry up and follow him. This guy is a descendant of a divine beast. He has many good things. If you can get one, it will be of great help to your cultivation. Fang Chun finally understood that Jiao was trying to help him get some opportunities. Descendant of a divine beast? Fang Chun thought of his vermilion bird bloodline. He wondered which divine beast the Beast King was a descendant of. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Fang Chun followed the Beast King to the mountain stream. The Beast King stopped and looked at him seriously. You have the bloodline of a divine beast, vermilion bird. Chapter 3870. As expected, Fang Chun was startled. As a descendant of a divine beast, it should be very sensitive to the bloodline of a divine beast. As expected, it had sensed the aura of the vermilion bird bloodline in him. The Beast King sized up Fang Chun with his large eyes, making the latter feel a little uncomfortable. However, he knew very well that it was almost impossible for him to lie in front of a descendant of a divine beast. Therefore, he admitted it directly and honestly. That's right. By chance, I cultivated a secret skill related to the vermilion bird. I refined a trace of the vermilion bird's blood essence and derived the true vermilion bird bloodline. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the Beast King. The vermilion bird secret technique had first appeared in the body of Huang Tian, the strongest of the younger generation of Flying Phoenix Manor. However, the latter had wanted to kill Fang Chen and had been killed in the end. Because of this, Fang Chen had been hunted down by the top experts of Flying Phoenix Manor. In the end, he had fled to the territory of Ghost Manor and had almost died at the hands of the Ghost Manor Lord. Whoosh! Thinking back to the past, Fang Chen sighed. Since coming to the origin world, that was the closest he had come to death. You're very good. The Beast King's large head shook and was full of praise for Fang Chen. A human cultivator who cultivated the vermilion bird's secret technique and refined the blood essence of the vermilion bird could derive the true vermilion bird bloodline. And, most importantly, it was the same. The vermilion bird bloodline in his body was very pure and was very rare in the age of decline. Of course, the most important point was that the Beast King had sensed a powerful bloodline in Fang Chen's body through the vermilion bird bloodline. He had tried to approach and understand this powerful bloodline, but had been forced back. He was shocked. His divine sense had long reached the edge of the Tao manifestation realm. In addition, he was a descendant of a divine beast and was born with a powerful primordial spirit. However, Fang Chen's bloodline had forced him back. One could imagine how powerful this bloodline was. A primordial bloodline? The Beast King muttered to himself. It shouldn't be. He and Jia Jiao called each other brothers and had learned from Jia Jiao that Fang Chen was a member of the Jialua clan. He did have the aura of the Jialua clan on him. However, suddenly, the Beast King came to a realization and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Could this be a mutation of the Jialua bloodline? It had interacted with many members of the Jialua race before, so it was familiar with their bloodline. It had never heard of Fang Chen's bloodline before. Combined with his identity, the Beast King believed that the bloodline that forced its primordial spirit to retreat was definitely a mutated version of the Jialua race's bloodline. Senior Beast King. Fang Chen's voice interrupted the Beast King's thoughts. The Beast King returned to his senses and grinned at Fang Chen. He then said, "Since you possess the vermilion bird's bloodline, you can be considered as a descendant of the divine beasts. I'm staying here to protect my ancestors' oath." Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The oath to protect the ancestors? The ancestor it spoke of was undoubtedly an ancient mythological beast like the vermilion bird, but what kind of contract was it guarding? Could this be the opportunity Jia Jiao was talking about? Whoosh! The Beast King waved its huge claw, and the mountain stream suddenly changed. Fang Chen looked around and realized that he was in a vast grassland. He couldn't see the end of it, and it was lush everywhere. At this moment, the Beast King spoke. "There are countless opportunities in this territory that I guard. Many members of the Jialua race, including Jia Jiao, have tried to obtain opportunities from me, but I drove them all away. You're the first person who has a chance to obtain an opportunity." Fang Chen was stunned. The Beast King continued. "Release the vermilion bird bloodline and sense it yourself. Feel whatever you feel. If you can't feel anything, then it means that you are not destined to be a descendant of the divine beasts. Then we will part ways here." With that, the Beast King disappeared. Only a dumbfounded Fang Chen was left standing on the lush grassland in a daze. After a while, he calmed down. According to the Beast King, there were many opportunities in this grassland, and he needed to use the vermilion bird bloodline to sense them. Buzz! He released the vermilion bird bloodline, and a trace of the vermilion bird's power surrounded his body. With his feet as the center, it quickly spread across the ground. The vermilion bird's power that was invisible to the naked eye spread across the entire grassland. Secretly, the Beast King nodded in satisfaction. The vermilion bird is known to have the strongest attack power among the divine beasts. With the density of his bloodline, he should be able to sense the black tortoise's power, right? Outside the mountain stream, Princess Huang looked worriedly in the direction where Fang Chen disappeared. Jia Jiao, who was at the side, smiled and said, "Don't worry, my brother will be fine. There are many good things in that old fellow's territory." This time, he will definitely reap a bountiful harvest. Although Jia Jiu looked happy, Princess Wang was still very worried. After all, that was a descendant of the divine beasts. If he wanted to kill Fang Chun, the latter would not be able to resist. My brother is not simple. Being able to gain the Beast King's approval is enough to prove everything. Jia Jiu said, I didn't expect that the divine beasts that were almost destroyed back then, after being dormant for countless years, would produce such a genius. Jia Jiu's eyes were blazing with a fiery look. If the divine beasts were to rise again, it would definitely be the best news for the Jialua clan. On the lush grassland, Fang Chun closed his eyes, touching the grass and trees on the grassland with both hands. The vermilion bird's power had spread across the entire grassland, and he could clearly sense any movement on the grassland. But, right now, he did not sense any abnormalities. The Beast King shouldn't lie to me, Fang Chun muttered to himself. He had the vermilion bird's bloodline and could be considered a descendant of the divine beasts. He had obtained the Beast King's approval and brought him here and told him to release the vermilion bird's bloodline. More than a month had passed, and he still had not found anything. Even the Beast King, who was secretly observing, felt a little regretful. Can't you feel it? He couldn't even sense the most basic opportunity. He shook his head slightly to express his regret. After all, Fang Chun had the vermilion bird's bloodline, but he couldn't sense the opportunity. He could only blame his bad luck. There was no point in keeping such a person. The Beast King was ready to appear and send Fang Chun away. But, at this moment, the Beast King's foot suddenly stopped in its tracks. His gong-sized eyes stared at the lush grassland. At this moment, a fiery red light suddenly appeared on the grassland. Then, a fluorescent light appeared and enveloped the fiery red light. That's the Beast King grinned. The power of the black tortoise. Fang Chun sensed the power of the black tortoise. The divine beast vermilion bird was known to have the strongest attack power, while the divine beast black tortoise was known to have the strongest defense. The two were enemies and friends, and they restrained each other. After a month without any results, Fang Chun condensed the fire of the vermilion bird, which led to the black tortoise shield. Chapter 3871. The Antiquity Age was the most glorious age. In that era, there were countless monstrous geniuses, as well as hundreds of flowers blooming from other races. There was even more than one divine beast. However, although there were many divine beasts, the best of them were the legendary four supreme divine beasts. They were the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Fang Chun had experienced a lot since he started cultivating in the ancient sword continent's Shangfeng nation. He had seen some clans called the White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and other clans. However, they were not the true descendants of the divine beasts. The four supreme divine beasts were the strongest in the legends. At their peak, even the chaotic supremes had to be wary of them. However, they had all fallen for certain reasons. The Vermilion Bird was known as the ancestor of all flames. It could control all the flames in the world. At the same time, its attack power was also known as the strongest in the world. The black tortoise was known as the ancestor of defense. It was best at defense. Spear and shield were both friends and foes. Therefore, when Fang Chun used the vermilion bird bloodline to condense the vermilion bird fire, the force of the black tortoise finally became restless. Buzz, the Beast King, who was hiding in the dark, smiled delightedly when he saw the power of the black tortoise appear. Although Fang Chun had yet to find the true opportunity, the power of the black tortoise could also be considered an opportunity. If he can successfully absorb the force of the black tortoise, his defense power will greatly increase. The Beast King muttered to himself. On the lush grassland, Fang Chun closed his eyes and carefully sensed the force of the black tortoise in the air. A gray aura escaped from the force of the black tortoise and blocked the spread of the vermilion bird fire. As expected, Fang Chun could not help but laugh. The vermilion bird and the black tortoise repelled each other. Condense. Since he had sensed the black tortoise's power, Fang Chun naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. With a thought, he condensed even more vermilion bird's fire and instantly suppressed the black tortoise's power. Then, at a speed invisible to the naked eye, he absorbed the black tortoise's power into his body. Buzz! After the force of the black tortoise entered his body, it started to struggle and destroy his internal organs. However, the perfect bloodline instantly covered his entire body. What happened next left Fang Chun in a daze. The power of the black tortoise, which was originally violently struggling, actually calmed down the moment it came into contact with the perfect bloodline. It was as if the power of the black tortoise was afraid of the perfect bloodline. What happened? Fang Chun was astonished. Although the perfect bloodline was very powerful and could stand shoulder to shoulder with the primeval bloodline, Fang Chun had never seen it before. But it shouldn't be enough to make the power of the black tortoise afraid, right? Could it be? Fang Chun realized that the perfect bloodline could easily penetrate the power of the black tortoise. He instantly understood. The force of the black tortoise was known to have the strongest defense, but the perfect bloodline was able to break through its defense. Naturally, the force of the black tortoise feared the perfect bloodline. Refined. Seizing the time, Fang Chun used his perfect bloodline to analyze the structure of the black tortoise's power. Then, he used the vermilion bird's flames to burn the black tortoise's power. Because Fang Chun had the bloodline of the ancient mythical beast, he had a lot of experience. In just half an hour, he had completely refined the force of the black tortoise. Buzz! With a thought, spots of gray light appeared on the surface of his skin. These gray lights vaguely connected together to form a powerful black tortoise armor. Not enough. Fang Chun pursed his lips. The force of the black tortoise was obviously not strong enough. He needed to continue absorbing it. Again, with this experience, the process of capturing and refining the black tortoise's force became a matter of course. Even the Beast King was stunned by this scene. The Beast King widened his eyes and stared at Fang Chun. When he saw the thick black tortoise armor on the surface of Fang Chun's skin, he immediately exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Even he would find it difficult to condense the black tortoise armor in such a short time. This guy actually did it? Fang Chun, who had condensed the black tortoise armor, was very happy. He felt that his defense had improved by a level. If I were to fight with someone now, an invincible sage would not be able to break through my defense, right? Fang Chun muttered to himself. Even if he were to face an ultimate sage, he was confident that he could fight with him. To put it simply, the moment Fang Chun condensed the black tortoise armor, he was already comparable to an ultimate sage. Phew! After recultivating for 2 lifetimes and going through many hardships, not only did he return to the peak, but he also went one step further and was comparable to an ultimate sage. At this time, Fang Chun's mood was inexplicably complicated. Boom, boom, boom. He tried to control the vermilion bird's fire to attack himself, but it was all blocked by the black tortoise armor. After a series of experiments, Fang Chun finally completely controlled the black tortoise armor. However, without the support of the black tortoise bloodline, the black tortoise armor was just a facade. This was a problem for Fang Chun. It was already very lucky to have the vermilion bird bloodline, but to have the bloodline of 2 ancient superdivine beasts at the same time, it was simply a dream. I wonder if there is the blood essence of the divine beast black tortoise here? Fang Chun muttered. If he could find the blood essence of the divine beast black tortoise, he might really be able to condense the black tortoise bloodline. The Beast King said that there are opportunities everywhere in this grassland. This is just an appetizer. I believe there are more opportunities waiting for me. Fang Chun collected his thoughts and looked ahead. The boundless grassland was lush, peaceful, and peaceful. Continue. Fang Chun continued to bury his head in the grassland, looking for opportunities. The Beast King, who was watching in the dark, exclaimed, "This guy." He finally knew why Jiao admired Fang Chun so much. Outside the Beast King's territory, Jiao crossed his legs and waited leisurely. Princess Wang's face was very solemn. Fang Chun had been in for a long time, but there was no news at all. She secretly sent a message to the latter, but there was no response. This made Princess Huang very anxious. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. My brother is probably looking for opportunities now. Jiajio grinned. He still wanted to say something, but his face suddenly changed. He stood up and said in a deep voice, "Something big has happened in the clan. I need to go back first. Wait for my brother here. When you are done, go to the Jalawa clan's encampment to find me." After saying that, he disappeared without looking back. Looking at his disappearing figure, a hint of worry appeared between Princess Huang's brows. "What happened?" Princess Huang whispered. This was the core of the Death Cliff and the Jalawa clan's encampment. Who dared to be presumptuous here? Almost all outsiders who came in would die, and they would not be able to affect the Jalawa clan at all. Her intuition told her that Jiajio's hurried return might be related to the Ghost Emperor's weapon, but Fang Chun had not come out yet, so she needed to wait patiently. "I hope you're fine." Princess Huang looked at the depths of the Beast King's territory. Chapter 3872. On the lush grassland, Fang Chun had been searching seriously. If he did not have any clues before, now that he had condensed the black tortoise armor, it would be easier for him to find the black tortoise blood essence. If the black tortoise blood essence really existed on the grassland, then as long as he used the black tortoise armor and continued searching, he would definitely be able to find it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After an unknown period of time, the black tortoise armor that had been motionless all this time suddenly shook. This action attracted Fang Chen's attention. His pitch-black eyes stared at the black tortoise armor. His body moved slowly, trying to find the place that caused the black tortoise armor to move and lock onto it. He moved 3 meters to the left. The black tortoise armor was unusually calm. He shook his head slightly and eliminated the left direction. Then, he returned to the place where the black tortoise armor had moved and moved 3 meters to the right. The black tortoise armor was still calm. In this way, after dozens of attempts, he finally found the source of the black tortoise armor's shaking. Buzz! The black tortoise armor on Fang Chen's body was constantly changing, as if it would shatter at any time. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared at the bottom of his feet. Beneath his feet was a lush patch of weeds. When he spread out the weeds, he was surprised to find that there was actually a crystal bead here. Crack! He stretched out his hand to touch the crystal bead, but he was shocked to discover that there was a strong seal around the crystal bead. Black tortoise blood essence. A look of excitement appeared on Fang Chen's face. This crystal bead was no ordinary bead. It contained a drop of precious black tortoise blood essence. Fang Chen did not act rashly. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to seriously think about how to break the seal around the crystal bead. He once again tried to touch the seal with his palm and seriously sensed it. A moment later, he had a preliminary understanding of the internal structure of the seal. This is a very typical illusory seal. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Although he was best at Sword Dao, his attainments in Illusion Dao and Sealing Dao were also extremely high. The illusory seal was a very common type of seal that combined illusions and formations together to form a powerful seal. The greatest characteristic of the illusory seal was that its strength was comparable to that of formations, and its formlessness was similar to that of illusions. Normally, even if one knew that there was a seal here, it would still be very difficult to find it. If you can't even find the seal, how are you going to break it? However, Fang Chun was different. He was familiar with the illusory seal, so he was able to find the location of the illusory seal at a glance. Then, he began to dissect it from the inside. First of all, he had to separate the illusions from the formations. Then, once the illusion was destroyed, the remaining formation would be revealed. In his 2 lifetimes of cultivation, he had seen countless formations. To him, as long as it wasn't a formation set up by a supreme being expert, it wouldn't be difficult for him. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and looked deeply at the drop of blood in the crystal bead. Then the stripping began. Outside the grassland, the Beast King was dumbfounded. Not only did this guy find the crystal bead, but he was also trying to break the seal. Can he break it? The Beast King muttered. He knew better than anyone how strong the seal around the crystal bead was. That was a seal that even an ultimate sage couldn't do anything about. This guy in front of him was actually trying to break it. The Beast King was silent and kept staring at Fang Chun. He wanted to see what this guy would do. In fact, For Fang Chun, the most difficult thing was to separate the illusions and formations. He spread out his hands and gently touched the illusory seal. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying force that seemed to want to bounce off his hands. However, he activated the power in his body and stabilized it. Next, he closed his eyes and began to peel off. Hiss! He tried to let his consciousness gradually penetrate into the interior of the illusory seal. Using his familiarity with the structure of the illusory seal, he quickly destroyed the internal structure of the seal and made it peel off automatically. This process seemed simple, but it was actually very dangerous. The slightest carelessness would cause the illusory seal to self-destruct. At that time, even the Beast King couldn't take out the crystal bead. Obviously, Fang Chun didn't want the crystal bead to be destroyed. It contained the essence and blood of the divine beast black tortoise, which was very important to him. Whoosh! He tried hard to calm down the waves in his heart. His consciousness penetrated layer by layer. An hour later, his consciousness had completely penetrated the interior of the illusory seal. At this time, Fang Chun's forehead was full of sweat. He gritted his teeth and growled. Immediately, his powerful primordial spirit controlled his consciousness and instantly released a terrifying soul power. Crack! The internal structure of the illusory seal, almost without any room to react, was destroyed. The connection center is damaged. Fang Chun received a very important message. The connection center was damaged, which also meant that he was halfway to success. Continue. He took the opportunity to destroy the interior of the illusory seal. After a while, the internal structure of the illusory seal was completely destroyed. At this time, Fang Chun began to peel. An illusory aura was forcibly removed from the illusory seal, leaving an empty shell array. Whoosh! After the removal, he used his understanding of illusory techniques to easily penetrate the illusory aura and completely destroy it. The most important part of the illusory seal was the illusory technique. Now that the illusory aura was destroyed, the array left behind was of little significance to Fang Chun. Crack! Almost in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the formation shattered into pieces. Buzz! A gray aura was released from the crystal bead. Fang Chun quickly grabbed the crystal bead. Success! Glancing at the crystal bead in his palm, Fang Chun was secretly delighted. Rumble! At this time, a deafening roar came from the sky above the grassland. Then, the Beast King appeared out of thin air. Congratulations on getting the black tortoise essence and blood. It could be seen that there was a smile on the Beast King's face. From today onwards, you can enter and exit my territory at will. If you need anything, you can come to me directly. Thank you. Fang Chun clasped his fist. Well, you can refine the black tortoise essence, and as for whether you can condense the black tortoise bloodline, it will depend on your luck. After you finish refining, you can leave here. The Beast King said, something happened in the Jialawa clan, and Jiajio is in a hurry to return. Hearing this, Fang Chun's eyelids twitched and hurriedly asked about Princess Huang's situation. She's fine, waiting for you outside the territory. After chatting with the Beast King for a while, Fang Chun sat cross-legged on the grassland to save time and began to race against time to refine the black tortoise essence and blood. As for the Beast King, he stood by the side to protect him. Chapter 3873. After obtaining the black tortoise blood essence, Fang Chun began to refine it. In fact, refining the black tortoise blood essence was not difficult for him because he had refined the vermilion burr blood essence before and possessed a perfect bloodline comparable to a primordial bloodline. Combining all of the above factors, he only spent half a month to completely refine the black tortoise blood essence. After refining it, he began to use his perfect bloodline as a guide to condense the black tortoise blood essence. Time passed by little. It took a long time to condense the black tortoise blood essence. 100 years passed in a flash. The Beast King glanced at Fang Chun. A thick layer of light had appeared on his body, a sign of the black tortoise blood essence. The Beast King smiled. After 100 years, he had finally stepped into the threshold. Next, he would need a long time to settle down. He believed that Feng Chun would definitely be able to condense the black tortoise blood essence. While waiting for a long time, great changes were happening in the outside world. In the origin world, legends of the demon devourer patriarch were circulating everywhere. Some said that the demon devourer patriarch was only a step away from the chaos controller realm. Therefore, the four sacred lands issued an order to collect all the cultivation resources in the origin world. There is another saying that the demon devourer patriarch suffered a chi deviation when trying to break through to the chaos controller realm. He was seriously injured and needed cultivation resources to heal. In short, there were different opinions. All the major manors were actively making preparations. Only the ghost manor did not make any moves. On this day, a small vortex appeared in the territory of the ghost manor. Immediately, the ghost manor lord ordered a complete lockdown and no one was allowed to approach. His figure flashed, and he jumped into the small vortex. In a flash of white light, the ghost manor lord appeared in a gloomy and terrifying region. This place was completely different from the origin world, filled with dense death chi. The underworld, the ghost manor lord's eyes shone with golden light. He had been searching for the underworld for a long time. Did he finally find some clues today? After calming down from his excitement, the ghost manor lord found that this was not the real underworld, but the path to it. In other words, he could only enter the underworld through this path. He saw a flash of white light in front of him. He quickly rushed over. Suddenly, countless towering trees appeared around him. He was shocked to find that he had fallen into an illusion. How could this be? He ran desperately, but no matter what he did, he could not escape the illusion. Finally, when he was completely exhausted, he fell limply to the ground. Could it be that I was wrong? The ghost manor lord muttered. However, right at that moment, something strange happened. An ancient and deep voice sounded from the illusory realm. The gate opens, the underworld appears. Appear. These words seem to have existed since the beginning of time, drifting from the river of time and shaking the heart of the ghost manor lord. The underworld? The ghost manor lord shouted excitedly. Sure enough, he saw a door leading to the underworld. He entered without hesitation. Buzz. After he returned the domain, the ghost. However, only the ghost palace master knew that he would definitely overturn this origin world once he returned from the underworld. Battlefield, to the great Saturday. Hey, chi, Lord S. The time essence, to the time as, voila. Suddenly, a wave appeared on the silent sea of misery. The great sovereign opened his eyes. His powerful divine sense covered the entire primal chaos realm, and he found that everything was normal. Then, he gently counted with his fingers and sighed. Have we met? When he sent Feng Chun into the origin world, he had already predicted that one day, Feng Chun would encounter the Jia Luo race. He just hadn't thought that they would meet much earlier than he had expected. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. Even that old guy can't hold back anymore. Great Senior said softly. The deployment and plans of the Chaos Realm for countless years were all closely related to Feng Chun. As long as he did not die, the plan could continue. Great Sovereign. The Bloodline Monarch came to the end of the path of reincarnation. He knelt down on one knee, clasped his fists, and said, "The crisis of the ancient chaos has been resolved. Our people are secretly protecting Feng Chen's family and friends. I will guard the border of the ancient chaos and forbid anyone from entering." The great sovereign nodded. Only when Feng Chun had nothing to worry about would he be able to complete his mission in the origin world with even greater efficiency. The reason he chose the Bloodline Monarch was because the top experts of the Chaos Realm had unanimously decided to let the Bloodline Monarch show the results of his research to Feng Chun. Moreover, the Bloodline Monarch was incomparably familiar with the ancient chaos. Is there anything else? Great Sovereign asked. The Bloodline Monarch thought for a moment, then asked, "Great Sovereign, how is Feng Chun right now?" Great Sovereign smiled mysteriously. Feng Chen's actions in the origin world were top secret. Even the other members of the Chaos world couldn't know about it. "You will know in the future," Great Sovereign said. The bloodline monarch nodded, then returned to the border between the Godsfall battlefield and the ancient Chaos to guard it. At the same time, the other ancient experts were constantly appearing in various parts of the Godsfall battlefield to maintain the balance of the battlefield and repair the gaps, preventing the demon devourers of the origin world from sneaking in through other gaps. In short, under the leadership of Great Sovereign, the entire Chaos realm was almost as one. Occasionally, the demon devourers would come in. This was also done on purpose to train the experts of the Chaos realm, allowing them to experience the baptism of death at the edge of life and death battles to break through. Needless to say, this method was very effective. Some experts who had been unable to enter the Saint realm for a long time stepped into the five-element Saint realm after fighting with the demon devourers. Feng Chun had been in the origin world for less than 1,000 years. In such a short time, the number of five-element Saint realm experts in the Chaos realm had increased by a lot. Of course, this was not enough. The ones who truly controlled the life and death of the two worlds were the legendary Chaos Supremes. Therefore, they could not let the demon devourers become a Chaos controller first. Otherwise, the Chaos realm would perish. At this time, they had to think of a way to buy Feng Chun as much time as possible. With his rare potential, as long as he could step into the Chaos Supremes, he would certainly be able to contend with the demon devourers and might even become a Chaos controller directly. The future of the Chaos realm was still in an abyss of suffering. They needed someone to be their savior. And Feng Chun, without a doubt, he was the savior of all life. Chapter 3874. On the grassland, Feng Chun sat cross-legged as a thick bloodline aura surrounded his body. If one were to carefully sense it, they would discover that the bloodline aura was extremely mixed. There was an extremely cold aura, and there was also an aura that was as hot as fire. Buzz! After an unknown amount of time, the Beast King suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Feng Chun and gasped softly. He realized that the black tortoise armor on the surface of Feng Chun's skin was becoming more and more real. He was surprised to find that a trace of the black tortoise bloodline was condensed in Feng Chun's body. Did I succeed? The Beast King was a little excited. At this moment, Feng Chun also noticed this scene. He used the perfect bloodline to guide the trace of the black tortoise bloodline into the perfect bloodline. Boom! The vermilion bird bloodline and black tortoise bloodline rejected each other, but with the perfect bloodline, it gradually stabilized. Crash! Feng Chun opened his eyes and felt the black tortoise armor on his skin. A bright smile appeared on his face. Congratulations! The Beast King congratulated and at the same time threw a scroll to Feng Chun and said, "This scroll records the secret technique of the black tortoise shield. You can study it." The black tortoise shield was a famous defensive technique of the black tortoise bloodline. Only people with the black tortoise bloodline could cultivate it. Feng Chun condensed the black tortoise bloodline and was qualified to cultivate it. "Thank you, Beast King." Feng Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. If it wasn't for the Beast King, he wouldn't have been able to obtain such a great opportunity. Possessing the bloodline of two ancient divine beasts at the same time made him even more confident in the evolution of the perfect bloodline. "All right, you have obtained the opportunity. It's time to leave," the Beast King said. Then, with a thought, he sent Feng Chun out of the territory. Outside the territory, Princess Huang was walking around anxiously. All of a sudden, "Princess Huang." Feng Chun's voice entered Princess Huang's ears. The latter's body trembled. She turned around and looked at Feng Chun with tears in her eyes. "Are you okay?" She tried her best to hold back the tears in her eyes. "I'm fine," Feng Chun said. "It's good that you're fine," Princess Huang murmured. After Feng Chun bid farewell to the Beast King, he brought Princess Huang and left this region. Before he left, the Beast King reminded him that the core area of the Death Cliff was very special. It was a world of its own. Maybe there would be a sleeping existence there. He told them not to wander around and to contact Jiajio first. After leaving the Beast King's territory, Feng Chun asked about Jiajio, but Princess Huang didn't know. "Where should we go now?" Princess Huang asked. The core area of the Death Cliff was much more complicated than they had imagined. Especially since the Jelua clan was involved, they were extremely fearful. The Jelua clan was known as one of the most powerful clans in the world. Most importantly, they controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. They had established a base in the core area of the Death Cliff. This also meant that there was definitely a reincarnation road here. Let's find out where the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon is. Feng Chen muttered. This was their purpose in coming to the Death Cliff. All right. Princess Huang nodded, and the two of them walked side by side. Along the way, they met a few members of the Jelua clan. But because Feng Chen had the reincarnation chi, he was recognized as a member of the Jelua clan. Almost no one attacked him. However, there were still some outsiders who snuck in. Kill. One day, when he and Princess Huang were resting, he suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent approaching. Without any hesitation, he pulled out the Sky Destroyer sword. With a slash of the sword, it suppressed the heavens and earth and instantly injured the attacker. A miserable shriek came from the attacker's mouth. Following that, a figure fell to the ground. This person's legs were cut off by the Sky Destroyer sword, and his cultivation was exhausted. He looked ferocious and shouted angrily, "You dare to attack me? My master will not let you off." "Who are you?" Princess Huang asked coldly. "You are all dead. My master will be here soon. None of you will be able to escape." This person fell into madness. "Pucci." Princess Huang attacked and killed him. "Let's go." Feng Chen nodded and said, if they were elsewhere, they might not be afraid. But this was the residence of the Jelua clan. They did not know who the master was, and they did not want to get into trouble. Crash. Not long after Feng Chen and Princess Huang left, the group landed on the ground. The leader was wearing golden armor and had an imposing appearance. Behind him, there were some servants. One of the servants quickly walked to the person who had died here and checked. Then, he quickly ran back and reported, "Master, he has stopped breathing." Hearing this, the man in golden armor's face turned gloomy. "Who did it?" the man in golden armor asked. The servant shook his head. "The murderer is a sword cultivator. He did not give Achi any chance. He cut off Achi's legs with a sword and then killed Achi with a palm. From the sword chi, I can tell that this sword cultivator should be an expert of the invincible sage realm. Moreover, his attainments in the sword principle should be very high. He might have comprehended the ultimate sword principle." The servant emphasized the words ultimate sword principle. As expected, the man in golden armor's face changed slightly. Ultimate sword principle? He had been pursuing the ultimate sword principle for a long time. Now, one of his servants was killed by a sword cultivator who seemed to have comprehended the ultimate sword principle. This was interesting. According to the information we have, the major forces in the core area do not have such a sword cultivator. In other words, this sword cultivator is most likely a rogue cultivator. The servant continued. That palm contained a special aura. I suspect that this person is related to the primitive tribes. The man in golden armor's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. They had gathered countless information and researched countless methods. Finally, they decided to enter the core area of the Death Cliff. However, Achi was killed as soon as they entered. The person who killed him was a sword cultivator who had mastered the ultimate sword principle and was related to the primitive tribes. What was going on? Could it be that the primitive tribes can't sit still anymore? The servant shook his head. Not necessarily. That palm doesn't prove anything. Perhaps I sensed wrongly. The man in golden armor pondered for a moment before saying, no matter what, Achi can't die in vain. We must find the murderer at all costs. The servant understood. Their master did not want to avenge Achi. Instead, he wanted the murderer's ultimate sword principle. This was the most precious experience. If he could comprehend it, he would definitely be able to comprehend an ultimate sword principle. Master, don't worry. I will do it right away. The servant said. The man in golden armor raised his head. His pitch-black eyes looked into the distance as he said eerily, since I've come here, I will conquer this place. I will kill anyone who tries to stop me. Chapter 38:75. Princess Fong Huang probably didn't know that the person they killed would bring a series of troubles to their future journey. Of course, this was a story for later. After Fong Chun killed that mysterious warrior, he was heading north. He naturally wouldn't foolishly head to the Jialua clan's encampment. Jiajiu's cultivation realm was low and had mistaken him for someone else. However, there were many experts in the Jialua clan. Once someone recognized his identity, it would bring danger to his life. "Where are we going now?" Princess Huang asked. They couldn't go to the Jialua clan's encampment and had to carefully avoid the Jialua clansmen. Then, how should they proceed? "Let's find out the approximate location of the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon," Fong Chen said. Wang. In the air, there was an imperceptible fluctuation. Fong Chun frowned slightly and looked around. He didn't discover anything. He didn't believe in heresy and released his powerful divine sense, covering a radius of 100 miles. However, he still didn't discover anything. "What's wrong?" Seeing Fong Chun acting like this, Princess Huang asked in surprise. Fong Chun shook his head and retracted his divine sense. He said, "Nothing, let's go." The two of them walked side by side. After a few steps, Fong Chun suddenly stopped. He closed his eyes and seriously felt the pulse of the earth. In order to comprehend the origin of Earth, he had once deeply felt the pulse of the earth and comprehended the origin of Earth in one fell swoop. Every movement of the earth couldn't escape his senses. Now, his feet felt the pulse of the earth. It seemed to be a little irregular. If it was before, he wouldn't have thought that there was anything abnormal. However, it was different now. Just now, he vaguely felt a special aura. When he released his divine sense, he didn't sense anything. At that time, he started to feel suspicious. It was just that he didn't have any evidence. Now, combined with the irregular pulse of the earth, he was even more certain that someone was approaching him. Could it be the master of that person I killed not long ago? Seeing Fong Chen's actions, Princess Huang also realized it. She carefully took precautions and was ready to attack at any time. Dong! Suddenly, Fong Chun stomped his feet and the ground instantly collapsed. Immediately after, an earthy yellow aura appeared around him. The power of the origin of Earth passed through his legs and instantly poured into the earth. Then, he used the pulse of the earth to force the mysterious person to show himself. Dong dong dong. The throbbing pulse of the earth stacked up layer by layer, growing stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it had already stacked 512 layers. At this time, the pulse was already extremely chaotic. Crack! True enough. The person hiding in the shadows was unable to withstand the power of the 512th layer of the throbbing pulse of the world and was forced to reveal himself. Interesting. You can actually sense me approaching. The red-haired old man wore a black robe and held a wine gourd in his hand. His face was ferocious as he looked at Fong Chun and said coldly, "Well, so what if you found me? Aren't you still going to die in my hands?" Voila! As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked. Boom! Boom! He opened the wine cork and countless wine droplets shot out from the wine gourd. These wine droplets contained unparalleled power and instantly shot towards Fong Chun. Kill! Fong Chun felt tremendous pressure and performed his ultimate sword technique without hesitation. Swoosh! With the heaven-destroying sword in his hand, Fong Chun seemed to have turned into a demon as he slashed out again and again. The power of the ultimate sword technique was displayed perfectly. When the sword light collided with the drops of wine, there was a loud sound. Even the red-haired old man could not help but take a few steps back. It is indeed the ultimate sword technique. Master was right. He licked his dry lips and said eerily, "Kid, surrender obediently, and I can spare your life. I can even give you a chance to be loyal to my master." Fong Chun frowned. This person actually recognized his ultimate sword technique and even mentioned his master. He must be in cahoots with the person he had killed earlier. "My master is the strongest existence in the world. It is your honor to be loyal to him." Seeing that Fong Chun was silent, the red-haired old man sneered. "If not for the fact that you have the ultimate sword technique, the fact that you killed Ah Chi is enough to implicate 9 generations of your family. Seeing that you are a genius, my master will spare your life. I hope you don't make a mistake." The red-haired old man was filled with boundless power, and he was suppressing others with his aura. The strongest existence in the world? How arrogant! Fang Chen looked at him in disdain. Is he as strong as the demon-devouring clan leader? Is he as strong as those ancient supremes? The red-haired old man glared at Fang Chen. The people he was referring to were all peak utmost exalted level existences. Although his master was a genius, he had yet to step into the utmost exalted level. How could he possibly be comparable to those big shots? My master will step into the Supremes sooner or later. Once he does, he will definitely be comparable to the demon-devouring clan leader and stand at the peak of the world. The red-haired old man said confidently. His master was born to reach the peak of the martial way. Fang Chen shook his head. He was thinking about how to deal with the red-haired old man. At the same time, he was secretly communicating with Princess Huang. We can't delay any longer. Otherwise, when his master arrives, it will be difficult for us to escape. Princess Huang was slightly anxious. After all, this was the core of the Death Cliff, and it was isolated from the outside world. "Old thing, you're really arrogant," Fang Chen sneered. The person he was talking about had not even comprehended the ultimate sword technique. How dare he boast that he was the strongest existence in the world? What a joke. However, the red-haired old man was a little difficult to deal with. "Do you know about the Jialua clan?" Fang Chen suddenly asked. "Jialua clan?" The red-haired old man was stunned. He then said, "Of course I know. It is a special clan that is as famous as the primitive clans." "Since you know, then do you know that I am also a member of the Jialua clan?" Fang Chen grinned. "How dare you provoke the Jialua clan? You are courting death." While the red-haired old man was still in shock, Fang Chen decisively attacked. He slashed out with the Heaven's Stand sword technique and pushed his ultimate sword technique to the extreme. The sword slashed across the sky and sent the red-haired old man flying. At the same time, he brought Princess Huang and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Boom, boom, boom. The red-haired old man was furious. He smashed a mountain with a punch. "Damn you! How dare you sneak attack me? I will tear you into pieces." His figure flashed, and he began to chase after Fang Chen. At the same time, he passed the news to the golden armored man. "Jialua clan?" The golden armored man was silent for a long time after receiving the news. The Jialua clan does have a base in the core of the Death Cliff. Not many people know about this. Since that person knows about it, even if he is not from the Jialua clan, he must be related to them. Then, the servant was a little worried. The Jialua clan was a huge clan. They could not afford to offend them. The dead will not reveal secrets. The golden armored man played with the small knife in his hand and said eerily. Chapter 3876. At the end of the desert, an old man was fishing. Seeing this strange scene, Fang Chen and Princess Huang were both surprised. This was a desert. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, not a single drop of water could be seen. They were very curious. Why was this old man fishing here? They saw. The old man was wearing a gray robe and was sitting cross-legged on a piece of green rock. He was holding a 1-meter-long bamboo pole in his hand. At the other end of the bamboo pole, there was a silk thread. At the end of the silk thread, there was a fishing hook. This was a fishing rod. When the clouds rise, sit and look at the east. The old man muttered such words. After that, a smile appeared on his withered face. It was as though he already knew that Fang Chen and Princess Huang had arrived. "It's a pleasure to have friends from afar." As he spoke, the old man flicked his wrist and the fishing rod was lifted. A golden fish suddenly appeared in the desert. It bit the hook and was pulled back by the old man. That is, Fang Chen's heart trembled. If he didn't see wrongly, that golden fish was condensed from ultimate force. This kind of fish was definitely not an ordinary fish. It actually took the initiative to bite the hook. What was the identity of this old man? The old man held the golden fish and turned his head to look at Fang Chen and Princess Huang. He said, "Since the two of you are here, why don't you have a taste of this old man's fish?" Swoosh! The old man flicked his sleeve. Instantly, the golden fish floated in midair. He formed seals with both hands. A terrifying force penetrated the golden fish. As time passed, the energy in the golden fish became purer. In the end, the energy of the golden fish was directly compressed into the purest form of energy. This kind of energy was a great supplement for martial artist cultivation. This, Fang Chun was shocked. To be able to compress the ultimate force in such a pure state with just a raise of his hand and let ordinary people absorb and refine it. One could imagine how strong this old man was. He felt a headache coming. He had just escaped the pursuit of the mysterious expert's servant. Why did he encounter another monster not long after? Just what kind of strange place was the core of the death cliff? Try it. The old man threw the golden fish out. Fang Chun subconsciously reached out to catch it, but he was shocked to find that the golden fish flew past him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't touch the golden fish. Wang. The golden fish accurately landed in Princess Huang's fair palm. A look of astonishment appeared on the latter's beautiful face. However, before she could say anything, the old man said, "Quickly eat it." Fang Chun also sent a sound transmission to Princess Huang, saying that this golden fish would be of great help to her cultivation. Princess Huang no longer hesitated and swallowed the golden fish in one gulp. "This way, please." The old man waved his sleeve, and 3 stone benches and a stone table appeared in the desert. He took the lead and sat down on the stone bench, making an inviting gesture. Fang Chun and Princess Huang looked at each other and sat down. "Thank you, Senior." Princess Huang expressed her thanks. In just a few seconds, she could feel the strength in her body rising. Moreover, her comprehension of the 5 elemental origins had also greatly increased. The most important thing was, she could clearly sense the trajectory of the ultimate power. For a powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Realm like them, this was more important than any treasure of heaven and earth. "May I ask Senior's name?" Fang Chun asked. The old man shook his head and smiled. "This old man's name is not worth mentioning. Just call me Fisherman." Fang Chun seriously thought about it in his mind, but he couldn't think of such a person as Fisherman. Princess Huang also shook her head gently. She had never heard of such a person. "Senior Fisherman, are you also an ultimate cultivator?" The so-called ultimate cultivator, in Fang Chun's understanding, was a cultivator who had comprehended the ultimate path. The fisherman shook his head. "I have indeed comprehended the ultimate path, but I am not an ultimate cultivator." Fang Chun was puzzled. The fisherman explained, "Do you know why I didn't give you the golden fish I just caught, but gave it to this lady? Is it because I have comprehended the ultimate path?" Fang Chun asked. The fisherman explained, "You should have seen the essence of the golden fish, and the reason I didn't give it to you is that you are not suitable. You are at the beginning of the ultimate path. If I give you the golden fish and let you refine and absorb it, the ultimate power of the golden fish will subtly affect your cultivation and comprehension. In this way, it is equivalent to harming you." Fang Chun understood. It turned out that the fisherman was afraid that the ultimate power of the golden fish would destroy the ecological balance of the ultimate power in his body. "Senior Fisherman, why are you fishing here?" Fang Chun continued to ask. This was clearly a desert. He had carefully examined it. Under the soil, there was no aura of the ultimate power at all. The fisherman put away the fishing rod and said with a smile, "How much do you know about the Saint Realm?" The two looked at each other. After the Yin-Yang origin realm was the 5 elements Saint Realm. The symbol of stepping into the Saint Realm was to comprehend the 5 elements origin. The 5 elements were the foundation of heaven and earth. Fang Chun had comprehended all 5 elements origin. The Saint Realm was divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels were the Saint King Realm, the middle 3 levels were the Saint Emperor Realm, and the last 3 levels were the Saint Realm. After the 9th level Saint was the Invincible Saint, and then the Ultimate Saint. This was the conventional cultivation system. "Then, what level do you think I am at?" The fisherman continued to ask. Fang Chun pondered for a moment before he said, "Although I can't sense Senior Fisherman's aura, the technique you used to compress ultimate energy earlier is enough to prove that you've already surpassed the Saint stage. You're at least a half-step Chaotic Supreme stage expert." The half-step Chaotic Supreme was a small realm between the saint realm and the chaotic realm. People in this realm had touched the threshold of the supreme, and there was a huge gap between them and the saint realm. The fisherman shook his head. I am an 11th level saint. What? Fang Chun and Princess Huang exclaimed at the same time. There are 9 levels in the saint realm. How could there be an 11th level saint? Please enlighten me, senior fisherman, Fang Chun said. In fact, the invincible saint and the ultimate saint you mentioned are the cultivation system of the age of chaos. In the most ancient era, there was the most complete cultivation system, and it was called the 13th level saint realm. Step by step, only by stepping through the 13th level saint realm could one become a supreme. 13th level. The core of the Death Cliff is a world of its own. The Jalua clan is stationed here to guard the reincarnation cycle. This world retains the power of the heavenly path from the ancient era. In the outside world, no matter how talented you are, you can't step into the 10th level. But here, the 13th level is not a fantasy, the fisherman said. Speaking of the invincible saints and the ultimate saints of the outside world, a look of disdain appeared on his face. In the most ancient era, the so-called invincible saints and the ultimate saints of the outside world were not even worth mentioning. Sigh, the world has changed, and all of this is because of the devouring demon clan. The clan leader of the devouring demon clan had forcibly defied the heavens and extracted the fate of the chaotic realm to establish the origin realm, destroying the balance of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Chapter 3877. The fisherman was very mysterious. At least in Fang Chen's opinion, he should be an extremely ancient existence. It was even possible that he had existed since the birth of the chaotic world. However, Fang Chen was very curious about one thing. Why would an expert like the fisherman appear in the core of the Cliff of Death? And why would he appear here? And he had never heard of the fisherman's name, nor had Princess Phoenix. In the entire course of history, there seemed to be no such expert. Fang Chen's heart was full of doubts, and at the same time, he was very shocked. The current cultivation system was actually incomplete, and the complete cultivation system of the most ancient era was actually the 13th level saint realm. This was something he had never heard of. It was an unprecedented shock. The so-called invincible saints and ultimate saints in the outside world were all 9th level saint realm. Although their combat strength was far beyond the ordinary 9th level saint realm, they were not qualified to step into the 10th level. Fang Chun was a little absent-minded. In his previous life, he had cultivated to the invincible saint realm. In this life, not only did he return to the peak, but he even touched the threshold of the ultimate saint realm. He did not expect that he would still be unable to cross the 10th level saint realm. 13th level saint realm. When the fisherman spoke of this, his expression became confused. His eyes were a little empty, and his expression was a little painful. There was also some struggle, as if he had fallen into a deep memory. From his withered cheeks, one could see the traces left by time and the vicissitudes of history. This further confirmed Fang Chen's guess about the fisherman. He was definitely an old monster who had survived from the most ancient era until now. Senior, Fang Chun called out softly, and the fisherman recovered from the painful memory. He looked deeply at Fang Chun and said in a low voice, "That era was too crazy and too dark. It's better not to mention it." He shook his head hard as if trying to forget the unpleasant things. "You are a warrior from the age of chaos. It's normal that you don't know about the 13th level saint realm. Even in the devouring demon clan, Jalua clan, and primitive clans, not many people know about the 13th level saint realm." The fisherman said, "These 3 clans were the top super clans in the chaotic world. Only the leaders who stood at the top would know about the existence of the 13th level saint realm. Do you know why I'm fishing here?" The fisherman asked. Fang Chun and Princess Huang shook their heads. The fisherman spoke, "I've survived from the most ancient era, but I'm not like what you guys have imagined. The current me, more accurately speaking, should be a strand of remnant left behind here." Furthermore, he had learned from the fisherman that the reason he was able to retain a wisp of his consciousness was because of the Jalua clan. The Jalawar race controls the 6 paths of reincarnation. They're the most special and mysterious race in the Chaos realm. Back in the day, many Chaos sovereigns in the Chaos realm were closely related to the Jalawar race. The fishermen continued. This tribe rarely comes out into the world, but every time they do, it's a time of great upheaval in the world. I'm fishing here because I'm waiting for the fated one. A fated person? What was a fated person? Fong Chun was stunned. Could it be that he was the fated person mentioned by the fisherman? In order to avoid being hunted down by that mysterious force, he had fled in a panic. By chance, he had encountered a fisherman who was fishing. For so many years, I've fished here and met many cultivators. However, their potential was too mediocre and they couldn't reach the 13th level of the Saint Realm. But you're different. When I first saw you, I knew that you were the person I've been looking for countless years. How powerful was the fisherman? With just a strand of remnant will, he could fish up the golden fish from underground and compress the ultimate force. Few people in the world could match up to him. Me? Fong Chun pointed to himself. Princess Wang also had a look of curiosity on her face. The fisherman nodded. You have the bloodlines of 2 ancient divine beasts and a bunch of extremely special bloodlines. If I'm not wrong, this bloodline should be something those little guys in the Chaos realm came up with to deal with the devouring demon clan, right? Fong Chun was stunned. A Chaos sovereign was actually called a little guy by the fisherman. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely cause a commotion. I chose you for 3 reasons. The fisherman stretched out 3 fingers. The first reason was that Fong Chun had the perfect bloodline and 2 ancient divine beast bloodlines. Especially the perfect bloodline, it could devour other bloodlines and evolve continuously. When it evolved to the extreme, it could suppress all other bloodlines in the world. The second reason was that Fong Chun had comprehended the ultimate Sword Dao and possessed the ultimate force. The third reason was that Fong Chun was a kind and righteous person. Of course, the second reason was the most important one. If a cultivator wanted to reach the 13th level of the Saint Realm, they had to possess the ultimate force. This was also the reason why no one had ever stepped into the 13th level of the Saint Realm during the Age of Chaos. They couldn't even comprehend the ultimate Sword Dao. The heavenly Dao was flawed and didn't allow such a cultivator to appear. Your current realm should be the 9th level of the Saint Realm. Stepping into the 10th level of the Saint Realm is a hurdle. You need to continue to condense the ultimate force. The fisherman pointed at Fong Chun's abdomen. When the amount of ultimate force in your body reaches 10 strands, you will be qualified to break through to the 10th level of the Saint Realm. Fong Chun checked his body and found that there was only 1 strand of ultimate force in his body. Moreover, it was faintly discernible, as if it could dissipate at any time. 10 strands. Fong Chun curled his lips. Condensing 1 strand of ultimate force was already difficult. How long would it take to condense 10 strands? I have a scroll here. It's a secret technique for condensing ultimate force. Take a look. The fisherman flicked his finger, and a ray of light fell in front of Fong Chun, turning into a scroll. Fong Chun slowly unfolded the scroll. For bold and powerful words appeared in front of his eyes. Pulse condensation technique. Treat the ultimate force as your meridians, then completely integrate it into your body, becoming a part of your body. Then condense it. You will discover that the mysteries of your body are far more than you can imagine. The fisherman explained. So, this was the origin of the name pulse condensation technique. At the same time, the fisherman also told Fong Chun that the human body hid countless mysteries. If one wanted to step into the forbidden realm, they must constantly tap into their body's potential. Only by fully comprehending the mysteries of the body could they reach a higher realm. In the most ancient times, the mysteries of the body were highly valued by cultivators, but as time passed, the martial path gradually declined. These once core cultivation systems have long been forgotten by the world. The fisherman muttered to himself, looking a little lonely. Many thanks, Senior. Fong Chun put away the scroll and cupped his fist at the fisherman, bowing deeply to express his gratitude. The fisherman's words gave him a new understanding of the martial path, and also a new plan. According to the fisherman, there was only one path to enter the primal chaos realm, and that was the 13th level of the Saint realm. Chapter 3878. The fisherman thought highly of Feng Chun. At least in his opinion, Feng Chun was the one with the greatest potential. He was also the one with the greatest hope of reaching 13th level Sage realm. Therefore, he passed the pulse condensation technique to Feng Chun. All right, I have said what I need to say. You will have to figure out the next path by yourself. As his voice fell, the fisherman's body gradually faded and finally disappeared. Boom! Under the ground, violent forces shot up to the sky. Yellow sand filled the sky and turned into violent beasts that surrounded Feng Chun and Princess Huang. Oh no! Without senior fisherman suppression, the forces under the ground are starting to wreak havoc. Feng Chun exclaimed. He took out the Sky Destroyer's sword and slashed out again and again. Rumble! A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. Every time a violent beast came close, it would be killed by the Sky Destroyer's sword. Princess Huang also used the ancient tribe's unique skill, Dukong Violent Beast. Time passed by slowly. As the battle with the rampage behemoths deepened, Feng Chun discovered that these rampage behemoths actually carried ultimate power. Feng Chun's eyes turned and a bold idea appeared in his mind. Boom! He killed the violent beasts with one slash, and his other hand touched the body of the violent beasts at lightning speed. He absorbed the ultimate power in their bodies crazily. In the beginning, he was rejected by the ultimate power in the violent beasts' bodies. However, as time passed, Feng Chun gradually grasped the technique and could absorb it easily. One by one, the violent beasts died under Feng Chun's sword. The ultimate power he absorbed was also increasing. Just like that, the battle continued for half a month. Feng Chun finally condensed his second ultimate power. Boom! The moment he condensed his second ultimate power, the sky changed color. With him as the center, the violent beasts within a 100-mile radius were defeated instantly. The aura of the ultimate power emitted from his body suppressed the heavens and the earth. Princess Huang's delicate body trembled slightly as she felt a great pressure. Fortunately, Feng Chun restrained his aura in time. Otherwise, Princess Huang couldn't stand it. Congratulations, Princess Huang said softly. The more time she spent with Feng Chun, the more she realized that the former's potential was too monstrous. Senior Fisherman gave him the pulse condensation technique. However, in just half a month's time, he condensed his second ultimate power. To the martial artists in the outside world, this was simply flying speed. However, Feng Chun wasn't satisfied. It's a pity that after condensing my second ultimate power, the aura of the ultimate power in my body, it directly crushed the violent beasts. Feng Chun curled his lips. Otherwise, he could have absorbed more of the rampage behemoth's ultimate power. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. The desert had already returned to normal, and there was no longer any ultimate power underground. The fisherman had completely disappeared from the heavens and the earth. I will never forget Senior Fisherman's kindness. Feng Chun cupped his fists and said, in a region tens of thousands of miles away from the desert, a middle-aged man walked out of a ruin. There were many wounds on his body, but he finally escaped. So dangerous. This man was the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion. He was a genuine extreme saint. He had been trapped in the core of the Death Cliff for millions of years and couldn't leave. Although this place was very dangerous, he was still struggling at death's door. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt the aura of ultimate power. Ultimate power? This was the aura that he had been dreaming of. Following the aura of the ultimate power, he quickly ran. No matter what, he had to fight for this opportunity. If I can comprehend the ultimate Tao, I will definitely be able to touch the threshold of the Supreme Realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Mansion Master of Heaven Ju Mansion was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he crossed tens of thousands of miles and came to the desert. His senses were clearer. There was a thin, ultimate power in the air. It seemed like there was a great secret hidden here. There's someone here? The Mansion Master of Heaven Ju Mansion's eyes twitched. He noticed Fang Chun and Princess Huang on the hill. At the same time, he also sensed the ultimate power that had not dissipated from Fang Chen's body for a long time. The mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion forcefully suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He walked in front of Fang Chun and asked with a smile, "Little brother, you came here first. Did you discover anything?" Fang Chun shook his head. "I didn't discover anything." "Oh, is that so?" The mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion was filled with killing intent. He said coldly, "But I sense the ultimate power in your body. There's also the ultimate power in the desert. How do you explain that?" Fang Chun remained silent and looked at the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion. Boom! The heaven-severing mansion's master emitted a powerful, oppressive might. He was using his power to oppress Fang Chun. "Obediently hand over everything you've obtained. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. You're from the Devouring Demon Clan?" Fang Chun suddenly asked. "That's right. I'm the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion. If you know what's good for you, you'll..." Before the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion could finish his sentence, Fang Chun attacked. With the sky-crushing sword in his hand, he performed the ultimate sword skill. The ultimate power surged, and the two ultimate powers that had gathered in his body instantly exploded. Boom, boom, boom. When the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion saw this, he turned pale with fright. "You're actually an ultimate cultivator?" Martial artists who had comprehended the ultimate path were collectively known as ultimate cultivators. Such people were rare, even in the four great Saint Lands. However, the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion could sense that Fang Chen's cultivation level was not high. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Anyone who encountered such a situation would not let it go. Die! The mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion's body flashed as he performed the Heaven Ju shadowless skill. His body kept changing. In the blink of an eye, there were tens of thousands of illusions that appeared in the desert. No one could tell which one was the real mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion. Each of the illusions was speaking, disrupting Fang Chen's thoughts and attacking him at the same time. "Brat, you're unlucky to have met me." The mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion. The mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion said eerily. He continued to control the tens of thousands of illusions to surround and attack Fang Chun. "Let me help you." Princess Huang was a little worried. She quickly attacked, and her body shone with a golden light. The mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion was shocked. "You're from the Flying Phoenix Mansion?" "No," Princess Huang said coldly. The moment she found out about her identity, she no longer had anything to do with the Flying Phoenix Mansion. Moreover, she knew very well that the reason the Flying Phoenix Mansion's mansion master had announced to the public that she was his daughter was to rope in her master. Since you're not going to die, then die. If she was from the Flying Phoenix Mansion, the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion might have thought about it. However, since she had said that she was not, the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion would not show mercy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion performed the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion perfectly. He shuttled through the tens of thousands of illusions and used the illusions. Chapter 3879. Crack! The sky-crushing sword cut across the sky and appeared in front of the master of Ju Tian Mansion in a strange trajectory. The extremely sharp sword Qi instantly pierced through the master of Ju Tian Mansion. However, in the next instant, Fang Chun realized that it was an illusion. After being pierced by the sky-crushing sword, the illusion gradually dissipated. The other illusions took the opportunity to launch a violent attack. Countless illusions surrounded Fang Chun. Fang Chun was stunned. His primordial spirit was close to the path manifestation realm. Logically speaking, any illusory skill was not worth mentioning in front of him. He swung his sword confidently, thinking that he would be able to pierce the master of Ju Tian Mansion. However, the scene in front of him made him a little stunned. After being stunned for a while, Fang Chen's face gradually turned solemn. The master of Ju Tian Mansion was much more powerful than he had imagined. His Ju Tian Phantom skill was not an ordinary illusory skill. Interesting. The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Then, he leaped up, and unleashed his body motion to the extreme. His speed soared, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed into the tens of thousands of illusions. At the same time, the sky-crushing sword in his hand carried an indestructible sword chi and continuously attacked the surrounding illusions. Every illusion dissipated the moment they came into contact with the sky-crushing sword. Although there were tens of thousands of illusions, the master of Jutian Mansion could not do anything to Feng Qian in a short period of time. Not to mention, there was also Princess Huang, who was eyeing him covetously. Although Princess Huang's strength was far from Feng Qian's, she was a descendant of the primitive tribe after all. The primitive tribe's bloodline was hidden in her body. Moreover, she had been taught by the primitive tribe since she was young, so she possessed some of the primitive tribe's special abilities. At the crucial moment, she could deliver a fatal blow. However, at this moment, the master of Jutian Mansion thought that he had the absolute upper hand. A maniacal smile appeared on his ferocious face. He laughed sinisterly and kept swinging his palms. Palm prints after palm prints overlapped each other and shook the sky. "Die for me!" Mansion Master Zhu Tian shouted angrily and launched an all-out attack. Amidst the thousands of phantoms, his real body moved quickly. With the help of the phantoms, his real body could do almost anything he wanted. He kept shuttling through the void. At the same time, he kicked out with his feet. The surrounding void distorted as if it would collapse at any time. "Be careful." Seeing this, Princess Huang reminded loudly. When the true body of the heaven-severing mansion's mansion master traveled through the void and connected the over 10,000 phantoms, the entire sky became abnormally heavy. Black clouds covered the sky, lightning dragons flickered, and thunder rumbled. It was as if a demon had been born. That scene frightened Princess Huang. She saw that Feng Qian had fallen into the tens of thousands of phantoms, and she was a little confused. She gritted her teeth and took out a command medallion from her bosom. Then, she bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. Immediately, the command medallion emitted a powerful light. She flung it forcefully, and the command medallion shot out at high speed. It arrived beside Feng Qian and condensed a layer of light, helping Feng Qian block the attack of the heaven-extinguishing mansion's mansion master. "Are you okay?" Princess Huang asked. Feng Qian regained his senses and turned his head to look at Princess Huang. He smiled at her and entered his battle state. Ultimate Sword Dao. Feng Qian, who was in his battle state, released his primordial spirit to its fullest extent. His terrifying divine consciousness shrouded heaven and earth, and the thousands of phantoms were unable to move as if they had fallen into a quagmire. At the same time, he displayed his ultimate Sword Dao. Mighty ultimate sword chi gushed out continuously, and the two ultimate forces that were condensed in his body vibrated rapidly. He held the Sky Destroyer sword in his hand, and his figure was tall and straight. He stood on the ground like a demon god. At this time, Feng Qian's combat strength had soared to the extreme. If a fisherman was here, he would be shocked. This was because Feng Qian had reached the peak of the 9th Order True Saint Realm and was infinitely close to the 10th Order True Saint Realm. In the face of such a powerful Feng Qian, the Heaven-Severing Mansion's Mansion Master's illusory technique was child's play. Kill. The Heaven-Severing Mansion Master controlled the thousands of phantoms and launched his most ferocious attack. However, the ridiculous thing was that the phantoms were crushed by Feng Qian's powerful Soul Dao. Crash! Violent energy shook the sky. All the phantoms in the quagmire shattered, and the Heaven-Severing Mansion Master's true body was revealed in front of Feng Qian. "You? What's going on?" Obviously, the Heaven-Severing Mansion Master was stunned. He clearly had the upper hand, so why did he suddenly fall into a disadvantageous position? Moreover, he felt that the current Feng Qian was too terrifying. He didn't even dare to look at him in the eye. Could he be the reincarnation of an almighty? A trace of fear appeared in the Heaven-Severing Mansion Master's heart. He even wanted to run away. Unfortunately, Feng Qian didn't give him the chance to do so. The Heaven-Severing Sword slashed down. The Heaven-Severing Mansion Master tried his best to block it, but he couldn't stop the enraged Fang Chun. With a crack, his hands were cut off by the heaven-severing sword. Blood spurted out as the heaven-severing mansion master screamed in pain. His body fell into the desert. No, impossible. The heaven-severing mansion master quickly got up from the desert. His pitch-black eyes were filled with fear. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" The other party's cultivation level was clearly lower than his. Why was his combat power so strong? Moreover, the other party's control of ultimate power had reached an unbelievable level. Most importantly, the sword in his hand was too sharp. It was far more powerful than a holy item. "Is it important?" Fang Chen said softly. Yes, was important. The demon-devouring clan and the chaotic world were natural enemies. It was either you die or I die. Therefore, Fang Chen wouldn't be merciful when facing the demon-devouring clan. He only had one goal, and that was to kill all of them. Because of them, many people in the chaotic world had been separated from their families. The heaven-severing mansion master didn't even think about it. He turned around and tried to escape. However, Fang Chen slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, a vast sword radiance shot towards the heaven-severing mansion master. The heaven-severing mansion master roared angrily. Immediately, a thick black aura appeared above his head. This was a monstrous demonic chi. "You forced me to do this." The heaven-severing mansion master's face was hideous as he roared angrily. He had used the demon-devouring clan's forbidden cultivation skill. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to use such a forbidden cultivation skill. Once it was used, even if one didn't die, he would become a cripple. However, the heaven-severing mansion master had no other choice. Roar, roar, roar. He had used the demon-devouring clan's gifted superpower. Under his control, the monstrous demonic chi turned into a huge wave. It was as though it was going to sweep up the entire space. Fang Chen held the sky-crushing sword in his hand and licked his dry lips. Is this a gifted superpower? The demon-devouring clan didn't dare to use a gifted superpower and a forbidden cultivation skill together. A long time ago, there was a legend in the demon-devouring clan. If the gifted superpower and a forbidden cultivation skill were used together, it would destroy the world. Chapter 3880. After all, the master of Jutian Mansion was a member of the devouring demon tribe. Moreover, he was a mansion master appointed by the four main branches. His strength could not be measured by his cultivation level. At that moment, the master of Jutian Mansion was forced into a corner by Fang Chen. He became crazier than ever. When he displayed the devouring demon tribe's innate superpower, he also displayed a forbidden cultivation skill. The two combined into one, and his strength increased tremendously. Boom! The master of Jutian Mansion dodged the attack, and the void twisted. A terrifying light blade shot out and swept across the entire area. When Fang Chen saw the attack, his expression changed. His body flickered, and he activated his perfect bloodline to block the attack. Be careful! Princess Wang also realized the situation that Fang Chen was in. Her robe fluttered, and she took out the token that her master had given her. She bit her finger and dripped her blood on the token. Suddenly, the token gave off a scorching light and enveloped Fang Chen, forming a defensive halo. Dong! 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 A deafening sound reverberated in the sky. The master of Jutian Mansion's wild attack whizzed through the air and hit the defensive halo, causing the ground to shake. Fang Chen's body sank into the ground involuntarily. He gritted his teeth, and the sky-crushing sword in his hand cut across the sky. He displayed the ultimate sword art again. With his current strength, it was more than enough to deal with the master of Jutian Mansion in his normal state. However, the master of Jutian Mansion was in a berserk state, and his strength had increased tremendously. He had to avoid the attack. Let's go, Fang Chen shouted. His body flickered continuously as he avoided the master of Jutian Mansion's attacks. He knew that there must be a time limit for such a strong increase in strength. Moreover, the increase in strength would only last for a short time. As long as he avoided the attack and waited for the increase in strength to pass, the threat would be greatly reduced. At that time, he would be able to kill the master of Jutian Mansion easily. The master of Jutian Mansion also realized this. He wanted to kill Fong Chun while his combat strength was still increasing. When he saw Fong Chun escaping, his face turned ferocious and his eyes turned red. He attacked crazily. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sky was trembling. The battle quickly entered a white-hot stage. Fortunately, he had the primitive tribe's token in Princess Wang's hand. This allowed Fong Chun to be evenly matched with the Berserk Mansion Master of Absolute Heaven Mansion. As time passed, the Berserk Mansion Master of Absolute Heaven Mansion finally could not hold on any longer. I can't accept this. He uttered a furious roar as the force on his body dissipated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his face had become shriveled. Fong Chun took hold of the opportunity to kill him in the blink of an eye. No, the Heaven-Severing Mansion Master still wanted to escape, but it was of no use. In front of absolute strength, everything was like floating clouds. Crack! Fong Chun broke the head of the Absolute Heaven Mansion's neck, and his body fell limply to the ground. Whoosh! A cool breeze blew on Fong Chun's face, and his breathing gradually calmed down. After he confirmed that Manor Master Ju Tian was dead, he turned his head to look at Princess Wang. The latter's clothes were stained with blood. What happened to your hand? Fong Chun hurriedly went forward and asked. Princess Wang shook her head. I'm fine. It's just a small injury. Fong Chun grabbed Princess Wang's wrist and sensed that her internal organs were injured. It should be caused by the berserk state of the Absolute Heaven Mansion's Mansion Master just now. Sit down, Fong Chun said. Princess Wang did not know what was going on, but after hearing Fong Chun's words, she subconsciously sat down. The latter placed his hands on her shoulders, and a scorching force immediately drilled into her body. In a short while, her internal injuries were alleviated. The injuries to your internal organs have already been contained. However, you still need to recuperate. You will not be able to fight in the short term, Fong Chun warned. Princess Wang nodded. Thank you. You were injured because of me, Fong Chun said. They did not expect that after entering the core area, they would encounter enemies so frequently. Obviously, the danger of the core area was much more than they had imagined. Moreover, the fight for the Ghost Emperor's weapon seemed to have become even more confusing. Let's leave this place first. They did not know who the master of the old man who attacked them was. Now, he had killed the Absolute Heaven Mansion's Mansion Master. Along the way, the two of them discussed the current situation. The Ghost Emperor's weapon hasn't appeared yet, Fong Chun asked. Princess Wang shook her head. She knew a little about the Cliff of Death. The Ghost Emperor's weapon was in the core area of the Cliff of Death. It might involve the Jalawa clan, so it would be difficult to fight for it. Once the Ghost Emperor's weapon appears, it will definitely shake the entire Cliff of Death. But I have a hunch that it will appear soon, Princess Wang said. Before entering the Cliff of Death, her master had told her that she would experience a life and death transformation in the Cliff of Death. Moreover, when the Ghost Emperor's weapon appeared, she would encounter the greatest crisis in history. Now, the crisis was approaching. I don't know what role the Jalawa clan played in this incident. Princess Huang muttered. The Jalawa clan's encampment was in the core area. Obviously, this place was related to the 6 paths of reincarnation. There was even a path of reincarnation. The Jalawa clan definitely knew that a powerful weapon like the Ghost Emperor's weapon was here. If they didn't want the outside world to fight for the Ghost Emperor's weapon, no one would be able to get it. I wonder how Jiajio is now. Fong Chun looked into the distance. If Jiajio was here, he could beat around the bush and get some information about the Ghost Emperor's weapon from him. Unfortunately, something seemed to have happened in the Jalawa clan's encampment. Jiajio was urgently summoned back. Princess Wang's spiritual sense entered the token and saw a map of the starry sky. On the map, the core area of the Cliff of Death was marked. Soon, she roughly knew how to proceed. 10,000 miles ahead, there is a dilapidated city. Let's go there first. Then, we will go to the place where the Ghost Emperor's weapon appears, Princess Huang said. All right, Fong Chun nodded. The two of them moved side by side. Not long after, they arrived 10,000 kilometers away. As far as the eye could see, in the desolate desert, there was a city that had been sealed off. Only when they got closer did they discover that this city was extremely dilapidated. Only a few simple frames remained. Moreover, after experiencing the baptism of time, it had become incomparably barren. After Fang Chun and Princess Huang stepped into the dilapidated city, they felt a strange aura. The pressure increased. What city is this? To be able to build a city in the core area of the Cliff of Death, it must be an extremely powerful force. I'm not sure. Let's explore it first. Princess Huang carefully checked the surrounding situation and said in a low voice. Time had left a deep mark on the dilapidated city. If it wasn't for the records on the Starry Sky map, it would be impossible to discover this dilapidated city. Fang Chun suspected that this city was related to the primitive tribes. Or rather, the primitive tribes had been here before. Otherwise, why would they have a map of this place? Chapter 3881. In the dilapidated city, there were countless dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. As the wind blew, the dust dispersed, revealing the true appearance of the dilapidated city. On those dilapidated walls, there were countless fierce and overbearing marks. With just a glance, one would lose their consciousness. Princess Huang's delicate body trembled violently. In her mind, her primordial spirit was struggling fiercely. She was like a walking corpse. Her eyes were lifeless, and she was deeply controlled by those marks. Seeing this, Fang Chun wanted to wake her up, but he was shocked to find that his body seemed to be out of control. He wanted to raise his palm, but he found that his body was incomparably heavy. He felt an ancient and vicissitude aura drilling into his mind, madly attacking his primordial spirit, as if it wanted to devour his primordial spirit. He was roaring in his heart. His primordial spirit at the Tao manifestation realm revolved crazily. His perfect bloodline also revolved automatically, releasing a terrifying bloodline aura. He felt a chill on his back. He was startled and instantly woke up. The moment he woke up, Fang Chun felt a lingering fear. If it wasn't for his primordial spirit that was close to the Tao manifestation realm, he was afraid that he would have turned into a walking corpse. He didn't have time to think and quickly came to Princess Huang's side. His palm exerted force and chopped at Princess Huang's fair neck, knocking her unconscious. He hugged Princess Huang and placed her on the ground. After ensuring that she was safe, Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. What a surprise! Fang Chun couldn't help but exclaim. He carefully turned his head and looked at the marks left on the dilapidated walls. His mind shook violently again. Fortunately, his primordial spirit that was close to the Tao manifestation realm stabilized his mind completely. He could also be considered to have withstood the impact of the marks on the walls. What happened in this dilapidated city? Fang Chun was incomparably curious. Just the marks left on the walls could make him, a peak Ninth Order Saint realm expert, almost turn into a walking corpse. There was only to think about it. This city must have experienced a shocking battle in the past. Fang Chun even suspected that those broken marks were most likely from the hands of a primal chaos supreme. Of course, it was just a guess. He panted heavily and only calmed down after a long time. Not long later, Princess Huang woke up. Her mind was blank as she looked at Fang Chun in a daze. What just happened? Princess Huang asked. She only remembered that after she entered the dilapidated city with Fang Chun, she lost consciousness. Don't look at the marks on the wall, Fang Chun hurriedly reminded. Princess Huang also realized where the problem was. She simply closed her eyes. Fang Chun explained, the marks on the walls are most likely the main reason for the destruction of this city. Just now, you were attacked by the remaining power on the marks and lost your mind. After listening to Fang Chun's explanation, Princess Huang was incomparably shocked. This, even though she knew that those who were able to build a city in the core area of the Death Cliff were mostly peak powers, she was truly unable to imagine that the traces left on the walls would still possess such inconceivable power after experiencing the baptism of time. It was simply frightening. What should we do now? Princess Huang asked. Her voice was filled with worry. Fang Chun patted her shoulder lightly and comforted. I will explore the city first. You rest here. After I finish exploring, we will continue moving forward. Princess Huang nodded. Fang Chun stood up. His primordial spirit that was close to the Tao manifestation realm revolved. A powerful spiritual sense enveloped his body as he began to explore the dilapidated city. The dilapidated city wasn't big. He could see the end of it with a glance. But when Fang Chun arrived at the center of the city, he was shocked to discover that after the soil on the ground was blown away, some complicated handwriting was revealed on the white jade slab. What kind of handwriting is this? Why can't I recognize it? Fang Chun was somewhat curious. The handwriting on the white jade slab was extremely complicated. It didn't seem to belong to this era. It was more like hieroglyphics. Could it be a certain era of civilization? The more Fang Chun came into contact with the secrets of heaven and earth, the more he understood that before the age of chaos, the primal chaos void had experienced countless eras of civilization. Each era of civilization had its own cultivation method. For example, he had learned from the fishermen that in the most ancient era of civilization, there was the most complete cultivation system, which was the so-called 13th order of the sage realm. However, in this age of chaos, the 13th order of the sage realm had long since ceased to exist. When one era of civilization replaced another era of civilization, some things were bound to disappear. These complicated words were most likely passed down from ancient times. Fang Chun observed them carefully for a long time, but he couldn't see through the mystery. He thought of the fishermen. Could these words be from the fishermen's era? In the end, Fang Chun decided to record these complicated words in his mind first. He would slowly study them in the future. His spiritual sense spread out and enveloped the handwriting on the white jade slab. However, when his spiritual sense came into contact with the handwriting on the white jade slab, there was a sudden change. The words seemed to have spirituality and attach themselves to his spiritual sense. After discovering this scene, Fang Chun was stunned. His spiritual sense returned to his primordial spirit, and those complicated words were actually branded in his primordial spirit. This what's going on? Fang Chun was stunned. He could clearly see that there were complete words in his primordial spirit. After these words were branded in his primordial spirit, they became abnormally quiet, as if they were just ordinary words. This scene made Fang Chun somewhat dumbfounded. Forget it, I'll talk about it in the future. He shook his head and then scanned the city. There was no other abnormality, and finally returned to Princess Huang's side. Did you find anything? Princess Huang asked. Fang Chun said, I found some strange words on the white jade slab. I don't recognize them. He described the shape of the words to Princess Huang, but the latter also expressed that she didn't know. Combined with the traces of destruction on the wall, these words are very likely to have existed since ancient times. Princess Huang said, If we can successfully leave the cliff of death, I will personally find Master and let him help you solve your doubts. Thank you, Fang Chun said. After the two rested for a short while in the broken city, they continued forward. According to Princess Huang's starry sky map, their location was not far from the place where the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact appeared. They would reach it in about a month's journey. A month. Fang Chun's pitch-black eyes looked into the distance. He only hoped that this trip would be successful in obtaining the ghost artifact, and then he would leave the core area without stopping. This place involved reincarnation, which always made Fang Chun feel uneasy. The Jialua clan should also know about the existence of the ghost artifact, Princess Huang said. Not long ago, Jiajiu was urgently recalled. It is very likely that it is related to this matter. What is the Jialua clan's attitude? Logically speaking, the Jialua clan controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation and never interfered with the matters of the cultivation world. As long as reincarnation was not involved, they would not easily take action. Could it be that the ghost artifact was involved in reincarnation? Chapter 3882. For Fang Chun, the most important thing was to gather ultimate power to increase his combat strength. Otherwise, even if the ghost weapon appeared, he would not be qualified to fight for it. There was still a month's journey to the location of the ghost weapon. During this time, Fangchun and Princess Huang slowed down. As they walked, they searched for relics and cultivation resources. In a strange area, a black-robed, ancient martial art practitioner stood with his hands behind his back. His face was ferocious and extremely angry. Behind him, several servants were reporting on their recent exploration. "Master, that person seems to be heading in the direction of the Jialua clan's base." One of the servants lowered his head and said. Obviously, this was not the result that the master wanted to see. However, there was no other way. That person's movements were extremely special. They could not catch his tracks at all. The Jialua clan's base. The black-robed, ancient martial art practitioner said coldly. "Humph, naive person. He actually wants to find the Jialua clan's base." What a joke. He knew very well what the Jialua clan meant. Even he did not dare to confront the Jialua clan directly. If the Jialua clan's base was not in the core area, he would have already obtained the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon and would not have ended up like this. Now, after sleeping for countless years, he had just woken up and his servant had been killed by a mysterious person. This was a blatant provocation to him. No matter what, he had to tear the murderer into pieces. Without Master's permission, we dare not approach the Jialua clan's base. "Do you know?" the servant asked. They were asking for the Master's permission. After all, that was the Jialua clan's base. They did not dare to enter rashly. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would bring unnecessary trouble to the Master. "Don't worry about this for now." The black-robed, ancient martial art practitioner waved his hand. As long as he was still in the core area, there would be a day when they would meet. At that time, he would personally take action and make the person beg for death. Of course, before that, he had more important things to do. "Have you found out about the devouring demon clan's movements?" The black-robed, ancient martial art practitioner asked, changing the topic. This was what he was most concerned about. Yes, in a shocking war back then, there were experts from the devouring demon clan who participated in it. The leader was the Winged Demon King. According to the information we received, it is suspected that the Winged Demon King is still alive, the servant replied. Winged Demon King. This name was like thunder in the ears of the devil-devouring clan and even the Origin world. Back then, he had led the experts of the devouring demon clan to break through the Death Cliff. In the end, he had disappeared without a trace. It was rumored that the Winged Demon King had fallen in the Death Cliff. However, after so many years, the black-robed, ancient martial art practitioner had revived. His first plan was to find the Winged Demon King. And the black-robed cultivator stood with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting for the servant's answer. The servant said, "We noticed that recently, some people from the devouring demon clan have secretly entered the core area. Although they are moving separately, their destination is surprisingly the same. We suspect that they are here to find the Winged Demon King." "Who is leading the team?" the black-robed martial artist asked. "It's the Holy Land's veteran expert, Yifei," the servant said. The demon-devouring clan had 4 holy lands. Among them, the Winged Demon Holy Land was the weakest. This was because the Holy Lord, the Winged Demon King, had disappeared. Otherwise, given the Winged Demon King's strength and reputation, he would have easily occupied the top position among the 4 holy lands. It was a pity. The current Winged Demon Holy Land had fallen to the bottom. There was a shortage of young people in the Holy Land. Only the veteran expert, Yifei, was holding on bitterly. If not for the fact that the Winged Demon King had fallen, the other 3 holy lands would have attacked the Winged Demon Holy Land long ago. Although the Source World was the main camp of the demon-devouring clan, as a clan, they would still compete with each other. This was the cruelty of reality. "Contact Yifei," the black-robed ancient martial art practitioner said. The servant said, "According to the information sent back by our spies, Yifei will pass by here in half a month. At that time, Master, you can directly appear and talk to Yifei." Undercurrents were surging in the vast Death Cliff. Not long ago, Great Emperor Mieyu had appeared. After knowing that Lung Xian had fallen into the Soul River, He went on a killing spree and killed the expert who had attacked Long Xian. He had almost shattered the void. After that, Great Emperor Miayu had disappeared. Some said that he had resolutely entered the Soul River to save Long Xian. Some said that Great Emperor Miayu had gone into seclusion to break through to the chaotic supremacy realm before saving Long Xian. However, no one had expected Great Emperor Miayu to enter the core area and find an expert from the same era as him. Xingwang. In front of a thatched cottage, Great Emperor Miayu, who was covered in demonic aura, stood quietly like an ordinary person and called out softly. Creak. The door opened, and an old man with white hair walked out with a hunched back. I never thought that I would be able to see you again after so many years, Great Emperor Miayu. It's really not easy. A smile appeared on Xing Wang's withered face. They belonged to the most ancient era. With the passage of time and the change of eras, in the current age of Dharma's end, the experts of their era had all fallen. Even the ancient civilization no longer existed. Only a few people, for some reason, were still alive in the cliff of death. Xing Wang, I have a request, Great Emperor Miayu said. If anyone was here, they would be extremely shocked. Great Emperor Miayu, who could destroy the world with a wave of his hand, was pleading in front of Xing Wang. This old man has been abandoned by the era. I'm afraid I can't help you. Xing Wang shook his head. No one could resist the invasion of time. Even if you were peerless and reached the peak, you would still turn into a pile of dirt in the end. Especially Xing Wang, who had witnessed the end of the ancient era and the change of eras until the Age of Doom. All of this could not be reversed by human strength. Moreover, in his current situation, he was powerless to help even if he wanted to. Great Emperor Miayu shook his head. Xing Wang, I know your situation well. There are only a few people from our era left. Only you can help me. Sigh. Xing Wang sighed and did not say anything. Great Emperor Miayu said, I want to borrow your sky observation mirror. He knew that the sky observation mirror was Xing Wang's treasure. In the ancient era, it had caused a bloody storm. Only by relying on the sky observation mirror could he enter the Soul River and save Long Xian. I want to enter the Soul River to save Long Xian. Only the sky observation mirror can let me in, Great Emperor Miayu continued. However, Xing Wang shook his head and turned around. He looked at the distant horizon and muttered, I'm afraid I can't help you. The sky observation mirror is broken. What? Great Emperor Miayu exclaimed. He knew better than anyone how powerful the sky observation mirror was. Back then, with the sky observation mirror, Xing Wang was able to suppress half-step chaotic supreme experts. He was the most promising person to enter the chaotic supreme realm. Such a chaotic supreme treasure was broken. Chapter 3883. The heavenly observation mirror was broken. This news shocked Great Emperor Miayu. As an expert from the same era as Xing Wang, he knew what the heavenly observation mirror meant. That was a legendary primal chaos treasure that could allow one to find the opportunity to become an utmost paragon. What's going on? Emperor Miayu frowned in confusion. Xing Wang walked to a green rock and sat down. I'm old now. I can't sit like I used to. Please forgive me, Great Emperor Miayu. Great Emperor Miayu shook his head. If he was at his peak and had a bad temper, he might have thought that Xing Wang was disrespecting him. However, after being in a deep slumber for so long, there were very few people who were still alive in the same generation as them. He didn't care about this. He only wanted to save Long Xian in the Soul River. Back then, everyone knew that I had obtained the Heaven Observation Mirror. Furthermore, they ganged up on me and forced me to hand over the Heaven Observation Mirror. However, who would have known that the Heaven Observation Mirror that I had obtained was not real at all? What? Great Emperor Miayu exclaimed. This news was too shocking. He vaguely remembered that 80% of the world's experts had moved out to snatch the Heavenly Observation Mirror. They had used all kinds of methods. The battle was earth-shattering. Even the heavens and earth had almost collapsed. But now, Xing Wang was telling him that the Heavenly Observation Mirror was fake? How could he accept this? To be honest, Great Emperor Miayu had also secretly participated in the battle for the Heavenly Observation Mirror. Many experts had died in his hands. But in the end, he didn't get the Heavenly Observation Mirror. Great Emperor Mieyu's face was filled with shock. Fake? How is that possible? Xingwang sighed. That incident was a painful memory. Every time he thought of the heavenly observation mirror, he would think of that incident. If it wasn't for the heavenly observation mirror, I wouldn't have fallen to this state. Xingwang said casually. When I got the heavenly observation mirror, I also thought that it was real and could help me find the heavenly observation mirror. In that great war that engulfed the entire world, I relied on the heaven observation mirror to deceive everyone and survive. It was also at that time that I learned that what I had was not the real heaven observation mirror, but a replica. Xingwang seemed to have aged when he recalled this. Replica? What about the real sky observation mirror? Great Emperor Mieyu asked. The real heaven sight mirror was acquired by a paragon long ago. The replica I got was the handiwork of one of the paragons, all for the sake of causing a great war. At this point, Star White fell silent. Even though it was a replica, it still gave him a lot of benefits. In fact, it was much more powerful than ordinary Chaos Supreme treasures. However, replicas were still replicas after all. As time passed, flaws would appear. After the world-shaking war ended, Xingwang also disappeared without a trace. Everyone believed that Xingwang had died in the war and that the Sky Observatory Mirror had been obtained by some expert. The search for the Sky Observation Mirror continued. However, no one would have thought that Xingwang would trigger the Sky Observation Mirror replica, causing him to be heavily injured and trapped inside the Sky Observation Mirror. For countless years, he had been fighting against the Heaven Observation Mirror every single day. Until one day, he had discovered that the Heavenly Observation Mirror had been shattered, and he had successfully escaped from danger. After that, he had been sleeping under this land for many years. He had witnessed the battle of the gods at the Cliff of Death with his own eyes. He had also witnessed the rapid development of the devouring demons. He even knew who had shattered the Sky Observation Mirror replica. How could this be? Emperor Mia, you couldn't accept this fact. The Sky Observation Mirror that he had been longing for was actually a replica and had been shattered by someone. The existence of the Sky Observation Mirror affects the operation of the Heavenly Tao in the origin world and absorbs the Heavenly Tao's providence. That's why the devouring demon patriarch shattered it and completely refined it. Xingwang recalled that the devouring demon patriarch was the most powerful existence he had ever seen. He was a supreme expert who had the potential to become a primal chaos controller. Back then, the devouring demon patriarch had shattered the Sky Observation Mirror replica with a casual wave of his hand. He hadn't cared about Xingwang, who had been trapped inside the Sky Observation Mirror. Then who has the real Sky Observation Mirror? Emperor Mieyu asked. Fan Hu Prime, Xingwang said. Star Wang said, back then, when Autarch Fan Hu obtained the Sky Observatory Mirror, he wanted to become a primal chaos controller. The reason he created the replica was to cause a great war and absorb the life force and primordial spirit fragments of the experts who died in battle. Unfortunately, the result hadn't been as he had wished. Becoming a primal chaos controller was too difficult. Fan Hu Prime? Emperor Mieyu's pupils shrank as his body trembled. Is he still alive? Fan Hu Prime had been publicly acknowledged as a top expert in their era. Was he still alive after obtaining the Sky Observation Mirror? Xingwang shook his head. I don't know. Everyone who hadn't become a prime was an ant. They didn't know anything about primal chaos sovereigns, and they would never be able to reach that level unless they personally stepped into the primal chaos realm. The mysteries of heaven and earth are unparalleled. Even though we once stood at the peak, we still couldn't see the true face of the world. Only by stepping into the primal chaos realm do we have the right to pursue the illusory legends, Xingwang said. It's not easy for us to survive from the most ancient era until now. Let's treasure it. Xingwang then dragged his hunched body back to the thatched hut. Emperor Mia, you stood on the ground in a daze. He'd always thought that he was only a step away from becoming a prime. But after hearing Xingwang's words, his heart was in chaos. The Sky Observation Mirror that he'd risked everything and almost lost his life for back, then was just a replica refined by Fan Hu Prime. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Suddenly, Emperor Mieu revealed a self-deprecating smile and left. In the thatched hut, Xing Wang sighed and closed his eyes in pain. Not long after, Fang Chun and Princess Huang arrived at a mountain range. As soon as they entered the mountain range, they felt a gloomy and terrifying feeling. This mountain range isn't simple. Be careful. The closer they were to the place where the ghost artifact appeared, the more dangerous it was. Fang Chun looked around vigilantly. Princess Huang's fair hand held the token given by her master, ready to activate it at any time. Buzz. Intermittent wails could be heard in the air. Fang Chun frowned and listened carefully. Is this a resentment that hasn't dissipated since ancient times? No wonder the yin qi in this mountain range was so heavy. It turned out that there was a resentment that hadn't dissipated since ancient times. Let's go and take a look. Following the resentment, Fang Chun and Princess Huang rushed over. Countless bones were buried by the wind and sand under their feet. Squeaking sounds could be heard when their feet stepped on them. The cold wind rustled, and the resentment that hadn't dissipated since ancient times wailed in the wind. The divine beast bloodline in Fang Chun's body showed signs of abnormality. Chapter 3884. In the Eerie mountain range, Fang Chun explored carefully. The deeper he went, the more he could feel the lingering resentment in the void, wailing in the wind. They seemed to be recounting their past. However, what surprised Fang Chun the most was that the divine beast bloodline in his body was acting strangely. 1. The black tortoise bloodline circulated automatically, forming a layer of black tortoise armor on the surface of his skin, protecting Fang Chun's physical body. The vermilion bird bloodline was also flowing. The two divine beast bloodlines intertwined and vibrated continuously, as though they were guiding Fang Chun forward. What exactly is it? Why can it cause the two divine beast bloodlines to act strangely at the same time? Fang Chun frowned as he pondered. He sensed carefully and followed the guidance of the two divine beast bloodlines. Soon, Fang Chun came to the deepest part of the Eerie mountain range. Crash! Suddenly, he felt a flash of black light in front of him. He looked around but saw nothing. Am I seeing things? Fang Chun thought quickly. There was a flash of black light, but the surroundings were dead silent. There was nothing. Did you discover something? Princess Huang asked. There seems to be something around us. Fang Chun took out the sky-crushing sword, and the ultimate power in his body vibrated. With his feet as the center, the ultimate power continued to spread, forming a small sword territory around him. 1. Indeed, the moment the sword territory was formed, the black light flashed again. However, in the next second, the black light fell into the sword territory and struggled desperately. Fang Chun opened his eyes wide and looked ahead. In the sword territory, a huge black demonic beast let out an angry roar. This is Demon Shadow? Princess Phoenix's expression changed greatly. She had once followed her master and roamed the world. She had also read many ancient books. Those ancient books recorded some secrets of the primal chaos. Among them, there were records about the core of the Death Cliff. The ancient books mentioned that there was a terrifying demonic tribe in the core of the Death Cliff. They were called Demon Shadows. They could change their appearance and body shape at will. The only thing that didn't change was the black fur all over his body. Demon Shadow was the collective name given to this group of demons because they were as fast as the wind. They flew in the void without leaving a trace. Even a sage of the pinnacle could barely see their phantoms and could not really capture their tracks. One could imagine how powerful Yowing was. Roar! The Demon Shadow was restricted by the sword domain. Its speed was reduced, and it was struggling. Boom! Boom! Demon Shadow began to bombard the sword domain. Fang Chun's ultimate power continued to surge out, supporting the sword domain. Fang Chun wielded the heaven-destroying sword and manipulated the sword territory to close in on the Demon Shadow. Princess Phoenix reminded, Yao Ying is very strong. He is most proficient in the Tao of space. I know what I'm doing. After Demon Shadow appeared, Fang Chun sensed that his real realm was probably at the peak of the invincible saint realm. there was still some distance between him and the ultimate saint. The current Fang Chun was more than enough to deal with it. Swoosh! Ultimate power circled around, and the sword domain expanded, completely enveloping Demon Shadow. At this moment, Demon Shadow also sensed that Fang Chun was approaching. It opened its mouth and spat out black light. Dong! 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 The black light was blocked by Fang Chen's heaven-destroying sword. Boom! Then, the battle broke out. Fang Chen used his absolute power to fight against Demon Shadow. At the start, he only wanted to get rid of Demon Shadow. However, as they fought, he realized that Demon Shadow's Space Dao was incredible. He suddenly had an idea. If he had Yao Ying as his mount, what would that be like? With Demon Shadow's attainments in the Space Dao, his speed was unparalleled. He could pass through any dangerous place at will. This would greatly increase his competitiveness. Bang! After a while, Fang Chun slashed out with his heaven-destroying sword and pierced Demon Shadow's body. Demon Shadow let out a blood-curdling scream. At the same time, Fang Chun activated his sword territory and suppressed Demon Shadow. Demon Shadow was suppressed, and it struggled with all its might. However, it was useless. Stop struggling. It's useless. Fang Chun grinned. You have two choices now. Die or submit to me and become my mount. Dream on. Demon Shadow spoke in human language, and it was furious. As a Demon Shadow, it was actually suppressed by a human. It was filled with indignation and anger. Attack their primordial spirits, Princess Huang said. She had read ancient books and had some understanding of Demon Shadow. Their speed was unparalleled, and they were skilled in the Space Dao. However, their Soul Dao was their weakness. This was especially so for their primordial spirits. Once targeted, they would be completely paralyzed. Indeed, after hearing Princess Huang's words, Demon Shadow panicked. Buzz! A terrifying Soul Dao power suddenly descended. Lin Fan's primordial spirit, which was close to the Dao manifestation realm, released its strongest spiritual consciousness. The destructive aura invaded Demon Shadow's mind. At the start, Demon Shadow was still struggling. However, as time passed, Demon Shadow's eyes turned blurry and it turned into a walking corpse. When Fang Chun withdrew his spiritual consciousness, Demon Shadow's eyes were empty and it had lost its mind. Fang Chun naturally controlled Demon Shadow and made his mount. This scene caused Princess Huang to exclaim. That was Demon Shadow, and it was actually suppressed by Fang Chun. After so many years, you are probably the first person to use Demon Shadow as a mount, Princess Huang said. This fellow's attainments in the Space Dao are extremely high. With it as a mount, we can avoid many dangers. Fang Chun controlled Demon Shadow and made it smaller. Then, he sat on Demon Shadow's back with Princess Huang. Crash! Demon Shadow took off, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Let's continue forward. Fang Chun sat on Demon Shadow's back and scanned the strange mountain range. The two divine beasts' bloodlines were still in an abnormal state. This meant that there was something in the depths of the mountain range that attracted the two divine beasts' bloodlines. With Demon Shadow, he was very confident. He wanted to go to the end and take a look. Even if he encountered danger, he could ride Demon Shadow and escape from the strange mountain range. Such fast speed. Princess Huang touched her hair and couldn't help but sigh. The space around them kept changing, and she was a little dazzled. After seeing Demon Shadow with her own eyes, Princess Huang believed that the ancient records of Demon Shadow were wrong. The real Demon Shadow was much stronger than what was recorded in the ancient records, especially their attainments in the Space Dao. It was simply unimaginable. Most likely, the Jalawar race and the primordial race might not be able to catch up to them in the Space Dao. At the end of the strange mountain range, one after another, the figures of the beasts gathered at the spot. Our Demon Shadow race is a noble race. How can we be trampled on by other races? The leading Demon Shadow said angrily. We swear to protect the glory of our race. The other Demon Shadows let out deafening voices. Chapter 3885. The Monster Shadow Clan was extremely special. Although they were different from the ancient divine beasts, they were one of the top clans of the monster beasts. Their clan had very few members to begin with. Now, there was a human who dared to use them as mounts. He was simply courting death. The leader of the Monster Shadow clan was enraged. He immediately gave an order to find this human cultivator and kill him at all costs. Next, the Monster Shadow clan started a comprehensive search. As for Fong Chun, he was led by the Monster Shadow clan to the end of the strange mountain range and circled in the sky above. Roar! The Monster Shadow clan let out a loud cry, scaring away all the birds hiding in the towering trees. Fong Chun looked down. His pitch-black eyes flickered as if he wanted to find something strange. Wong. The two ancient divine beast bloodlines in his body became increasingly abnormal and uncontrollable. Fong Chun was even more certain that what attracted the ancient divine beast bloodlines must be at the end of the strange mountain range. Fong Chun scanned the entire end of the strange mountain range, but did not find anything. The entire mountain range was quiet and peaceful. It was simply unbelievable that this was the core of the Death Cliff, which was filled with danger. Even Princess Huang's pretty face was also filled with astonishment. How can this be? When they first entered the strange mountain range, they could still feel the oppressive aura in the air. But now, after reaching the end, they did not find anything. Even the air had become fragrant. It was peaceful and quiet, as if they were in a paradise. It was unbelievable. Something's wrong. There must be a reason for this abnormality. He controlled the Monster Shadow clan and prepared to descend. However, the Monster Shadow clan kept struggling and did not want to land at the end of the mountain range. Seeing this, Fong Chen's heart jumped. He noticed that the body under the Monster Shadow clan's feathers seemed to be trembling slightly. What was it afraid of? Fong Chun communicated with the Monster Shadow clan. The latter told him that there was great danger at the end of the strange mountain range. If he was not careful, he would die here. Danger? Fong Chun pondered for a moment, before deciding to continue descending to find out what it was that could cause such a reaction from the bloodlines of the two godly beasts. Danger and opportunity coexisted, and riches were sought in the midst of danger. Fong Chun naturally understood this principle. He had experienced a lot to reach his current level of cultivation. He had especially learned from the fishermen that the 13th level of the Saint Realm was the complete cultivation system of the most ancient era. Moreover, the 13th level Saint Realm was the only way to reach the Primal Chaos Supreme Realm. Right now, he was stuck at 9th level True Saint Realm. There was still a long way to go before he could reach 10th level True Saint Realm. Perhaps the hidden opportunities below would allow him to gather more ultimate force. Only then would he be able to step into the 10th Order True Saint Realm as soon as possible. As long as one could step into the 10th Order True Saint Realm, they would have the upper hand when competing for ghost artifacts in the core area of the Death Cliff. Whoosh! Fong Chun took a deep breath and spread out his hands. Terrifying ultimate force surged out and poured into the Monster Shadow clan's body. The Monster Shadow clan's eyes shone with a fiery light as it let out a cry of surprise. Ultimate power condensed into a faint halo around its body, protecting its body. This also made it feel no fear and directly descended. Crash! A gust of wind blew past, and the Monster Shadow clan finally landed on the ground. Dong dong dong. Fong Chun jumped down from the Monster Shadow clan's body. The moment his feet touched the ground, he felt the pulse of the earth. Rumbling sounds came from the ground. Hiss hiss hiss. The vermilion bird bloodline and black tortoise bloodline circulated crazily as if they wanted to rush out of his body. The black tortoise armor covered his skin, and he held the Sky Destroyer sword in his hand. He was fully armed and ready to attack at the slightest sign of trouble. Be careful. He turned his head and warned Princess Huang to stand beside the Monster Shadow clan and not to act rashly. If there are any abnormalities, take the Monster Shadow clan and leave this place, Fong Chun said. Princess Huang's eyes shone with a golden light as she asked worriedly, "What about you?" If she left with the Monster Shadow clan, Fong Chun would have to face the difficulties alone. This was not something she wanted to see, so she shook her head and refused. It's dangerous for you to stay here alone. The Monster Shadow clan and I will stay behind and fight alongside you. If anything happens, we can take care of each other." Princess Huang's attitude was firm, and she was unwilling to leave. Seeing this, Fang Chun could only shake his head helplessly. Rustle, rustle, rustle. He took a step forward and seriously sensed the pulse of the earth. Outside the strange mountain range, countless monster shadows gathered here. Their eyes were ferocious as they stared into the mountain range. Crash! A gust of wind blew and a terrifying power swept through the area. The leader of the monster shadows rushed over, and the other monster shadows opened up a path for him. When the leader of the monster shadows came to the front, he said coldly, "My comrades were suppressed by the human race in this mountain range. Leader, we have completely sealed off the mountain range. If the human race is still inside, he won't be able to escape. Oomph! How dare he target my clan? He's simply courting death. No matter what, we have to tear him into pieces." The monster shadows were incomparably furious. The leader of the monster shadows nodded. "Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we have to find him." Following the order of the leader of the phantom beasts, the densely packed phantom beasts entered the strange mountain range. The air was filled with an oppressive aura. They quickly found the place where the monster shadows and Fang Chun fought. From the traces left behind on the battlefield, they found some clues. "Advance!" The leader of the monster shadows roared and led the monster shadows army to the end of the strange mountain range. At this moment, at the end of the strange mountain range, Fang Chun was carefully moving forward following the pulse of the earth. Roar! Suddenly, demonic shadow raised his head to the sky and let out a deafening roar. Princess Huang frowned and felt that something was wrong. After the monster shadows roared, countless roars could be heard from afar. This is its summoning its companions. Princess Huang's expression changed drastically. Roar! Roar! The monster shadows let out continuous roars, summoning their companions. They also responded. The air was filled with a terrifying aura. Fang Chun also noticed this scene. "What should we do? Should we kill it?" Princess Huang asked. If they continued to let it live, they would be hunted down by the monster shadows no matter where they went. "We don't have time. Its companions will be here soon." Princess Huang asked. At this moment, Fang Chun had to make a choice. Should they kill the monster shadows and escape, or should they continue to search for the source of the divine beast bloodline? "Let's go." Fang Chun pondered for a moment and then made a decision. He stomped his feet and jumped onto the back of the monster shadows. He stretched out his hand and pulled Princess Huang up. Buzz! He controlled the monster shadows. The latter wanted to resist, but was unable to do so. Its face revealed a painful expression, but it still flew up. Chapter 3886. Fang Chun controlled the phantom beast to quickly advance. However, it was extremely difficult to cross the strange mountain range. Especially when the phantom beast reached a certain height, Fang Chun felt an unprecedented pressure. This pressure directly blocked the phantom beast's flight path, making it unable to fly. Fang Chun's expression changed. Flying is forbidden in the void? Princess Phoenix, who was behind him, also turned pale with fright. She took out the token of the primordial tribe. Her palm emitted a weak light as she instantly activated the token. A moment later, the power of the primordial tribe enveloped the two of them, resisting the terrifying pressure from the boundless void. At the same time, Fang Chun felt that the phantom beast clansmen were constantly approaching. If this continued, he would be surrounded. At that time, he would be in danger. What should I do? Fang Chun's mind raced as he tried to come up with a plan to deal with this situation. The subordinate phantom specter let out a roar. Its face was ferocious as it sensed the aura of the phantom specter clan approaching. It was in a half-insane state. It was struggling with all its might. Half of its mind was in a clear-headed state, wanting to break free from Fang Chun's control. The other half was corroding its brain, trying to turn it into a walking corpse. It roared, communicating with its fellow clansmen, guiding them to come and rescue it. In the blink of an eye, the phantom beast leader rushed over. It immediately discovered Fang Chun and Princess Phoenix. After roaring to the sky, it spread its wings. A terrifying power swept through the world. Its huge body moved at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In a short while, it arrived in front of Fang Chun. "Insolent thief, you actually dare to attack my fellow clansmen. Die." The Phantom Beast leader didn't stop at all. It directly attacked Fang Chun. A vast power soared into the sky. Seeing this, Fang Chun stamped his foot, stepping on the Phantom Beast's head. He controlled the Phantom Beast to block in front of him. "You're courting death." Seeing this, the Phantom Beast leader forcibly withdrew its power. If it didn't withdraw its power, the Phantom Beast under Fang Chun's feet would be heavily injured even if it didn't die. The Phantom Beast clan was very rare to begin with. As the leader, it would not allow any of its fellow clansmen to die. Boom! Boom! The Phantom Demon leader took advantage of Fang Chun's stupor to launch several consecutive attacks, but all of them were blocked. Hoo-hoo-hoo! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as a dense pack of demonic shadows swept over, completely sealing off the entire strange mountain range. A terrifying aura filled the air as all the members of the demonic shadow clan glared at Fang Chun. In particular, when they saw Fang Chun stepping on their compatriot, they were even more furious. The noble Phantom Demon race was actually being stepped on by a human as a mount. This was an absolute humiliation. "Let it go, and I can leave your corpse intact," the Spectre leader said coldly, his aura locking onto Fang Chun. "Oomph. You dare to use our Phantom Beast clan as your mount? You must be tired of living. Even if you're a half-martial supremacy, you'll still die today." "That's right. Not only you, after killing you, everyone related to you will also die." 9. Familial extermination. This was the fate of anyone who dared to offend the Phantom Demon race. Fang Chun also realized that the Phantom Demon race did not dare to act rashly with the Phantom Demon mount under his feet. They seemed to value the lives of their fellow clansmen. He was prepared to use this to see if he could escape. If he really could not escape, then he could only fight. "I have no intention of becoming enemies with your Phantom Demon race," Fang Chun said. "It's just that it attacked me first, wanting to kill me. Instead, it was suppressed by me and ended up like this. It can only blame itself." Princess Wang also said, "The mighty Phantom Demon race is too weak. Unable to defeat others, it resorted to using such a despicable tactic of attrition. What a joke." In the long river of chaos history, the Monster Shadow clan could be considered a famous clan. If it were to spread out that they were bullying others with numbers, and that there was even a Monster Shadow that had been subdued as a human mount, the world would surely laugh at them. "You think you can leave after offending my Phantom Demon race?" sneered the leader of the Phantom Demon race. The Phantom Demon race knew this strange mountain range the best. Although it appeared calm, it was actually extremely dangerous. Even they did not dare to rashly enter it. Now, in order to save their fellow clansmen and punish the culprit, they had no choice but to enter this place. The two people before them were too naive. They actually thought they could leave this place. If you wanted to die, then go ahead. Fang Chun was covered in the black tortoise armor. He punched the Phantom Demon race's head. The Phantom Demon race let out a miserable shriek as blood spurted out. "Stop!" shouted the leader of the Phantom Demon race. The other clansmen of the Phantom Demon race had sinister expressions. Their eyes were scarlet red. They wanted to attack and tear Fang Chun to pieces. However, they were stopped by the leader of the Phantom Demon race in the end. "What do we have to do to let it go?" asked the leader of the Phantom Demon race. This was the compromise the Phantom Demon race had made. They had to ensure the safety of their clansmen before making their next decision. If they really forced Fang Chun into a corner, their clansmen would suffer misfortune. "Let go." Fang Chun curled his lips. "Will you let me go after I let it go?" Evidently, that was impossible. Thus, Fang Chun planned to use the weakness of the Phantom Demon race to negotiate. "Brat, I hope that you can understand your current situation. If you force us into a corner, our Phantom Demon race will kill you at all costs," said the leader of the Phantom Demon race. "We've already completely sealed off the strange mountain range. You have nowhere to run. If you let it go, you'll still have a chance to live." I hope that you won't make a mistake. Even though they were furious, they were still restraining themselves. Fangshan could not help but sigh. The phantom demon race was too united. Not a single one of their clansmen would give up so easily. If the human race could do the same, they would have dominated the primal chaos void long ago. Unfortunately, there were too many humans and too many evil cultivators. They would do everything they could to get rid of their stumbling blocks, even at the cost of damaging the human race's benefits. I'll give you an incense stick's worth of time to consider, said the leader of the phantom demon race. This was the phantom demon race's final concession. If they did not agree, they could only attack. What should we do? Princess Huang whispered into Fang Chen's ear. Roar. The phantom demon race let out an angry roar. Blood was still flowing from its head, and its consciousness was gradually blurring, as if it was about to be devoured by the darkness. Fang Chun stared at the leader of the phantom demon race, thinking of a foolproof plan. He definitely could not let it go. Once he let it go, it would definitely not be able to walk out of the strange mountain range. Thus, he had to wait until it left the strange mountain range and ensure that there was no danger before he let it go. He told the leader of the phantom demon race his thoughts. The latter's expression was ferocious, but it nodded in agreement in the end. You can only go over from here. The leader of the phantom demon race pointed at the end of the strange mountain range and said coldly. Chapter 3887. The phantom beast leader understood the strange mountain range very well. It agreed to Fang Chen's request, but the latter could only cross the mountain range from the end. Otherwise, it would start a war. Don't trust it. There must be great danger at the end of the mountain range. Once we cross it, we might trigger danger, Princess Huang said in a low voice. Evidently, they had also realized the phantom beast scheme. However, there was no other way. They could only brace themselves and cross the mountain range from the end. Roar. The phantom beast under their feet had completely lost its mind. It had been corroded by the black substance and had become a walking corpse. It was completely under Fang Chen's control. Okay. Fang Chen nodded and controlled the phantom beast to fly. When you reach the top, release my clansmen. This was the phantom beast leader's request, and it could not be changed. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Fang Chen no longer paid attention to the phantom beast leader. He wholeheartedly controlled the phantom beast to quickly fly toward the end of the mountain range. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the end of the mountain range. At this moment, they could already feel the oppressive aura in the sky. Fang Chen clenched his teeth. The Xuanwu armor on his skin completely covered him. The bloodlines of the two divine beasts in his body pulsed even more abnormally. Princess Huang's body trembled slightly. Then, she leaned on Fang Chen and took out the token that her master had given her. She injected the power of the primitive tribe into it and activated it to protect herself. Roar. Suddenly, the phantom beast let out an angry roar. Its eyes were filled with fear. It stopped in the air and was unwilling to move forward. It was also at this moment that the leader of the Wraith Shadow clan spoke urgently. My Wraith Shadow clan keeps our promise. Shouldn't you release my clansmen now? Fang Chen turned his head and glanced at it. He could see the anxiety in its eyes. His heart shook slightly as he vigilantly looked around. You want to go back on your word? The Phantom Beast leader was furious when it saw Fang Chen's actions. It flew into the air and wanted to chase after Fang Chen. However, at this moment, the extremely oppressive aura at the end of the strange mountain range suddenly erupted. Then, countless rays of light shot toward them. Crack! The demonic shadow instantly transformed into a bloody mist. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. As for Fang Chun and Princess Huang, they also vanished in an instant. No! The Phantom Spectre leader roared. Its eyes were blood red. It could only watch as its clansmen died before its eyes, and it was powerless to do anything about it. It clenched its fists, itching to tear Fang Chun into pieces. However, its rationality told it that it could not approach the end of the strange mountain range. This is the humiliation of my Phantom Demon clan. We will definitely take revenge. The Fiend Shadow leader landed in the mountain range and quickly retreated. At the same time, He ordered his clansmen to leave the dangerous area. "Chief, are our clansmen going to die just like that?" It was all because of that damned human. Otherwise, how could the members of the demonic shadow race have died tragically at the end of the strange mountain range? That's right. Even if the end of the mountain range is a forbidden ground, we have to barge in and kill that damned human. My Phantom Demon clan cannot tolerate such a deep blood feud. The majority of the clansmen were in favor of charging into the end of the mountain range and killing Fong Chun. However, the leader of the Phantom Demon clan shook its head. It waved its hand, indicating for everyone to calm down. "Everyone, I believe that you all know very well what is in this mountain range. Our clan's ancestors have once set down an ancestral rule. Even if we are to encounter a calamity of extermination, we are not to take a single step into the end of the mountain range." It took a deep breath and then continued. "Our clansmen will definitely be avenged. However, the time is not now. It could not allow the entire Phantom Demon clan to be exterminated for the sake of revenge. This was the ancestral rule. It was also an important responsibility that the Phantom Demon clan leader shouldered. But the other clansmen were very unwilling to accept this. They wanted to say something, but they were all stopped by the Phantom Demon clan leader. "Retreat. Pass down the order for our clansmen to completely seal off this mountain range. As long as that human dares to come out, kill him without mercy," the Phantom Demon clan leader said sinisterly. An eerie and terrifying aura pervaded the core region. One could feel an oppressive feeling from all directions. One powerful cultivator after another snuck into the core region. They only had a single goal in mind: the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. Of course, there were also some ancient experts who had been sleeping for billions of years who were gradually awakening. Among them, Xing Wang, Emperor Mieyu, and the others were the representatives. In a strange place. Ashes were everywhere within 100 miles. This place was originally a lush grassland. However, not long ago, a great fire descended from the sky and burned this place to nothing. There was a speck of silver light in the ashes. Ark, a furious roar came from the silver light. He was the ancestor of the Phantom Demon clan. He had once teamed up with the Sword Maniac to kill Fong Chun. However, he did not expect that one of them would be killed by Fong Chun instead. He had even paid a heavy price to survive in the ashes. Whoosh! The roots of the Phantom Demon clan flashed with silver light. The Phantom Demon clan ancestor's consciousness was hidden in the roots of the tree. After using a forbidden secret technique, he had paid a heavy price. His physical body had been destroyed long ago, and his primordial spirit was on the verge of collapse. Only a sliver of consciousness remained, and he needed to absorb the power of the ashes to gradually recover. In the past few days, he carefully avoided the pursuit of countless experts. Every time he went to grassland, he would burn it to ashes and then absorb the power in the ashes. "Damn bastard, I'll definitely tear you to shreds." The Phantom Demon clan ancestor gritted his teeth. After that, he stored the power in the roots of the tree again and searched for new grasslands to absorb the power of the ashes. He believed that one day he would be able to return to his peak and reconstruct his physical body. At that time, he would cause a storm of blood to wash away the humiliation. The Jialua clan's base on the path of reincarnation. After Jiajio was urgently summoned back to the base, he learned that the appearance of the Ghost Emperor's weapon would greatly affect the path of reincarnation. As a member of the Jialua clan, his first task was to stabilize the path of reincarnation. "Jiajio, do you understand?" An elder asked as he stroked his beard. Jiajio nodded. "Elder, is there anyone who can threaten the Jialua clan in the core of the Death Cliff?" The Jialua clan controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. Who in the world could shake them? The elder shook his head with a complicated expression. The experts in the clan once divined that when Ziwei descends, the world will be in chaos. This is a calamity for the Jialua clan. If we can't survive it, we will be wiped out. Jiajio exclaimed. Was it that serious? What force in the chaos void could wipe out the Jialua clan? Could it be that old monster from the Devouring Demon Clan? Has the Devouring Demon Clan leader become a Chaos Controller? Jiajio blurted out. If he became a Chaos Controller, the Jalawa clan would have ceased to exist long ago, the elder said. Now, many ancient forces that have been dormant for billions of years know that the Devouring Demon Clan leader is at the most critical moment. They are all trying to stop him. Plus, the Chaos Controller level has long broken free from the Heavenly Tao. It's not that easy to reach. Chapter 3888. At the Jalawa race's base. This wasn't the true 6 paths of reincarnation. It was just a special path of reincarnation, so there weren't many Jalawa clansmen here. The person in charge was an elder called Jia Yuan. He'd called Jiajio back this time to tell him that the world would be thrown into chaos after Ziwei's descent. The Jalawa race would face a calamity, so he shouldn't go out during this time. Elder Jia Yuan, what calamity will befall the Jalawa race? Jiajio didn't understand. As a member of the Jalawa race, he knew how powerful and unfathomable the Jalawa race was. Even the demon-devouring race and primitive races didn't dare offend them. They were the top race in the world. Moreover, they controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. Anyone from other races who reincarnated would be under the Jalawa race's control. Under such circumstances, the Jalawa race would face a calamity that even Elder Jia Yuan was afraid of. Jiajio couldn't figure out. All right, I don't know much about the calamity, Elder Jia Yuan said in a low voice. He waved his hand and interrupted Jiajio's question. The calamity is something I don't know, but the Patriarch himself ordered it. Our 6 paths of reincarnation world has been completely sealed. You should realize the severity of the matter now, right? The 6 paths of reincarnation world being completely sealed meant that the Jalawa race's base at the core of the Death Cliff was isolated. If the calamity really came, they would be doomed. This was why Elder Jia Yuan told Jia Jun not to go out. But Jiajio still wanted to say something, but Elder Jia Yuan stopped him. In the end, Jia Yuan could only shake his head helplessly and prepare to leave. However, right at this moment, he suddenly thought of Fong Chun. He quickly walked over to Elder Jia Yuan and said, Elder Jia Yuan, I have something to report. What is it? Elder Jia Yuan asked. Not long ago, I met a clansman. He's from the Chaos Realm's Great Monarch's bloodline, Jiajio said. Upon hearing this, Elder Jia Yuan's expression changed drastically. What? The Great Monarch's bloodline? Jiajio nodded and continued. I confirmed his identity over and over again. He's from the Jalawa race. He has the unique aura of the Jalawa race, and he himself said that he's from the Great Monarch's bloodline. All right, I understand. From now on, you're not allowed to mention the Primal Chaos Realm's Great Monarch's lineage. As for that clansman, it's best that you don't meet him again. Don't get involved in any of his affairs. Why? Jiajio shrugged in confusion. No reason. It's an order, Elder Jia Yuan scolded. Sigh. Jiajio flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Watching him leave, Elder Jia Yuan's expression flickered. His gaze pierced through the void and into the distance. The words of the clan's clairvoyant echoed in his mind. The calamity of the Jia Luo race was most likely related to the Chaos Realm. The lush mountain range was surrounded by steep cliffs. In the middle of the meadow, there was a lake. Plop! At the center of the lake, countless waves suddenly rose up. A figure rushed out from the water. His body was covered in blood, and his face was pale. However, he still maintained a trace of rationality and desperately tried to climb to the shore. He was Fong Chun. What happened just now? Recalling the scene just now, Fong Chen's heart trembled. At the end of the strange mountain range, a terrifying light suddenly shot out. He didn't even have time to dodge before he was drowned by the terrifying light and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself in a lake. Splash! He slapped the lake water and swam toward the shore. When he was about to reach the shore, his body suddenly stopped. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. Not far from the shore, there was a huge demonic beast lying on the ground. It was his mount, Yaoing. It's dead? Yaoing was extremely powerful. Although he had suppressed and subdued it, According to the cultivation system of the Age of Chaos, it was at least a peak saint. Yet, it had died in such a bizarre manner. There were no wounds on its body, but Fangchen couldn't feel any vitality. Whereas Princess Huang, he suddenly came to a realization. That thrilling scene just now had directly killed Yao Ying and caused him to be heavily injured. Then, what about Princess Huang? She wasn't as strong as him. Splash! He plunged into the lake and frantically searched for Princess Huang. Finally, he found Princess Huang's figure at the bottom of the lake. The latter was entangled by the green vines and couldn't float up. At this time, she had fallen unconscious. The blood on her clothes had been washed away by the lake water. Her aura was weak, and it was obvious that she was seriously injured. Fang Chun swam to the front of Princess Huang and carried her up to the shore. Fortunately, her internal organs weren't injured. Although her meridians are damaged, they can still be repaired. After a simple check on Princess Huang's condition, Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Although she was unconscious, at least her life wasn't in danger. Moreover, he could feel that there was a special force swimming in Princess Huang's body. It should be a backup plan left behind by the primitive race, right? After all, her master knew her identity from the beginning. It was impossible for him to let her enter the cliff of death without a care. In the following time, Fang Chun first treated his own injuries. He swallowed a lot of healing pills and relied on his primordial spirit that was close to the Tao manifestation realm. Finally, his body recovered in more than 10 days. After that, he began to treat Princess Huang's injuries. First, what he had to do was to repair Princess Huang's meridians. He had to repair the damaged meridians and unblock the blocked meridians. He also had to let her internal organs absorb the energy of heaven and earth again to stimulate her primordial spirit and let it operate normally. A month later, Princess Huang woke up leisurely. During this period, Fang Chun had investigated this place. There was no one in a radius of 100 miles. Ever since he came here, the two divine beast bloodlines in his body had become abnormally quiet and no longer agitated. This made Fang Chun puzzled. What kind of place was this? Previously, in the sky above the strange mountain range, what happened? Why were the two of them only injured, but Yao Ying died? Could it be that Yao Ying helped them block the fatal blow? Where are we? While Fang Chun was thinking, Princess Huang opened her eyes and asked weakly. Fang Chun shook his head and briefly explained what had happened. Princess Huang was stunned. She didn't expect Yao Ying to die. How do you feel? Fang Chun asked. Much better. Princess Huang was quite touched. Fang Chun had saved her many times. She said in a low voice, "Thank you." Fang Chun waved his hand. They could be considered comrades who had fought side by side. They had experienced a lot together and had the same goal. They were all looking for the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. With one more person, there would be one more force. Recuperate first. When your injuries are completely healed, we will find a way out. Chapter 3889. In a strange region, the void was filled with an oppressive aura. The lake was calm, and there were occasional ripples on the surface. On the shore, Fang Chun sat cross-legged. His skin was covered with a layer of black tortoise armor. Traces of ultimate power circled around his body, and the power in his body rippled. He was trying to condense the fourth ultimate force. He remembered clearly that the fisherman had once said that the ancient complete cultivation system was the legendary 13th level Saint Realm. From 9th level to 10th level, it was an insurmountable gap for ordinary people. With the current Dharma ending age, it was extremely difficult to cross it. However, Fang Chun was different from others. He was an ultimate cultivator and possessed ultimate force. Moreover, he had comprehended the ultimate Sword Tao. This was his advantage. After all, the fisherman had said that only ultimate cultivators could step into 13th level Saint Realm. Only by condensing 10 ultimate forces could one step into 10th level Saint Realm. Buzz. He formed a seal with his hands, and the 3 ultimate forces in his body revolved wildly. He was absorbing the power of heaven and earth, and using the ultimate Sword Tao to refine them. Beside him, Princess Huang was protecting him. When she saw the ultimate sword light above Fang Chen's head, A trace of shock appeared on her face. Even the younger generation of the four major branches can't be compared to him, right? The more she interacted with Feng Chun, the more Princess Huang sighed. The former's potential was too heaven-defying. She had never seen such a heaven-defying genius. Dong, dong, dong. When condensing the fourth ultimate force, Feng Chun encountered some difficulties. He took out a piece of black wood from his chest. This was a divine wood that he had obtained not long ago in a certain region. It was said that this piece of black wood came from the ancient black sky divine wood. It was the legendary Chaos Divine Wood. When the Chaos Divine Wood was at its peak, it was a powerful material that could be used to refine supreme-grade weapons. However, with the outbreak of the ancient Divine War, the Black Sky Divine Wood was destroyed, and only a piece of black wood was left. After Feng Chun obtained this piece of black wood, he was not in a hurry to refine it. Only now did he take it out. Hiss, hiss. After all, this piece of black wood came from the divine Black Sky Wood. It was extremely difficult to refine it. Thus, he wasn't in a hurry. He opened his palm, and a wisp of flame danced. He placed the piece of black wood on the flame and began to refine it. This was his natal flame. After all these years of nurturing, it could burn the world. After a while, a faint sound could be heard. The cracks on the black wood were getting bigger and bigger. The fire was working. Feng Chun smiled when he saw this and continued to control the fire. 3 days later, the black wood was completely refined. The thick wood energy was completely absorbed into Feng Chun's body and fused with the three ultimate powers. The instant the two came into contact, the world energy stored in his body suddenly exploded. The impurities were rapidly refined, and the three ultimate energies took this opportunity to enter and completely refine the pure world energy. At this moment, the power of heaven and earth was gradually being replaced by the ultimate power, and the thick wood attribute energy within the black wood was being absorbed by the fourth ultimate power that was gradually forming. Dong, dong, dong. A thunderous sound came from within his body. Feng Chun closed his eyes, placed his hands on his knees, and entered a state of cultivation. The fourth ultimate power had been condensed. For the rest of the time, he just needed to stabilize it. Seeing this, Princess Huang heaved a sigh of relief. Time passed bit by bit. This state lasted for about half a month. On this day, Feng Chun finally opened his eyes. However, to his surprise, the ultimate power in his body wasn't 4 but 5. How is this possible? Feng Chun was extremely shocked. He had only condensed the fourth ultimate power. Why was there 5 ultimate power in his body now? Condensing 2 at once? It shouldn't be. According to his calculations, the wood attribute energy within the black wood could only support 1 ultimate power. It was impossible to condense 2 ultimate powers at the same time. What was going on? Feng Chun fell into a state of confusion. He carefully observed the situation within his body. Finally, after some exploration, he understood the truth of the matter. It turned out that when he was refining the black wood, he had triggered the power of the dark sky, divine, tree, spiritual spring hidden within the black wood. As a result, the wood attribute energy had mutated. When he condensed the ultimate power, not only did the wood attribute energy help Feng Chun to condense the fourth ultimate power, it even formed an ultimate power of its own. In the past half a month, it had evolved into the real ultimate power. Phew! Feng Chun took a deep breath, and his face was filled with joy. There's actually such an effect. Feng Chun grinned. Looking at the withered black wood in front of him, he was filled with emotions. The remaining power of the dark sky divine, tree, spiritual spring in the black, what could help me condense the 5th ultimate power. If the real dark sky divine tree was here, would it be able to help me step into 10th level Saint Realm? Of course, this was just a random thought. After all, the dark sky divine tree had been destroyed in the ancient war of the gods. He reached out and picked up the withered black wood in front of him. Although the wood attribute energy within the black wood has been absorbed by me, this black wood is still a rare refining material. He rolled his eyes and took out the sky-crushing sword. Buzz! After getting Feng Chun's nod, the sky-crushing sword released endless rays of light that shrouded the withered black wood. In the blink of an eye, it devoured the black wood. After devouring the black wood, the sky-crushing sword's aura became stronger. Furthermore, complex runes appeared on the blade of the sword. These runes originated from a black wood. It has become stronger. Fang Chun held the hilt of the sky-crushing sword and felt a strong force coming from it. The sky-crushing sword was originally a peak saint weapon. Now that it had absorbed the black wood, it had broken through the shackles and stepped into a new level. If he attacked with all his might, he could defeat any 9th-level Saint Realm expert. According to the outside world, he was now at the peak Saint Realm. It's a blessing in disguise. Fang Chun kept the sky-crushing sword and muttered to himself. Congratulations. Princess Huang's bell-like voice sounded. Fang Chun nodded. This time, his strength had increased because of the black wood and the special environment here. How's your injury? Fang Chun asked. It has healed, Princess Huang said. Fang Chun continued. From now on, we can explore this special place and find a way out. Fang Chun thought that this area should be at the end of the strange mountain range. It was very likely to be a space of its own. As long as they found the exit, they would be able to get out. Of course, before that, he had to explore this area seriously. His intuition told him that there was something that could cause the bloodline of the two divine beasts to change.